Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it.
They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
MW2 is going to be a ridiculous year. It's just been insane.
What other dirty tricks have you got up your sleeves?
They ain't ready for you.
Will it be sugar, spice, and everything nice, or slugs, nails, and puppy dog tails? Let's find out.
Oh, KiSMET blows it wide open. KiSMET wins it!
Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Pandemonium!
The thunder from down under.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show it.
Just like that, Scrappy puts them to bed.
Come with it. I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa! Unbelievable!
They ain't ready for you. I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
And that will be the game.
It is over.
One last dance, ladies and gentlemen. This will be my final year competing as a professional Call of Duty player.
Looking around, looking around, it's really hard for me, just because I have had a crazy amount of support throughout my whole career, not only by fans, but by everyone here, so thank you. To all my old teammates, thank you. You guys really have molded me into the person that I am today, and it means a lot.
Come on, Scumpy, making my man Karma cry. This is a happy day. We say goodbye to one of the community's greatest of all time, and today we give him his bouquets of flowers. Scumpy shocking the world with his retirement on Monday after one of the best performances we have seen from him in the CDL against Boston on Sunday. aLLeY, I know you, like the community, were shocked by this announcement. How did you react when seeing this video for the first time?
I woke up late, to be honest, on that day, and I remember checking my phone, and I thought it was a troll at first, because everybody's like, Scump retired, Scump retired. I was like, well, yeah, he's retiring this year. And then I watched the video, and then I started crying like everybody else, and I even teared up at the show open, so I'm gonna need some tissues for the rest of the day.
And it's a happy day, though, here in the studio as we look back and say farewell to the king. He's done it all in his career, from content creation to competing at the highest level every single year. This man never stopped grinding.
Yeah, you know, all the OGs have retired. Scump was still here. He was still absolutely frying. You know, when I think about Scump and way back in the day and his impact, like, this guy was taking over games. He was a menace to play against, the original cracked out SMG. It's been 12 years of watching him fry with different iterations of this OpTic roster, and you can see his resume here. Like, the guy played forever, won so many championships, and did it at the highest level year in and year out. He was still an incredible player.
Crim6 still at the top of event wins, but 97 events, 30 of those W's. And then you look at the series count, 466 to 172, over a 70% win rate. And along the way, he banks $1.18 million, aLLeY.
That is a lot of cash, and you got to talk about the beginning as well, when COD was first starting, and it wasn't really that much money. So you got to talk about the amount of inflation and wins this guy has.
Yeah, I mean, we were competing 30K prize pools at that, and 100K for like the big ones. Like, it's so much bigger now, and he still managed to pull that off. So the guy was dominating for a long time.
And seeing him just on Sunday, it looked like he never lost a step. When I first entered in Black Ops 2, he was putting on highlights like this. Now you're playing against the best of the world when they are now at their highest level as individuals. This is the highest level of competition we have seen, and he drops a 7 spree. He clutches up in that final game to give OpTic another W.
Yeah, when we talk about tenure and we talk about being one of the greats, right, it has to be over a span of a long time. You have to be able to adapt from title to title, and that's something that Scump did better than like 99% of people. Like, the guy competed for so long with different rosters in different games, running a similar role, and the hardest role to run in Call of Duty as well as an SMG. And you can see here is when they won that major last year. I'm just happy he was able to get it with those guys, as I like to say, the passing of the torch.
Yeah, with Dashy as well, one of the players that he's had a couple wins with, but again, he's been doing this for a long time.
He absolutely has. Scump has been doing this since the beginning. I remember MLG when we were really just a Halo tournament organization. We brought on this game Call of Duty. It was on a side station, and there was this little kid making all kinds of noise. He was going by the name of aBeZy, but so was the other guy next to him going by the name of Scumpy. Let's take a look back at everything Scump has provided us throughout the years. Most of these are just winning moments. We had him on the side station at the start of his career. Not long later, we put him on the main stage, and this guy, he was good for the multi-kill. He was good for the kill streaks. He was always there in the hunt for that trophy.
Yeah, so many legendary OpTic rosters when you think back to like the Merc and Rambo era, and you think when Nadeshot came into the picture, then you had Clay, Formo, and Crim. One constant though, Puckett, and it was always Scump. This was the guy who was taking over games. He's had a lasting impact because of what he's been able to do, not only as a competitor, but also in content creation, inspiring our scene as a whole. A lot of the competitors you see on this page, he teamed with for so many tournaments. Also went to do great things afterwards as well.
It's amazing to see names like Big Timer on there with 14 tournaments played with him. Nadeshot 23, but aLLeY, everyone in the community is talking about those big three at the top. 51 events with Formal, 45 with Crim6, 35 with Karma. I think that's the OpTic dynasty that every Call of Duty fan grew up watching and will always remember.
Absolutely, and he was the last one of the OpTic dynasty in our current CDL, and he's gonna say goodbye, but he then passes the torch now to maybe, hopefully, upcoming to start his own dynasty in Dashy, playing 19 times with him. He can now say that should he go on to succeed him, that he was one of the first to be there.
Dashy, one of the younger players to join Scump along the way, but we were talking about it, Scump, he's kind of older than most of the professional athletes that have also played with him. Throughout his career, a number of pro-ams. This event, one of his favorites, playing alongside Karl Anthony Towns, and Big Cat goes to Twitter saying, enjoy retirement, just one of many of the athletes and musicians to wish him well.
Yeah, COD competitive wouldn't be where it's at today without a lot of people, but a lot of it is due to the fact, like Scump and Nadeshot and these guys who made content, and if you played Call of Duty growing up, you probably know who Scump and Nero are, right?
Oh, yeah.
You definitely know who Scump is now, and a lot of these athletes, they played Call of Duty. So when they see Scump retired, it's like huge. It's like, what's going on? This guy's finally stepping down. And when we see these guys at events and things like that, typically they are OpTic fans and they're big Scump fans. So, these guys like Scump, they've transcended, and we owe a lot to them for what they've done for our community.
Transcending Call of Duty, transcending gaming, absolutely, as he reaches into the pop culture atmosphere. But looking back at Scump, the man threw the strike. He nailed the backflip. There was nothing he couldn't do. But Nameless, what are you going to remember? What is your favorite memory of Scump?
Yeah, I think early on, like way back in the day, we're talking like 2011, we were running games. It was me, Liar, Scump, and Bobby, one of Scump's original duos. We were thinking about teaming for that first event, but then me and Liar went to team with 2 other guys, Main and 2 Quick, shout out to them. But we played these guys in the finals, Scump and Bobby, that same duo with aBeZy and TP, and they smoked us 6-1. And right there, Scump took over throughout that series. I was like, I know what this guy's gonna become. I know how nasty he's gonna be. And he went on to become one of the greatest to ever do it, the greatest SMG of all time. But I look back at that match, I'm like, dang, man, this guy really did fry us. We could have been playing together, and he just kept on going in.
Kept on going in, and I remember when Call of Duty had the opportunity to join the X Games, this was a surreal moment for us, right? We were now on the big stage alongside the biggest skateboarders, BMX athletes. Scump, they come off of that Call of Duty championships, they didn't get their dub, but they got it here, and not only once, he got back-to-back gold medals in 2014 and 2015.
Yeah, that was a huge moment in Call of Duty history. Speaking from a pro perspective, going into that tournament, we were all looking at it like, yo, this is our chance to leave our mark in history. The first time Call of Duty's at X Games, esports is getting bigger, we want to win this gold, and a tough start to the season for this OpTic roster, not getting top 2 at champs, but winning gold sort of like righted all the wrongs for the OpTic fans throughout this.
And aLLeY, I of course want to get your thoughts on here because you've come into the the scene a little bit more recently, but Scump, he's been the GOAT since you've joined.
And he's still done crazy things, like even me only having like 2 years. I mean, we talk about Warzone. I feel like I'm in history class right now, hearing both of your perspectives. But this was a big moment for me, and I feel like a big moment for COD history as well. Scump proving himself not only on the sticks and multiplayer, but in Warzone as well. The solo YOLO win. I remember everybody asking, hey, aLLeY, who do you think's gonna win? Oh, I think it's Scump, the king. You know, I'm coming from the competitive side of things. And he did it not only by dominating everybody else, all the content creators, all the Warzone professionals, he did it with the normal competitive classes. Like, he had no reps in Warzone. The last guy he killed was with the Riot Shield. I think Seth would rather be caught dead than with a Riot Shield in his hand.
And even with $1 million already in the bank, you can just see what the wins meant to him. Every single W was prideful. The money, secondary. It was the competition that came first. But Scump, he wasn't just a great competitor. This man is a pure entertainer, one of the first to be able to both compete and crank out YouTube videos on a consistent basis. And now you look back 12, 13 years later, look at the numbers he's amassed. 2.67 million YouTube subscribers, Twitch 1.4 million, Twitter followers 2.2. One of the biggest names in gaming without a doubt.
Yeah, you know, and a lot of us, we looked at Scump and all these YouTubers back in the day, and we'd be like, yo, why am I gonna make YouTube videos? I'm just trying to be the best possible. And we would look at them and we're like, yeah, we're gonna fry them. But then Scump was the first guy who sort of started to do YouTube and would still destroy you in game, like absolutely fry you. And you're like, okay, so maybe I can actually do this. So big shout out to Scump, inspiring a lot of us to create content, to go make those videos. And what he's become is fantastic.
Thank you, Scump, for everything you've given us. And today, throughout the day, we will be celebrating you. But that's not all we're celebrating. This, of course, is the CDL broadcast. And we have 3 big games. aLLeY, I know everyone is fired up for that 4:30. Is Scump going to do a watch party for Seattle versus OpTic Texas? That, I think, could be the match of the day with Dashy back in the lineup.
Oh, absolutely, without a doubt. I mean, we've already all seen the tweets on the timeline, and it's going to feel a little bit weird, not going to lie, loading into that lobby for that game, too.
We want to thank you all for tuning in today. And of course, if you want to take a moment to thank one of the greatest contributors to what we have in Call of Duty, make sure you're using the hashtag #ThankYouScump. Tell us your favorite stories, and we could be reading some of your replies from the chat live here on the CDL. Scumpy, my guy, thank you so much for everything over the last decade and a half, for being the one to take every interview when the rest of your team was too lazy.
Seth, my love, it saddens me to see you go, but I couldn't be happier for you.
It was an honor to play against you. It was an honor to call your games. And it's an honor to watch you go on your own terms, brother.
Finally, you've retired. You still had some fight left in you. I seen you frying in that last game.
Feels just like yesterday. Myself, Ray, and Will, we're calling your mom to wake you up for scrims.
Back in the day, I remember when I learned about who Scumper Jumper was. I was like, this is the original cracked out SMG.
It was an honor to compete alongside you. It was an honor to compete against you. I'm sure some of your opponents are looking forward to not having to deal with you anymore. Just to see you on that stage, the passion that you bring.
Happy retirement, Scump, the king forever and always.
And we are so thankful for everything that you've helped build with Call of Duty esports over its entire life.
You're hot, you're talented, you've got a brilliant brain for content.
You've been an entertainer since the beginning, and I know your next chapter is going to be even brighter.
You're going to absolutely crush it, enjoy traveling, doing whatever the hell you want. You're a beast.
The greatest SMG of all time, King Scump.
Thank you for everything you've given us, and we're going to miss you on the competitive side.
It's all for you. So thank you again. Looking forward to seeing what you do next.
You changed the game forever. Your impact on Call of Duty will be felt forever. You're a truly remarkable and special person.
Congratulations.
I just want to thank you for
the impact you've had on the scene.
And never losing your drive.
Congratulations. Enjoy it.
I love you, pal.
Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go.
Welcome into the Call of Duty League, ladies and gentlemen. This is our second week of action here in our online qualifiers, and we have some serious games for you. Opening things up with our #1 seed right now, the champions of Raleigh are the New York Subliners. Today, the underdogs are the Mutineers, and the match is ready. So I want to make this quick.
Sure.
Nameless, starting with you. Subliners are the favorite. Everyone's going to put their channel points on them. But if you're a Florida Mutineers fan, tell me the upset story. How does it happen?
Listen, I got to be quick. So they got to win both the search and destroys. The hard point has been horrible, but you're also not going to win a control against the New York Subliners, who are 5-0 in their last 5, and they've been dominating foot. 5-0 on Fortress, 5-1 on Hotel. You got Hotel in this series, so you're not winning that. So you got to steal that map 1 HyDra. It's sort of an unknown for these two teams. We'll see if Florida can come out and win it.
We all three picked New York on the desk. aLLeY, what's the map count, though?
Map count's gonna be 3-0.
3?
My bad.
Oh, I don't know if I trust that answer.
3-1,
Chat, let us
3-1.
know how you see this one playing out, because the match, it starts right now. Let's send it over to the boys. We got Brycey and Ton to kick off the day.
All right, thank you very much. A lot of mixed feelings obviously flying around the Call of Duty community at the moment, but also mixed feelings about this game. An interesting one to be sure. HyDra has slipped through in the hard points, one that Florida Mutineers have not played competitively, and New York have only played once. Is it a test for these two teams? Just trying something a little bit new. We know Florida haven't had a good time as of late, Ton.
Yeah, they haven't had a good time in hardpoint, full stop. And, well, it's the first time they were actually seeing HyDra full stop this stage. First time around in stage number 2, we are getting to witness the swimming, at least. It's an interesting
This is our
one.
first time casting it.
Yeah, I know, we've genuinely never cast it, and I remember I remember at the major everyone was doing, oh, we should make some jokes about HyDra, we should wear some scuba gear, and you had that from day #1, and we never got it. So you know what? I'm going to give you I will give you your props on that one. We never got a chance, mate. It was a truly unfortunate turn of events.
It certainly is. Well, speaking of turn of events, let's find out how this one is going to kick off. Of course, these two teams, one of the things you've got to look at here is obviously New York, pretty much the titans of the CDL at the moment, the team to beat for everyone involved. Florida hoping to maybe make a little bit more of a rounded gameplay. Their hardpoint has been laying them down.
They do have the best spawns, though, when it does come down to HyDra, and that's something that's going to be very important, but you have to make sure that they don't get flipped. Players like HyDra, well, I mean, it's kind of in the name, isn't it, Brycey? Keeping it very, very wet. Let's see if you can find some rotations going on through. First couple of kills are going to go through towards Florida, though. A couple more from Havoc. This rotation is what it's all about, though, and plenty of swimming being done by the Subliners so far.
Yeah, and both these two teams obviously just filling each other out, getting into the groove after all the practices they've been doing off camera, ready for this game. For Florida, obviously a win here would be huge. It would cause us to reevaluate how we see them in our power rankings for the league. For New York, it should be business as usual. Even the desk said 3-0 for this one, Ton.
Subliners this time, though, are going to have to try and find a break here. HyDra, curious of the rotation that may well already be going on for the Florida Mutineers, but it doesn't have to. Havoc through the front door will find 2. HyDra can't exchange it, but I mean, based off that first rotation, that looks pretty good. First hill, you hold on to the spawns, you've got to hold on them, if only momentarily, as New York now find a breakthrough. And while I was just about to big Florida up, it's a perfect break from the New York Subliners. This should be a lead for them heading over towards P3, as long as they hold on to the rest of P time over at P2.
Wait a minute.
It's just back and forth, Brycey.
Wait a minute, HyDra alone and afraid. Knows he has at least one player to reinforce him here, but Florida Mutineers have done an incredible job to break that back through. They are not going to go behind so far. HyDra will have to set up for scrap time as he gets gunned down as well. Priestahh will get his trade, and now as we rotate towards P3, Florida Mutineers have done a much better job so far than we were expecting.
I was about to say, we've got to go with Major Maniac. He's one of the ones that have slipped it towards the back. KiSMET with an important play, though. We'll find the kill, and yeah, a bit of a strange one, has to be said. Florida Mutineers set themselves up over towards P2, was looking good, flip back and forth. So New York Subliners, it's a minor win that you were able to find a break because you found the rotation over towards P3, you found 3 kills as well. Major Maniac momentarily the last one on the map alive for Florida Mutineers. Subliners with a good hold so far.
HyDra with the perfect call there, knew the player was coming through the water as well, and you can see all the way at the back. Priestahh might not look like he's doing anything, but he is blocking those spawns hard. He's now moving out of it, ready for the back spawn. It's the perfect call here from New York. They have manipulated the spawns perfectly. They want Florida now back there for this rotation in the next few seconds, and that's why they are playing HyDra. They put this into the rotation, and they are playing it well done.
They're going to get the spawns towards the back here if you are Florida. Yes, you are. Now you're in danger. You need Vehicle, you need Major Maniac. to find some big kills. But if you're New York Subliners, cutting off the mid-map will be important as well. You can see KiSMET and Co are kind of just chilling at this moment in time, trying to find these transitional kills. They've already found one of them. Vikel's able to answer back. Brack finds another. So not a bad rotation from Florida Mutineers here so far. New York Subliners are posted up halfway across the map. Let's see if they can find some kills. At the moment, though, it's all Florida.
Yeah, Major Maniac has played his life completely there in the end, and they've managed to hold on to it. And Major Maniac didn't over-engage. He didn't go for anything that would have got him into trouble. And it's a great opportunity now. Florida Mutineers desperate to just hold on to this, get the lead back away. New York stacking deep through Broken. They're going to try and hit this all at once. They get the first blood down as well, Ton. They're now going to push the tempo as fast as they can as the trades start flying through. And out goes HyDra, and he's going to find Havoc, but not good enough as Havoc gets two. And they've held back New York.
Yeah, you've got to push hard, really hard if you're the New York Subliners to try and break this spawn. Florida Mutineers still here and with plenty of numbers. Good shots coming in from Brack as Priestahh will try to light it up from up top. And they will just about find a break, but only for 10 seconds. That's a good time for the Mutineers. But the rotation wasn't there for the Mutineers. They're forced into those back spawns, meaning Subliners, again, are able to find a rotation now. But it has to be said that 50-50 between these two teams in terms of who's winning these rotations. But look at this from the Mutineers now, all through mid-map, trying to get control of runes as best as they can.
It's something. Florida have been playing this very well so far, but if they can find a break here, they can probably take the momentum away from New York. They have to get past Priestahh, who will be playing iLLeY. He knows he's going to come under pressure and calls it correctly. The rest of the Mutineers are stacking this now, and a player will slip towards the back. It's going to be Major Maniac. And he's also going to have Havoc with him. They are putting the squeeze on, and the kills are going for them as well as Priestahh is going to get gunned, and that'll be scrap time for Florida.
And we know a lot this time on this map specifically is coming down to those rotations. You can very much lock in 60s every single hill if you can find the kills. Rotational wise, New York are the highest in the whole season. They're going to find a break here themselves with Florida Mutineers down in second to last. But they're very much going toe to toe in terms of these rotations. But the hold from Subliners here as they managed to find a break on through just a little bit better than Florida, who are getting broken far too easily. Rotations have definitely been paramount from Florida, but they need to make them count.
Well, this game is very close. Only 20 points separates these two teams as we head into our second set of rotations. Right now, it will be New York in a slightly better position. They started off on the other side of this just last time around. Can they make a bigger deal of it? You can already see the pressure starting to come through, but the kills are not there for them. And KiSMET with the 2 is going to shut down all of that pressure from Brack.
Shots in. Major Maniac and Co have started to slip behind just that little bit. Rotations are working well. The hold's not so good, but other comms good from the Florida Mutineers. Let's go for our listening.
Nice. One, that's like KiSMET. I'm hitting left. I'm hitting check. I'm in. Nice. I can look over you, Ton.
He pushed him.
He's in time. On me. Made it up. Good finish. One more top rocks or dome. I can't tell.
Okay. I signed it over you again. I'm gonna go window.
Nice. I'm trying to go right. They're all spawning new. We gotta wait for Javi to get right.
He's top dome again. Skyz.
I can come up on bridge hop. You gotta stay live. One's bottom broken. Sun. Top dome.
Okay.
I'm stunned top. Want me to take a nets route?
I signed it over you. Hearts on him somewhere on you.
You know where this guy is?
Blocking the spawn.
No,
we're blocking the right spawn.
He's low. Nice. 3.
Nice.
Or 2.
Nothing Moonrock,
Keep coming out. L and Hill. Last 2.
Okay.
L and Hill. You want back nets?
And back nets.
You want top weak. Nice. Let's go time. One more time. Let's one P5 guys. Nice. Let's go. Stay alive, new.
Well, there you go. The Florida Mutineers calling it all out, blocking the right spawn, getting in the right place, have managed to cut down New York and clawing back some points into this one. New York having a great time there. Tan taking P1 to P2 rotation. It got them a lot of points.
It did get them a lot of points, but it was 30 more points that weren't off at Florida Mutineers with a nice little break. But this is then cost them. It feels like Florida Mutineers are just kind of fighting from the back foot, kind of fighting in that, I don't want to say proactive, they're kind of going the opposite direction. They're more reactive to what's going on. They now need to be a bit more proactive. New York Subliners are that team being proactive. Skyz in the water, locking things down. Florida Mutineers, yes, okay, you stopped them getting the 20 or so there, but you need to find some more bricks.
Player in the water is eventually going to find him Skyz and see, but there will be a trade going down for both. The better position. They are going to flood in to reinforce here, but Vikel's going to do the work to manage to get that player out. And now they have top control. They're going to try and squeeze out this hard point as much as they can. Already Vikel going to get gunned by Priestahh. I thought he had that one in the bag.
This is better from Florida Mutineers, though, because they can keep New York spawning back here, although it's actually going to be them towards the back. New York not allowed the time because of the pressure in from Florida Mutineers. Now it's just a bit of a fight in a bar, and let's see which way it's going to go. Vico last alive, turns on the KiSMET. There's the kill. The rest of the team were there for the backup anyway. And all for that, for about 15 seconds. Florida Mutineer now having to find a breakthrough over towards P4. It's just so twisty and turny, this one so far, but New York Subliners are the ones finding the breaks where they need to. The rotations have been significantly cleaner on the second rotation of Hills, and Florida Mutineers are struggling to keep up.
You see Skyz, great little pick there, took the player down top down, and they're looking for this player back in. Oh my goodness, what is that snap? That player got deleted. Oh my Skyz continues to just rain terror now on the Mutineers, and they're trying to get forward. HyDra's pushing as well. There's a two-piece. He's pushing this out so far and eventually will fall. But New York are looking to hammer Mutineers further back. It was close going into the second rotation. It is not close anymore.
25 seconds to go for Florida Mutineers. You need to start turning it up very, very quickly. There's one man that slipped the net. That's going to be Havoc for about 20 seconds of time. He's not going to find anything, and now it's about the rotation. Mutineers spawning towards the back. The manipulation from Subliners, we've seen it at P3. We've seen it here at P4. So wonderfully worked, but the kills on transition will fall Florida's way. Where are New York going to spawn? I hazard a guess. It's towards the back. You got to go on Major Maniac, and he's going to go big.
Major Maniac could be the difference. He already finds Priestahh first, but will get taken down by KiSMET before he can do too much damage. A lot of players spread out here, but the kills are going the way of New York. They're looking to lock this one down. KiSMET flies in. Havoc gets deleted towards the back. Skyz gets one as well. KiSMET gets another. And it really is not looking good for Florida. They have 15 seconds to turn this around.
Oh, that's GG. They've locked it down. Now it's the push through the dreaded mid-map. You've got Skyz. He's been beaming all game long. It's going to be 250 to 143. A scary start, a comfortable end. New York Subliners, one to the good.
That's not about how you start, and it started pretty even, but it finished well to the New York Subliners and was not pretty to watch. You got to give a little bit of props to Florida. They had some good rotations, they had some good breaks, but unfortunately they just seemed to slow it. I don't even know if they slowed down. I think it may be New York getting better as it went on.
And I feel like it was the rotations. You know, we've seen Florida have those spawns over towards P2 to kick things off. Got a nice little start, couple of little flips here and there. But those rotations from Subliners, as I said, when it's come down to rotational wins, 57% of the time, it is a CDL leading statistic. Subliners are the best team in the game at doing that, and you've seen that to the maximum level in that second rotation of Hills. I think they maybe won every single rotation when it does come down to it for each and every Hill on that second rotation of Hills, and it made the difference when you can then lock it down. They weren't doing as good of a job at locking it down on the previous rotation, but in the second half of that hard point, that was somewhat dominant. KiSMET, Skyz all popping up when needed. HyDra just being the nuisance as per usual. And Florida Mutineers, it wasn't a bad start, as we can see from the highlights. You know, you get that second Hill rotated in, you're looking good. And it was a decent enough break here towards the back as well. Major Maniac couldn't do a great deal, but releasing some tension for his teammates, didn't then push up through the map. But Subliners, when they were given the opportunity to score big points, they didn't miss a beat price.
They certainly didn't. And one thing I want you to keep an eye on this replay. Watch when we get into our second set of rotations, how close not only the score is, but the slaying. It is very, very tight between these two teams. And I'm fairly certain after that point, it just completely fell apart for the Mutineers. You can already see just how out of control it's getting. It wasn't that far difference for the slaying wise, and then it got really, really bad. Skyz, as well as winning towards P2, completely shut down the push by himself. Here's the snap. There's one. Already weak. 24 health. Major Maniac's looking out of the water, but down he goes.
Nicely done from Skyz. It's those kind of moments, though, isn't it? You've got those X-Factor players on this New York Subliners roster that, honestly, we knew they had. We didn't see enough of last year, of course. A change up in the roster, and things are working oh so beautifully. 250 to 143. The hard point, as expected, has to be said, does go over towards the Florida Mutineers. But aLLeY, Search and Destroy is what's coming up next. Hotel Control, map number 3. If we need it, we'll see Hotel on hard point, map number 4, and Embassy, Search and Destroy to close things out. It's still a quite evenly sided series here, though, Bryce. Some of the videos caught us a little bit off guard, has to be said.
Well, that's the thing, I think, realistically, and to borrow a football term, a game of two halves, although this isn't going to be both halves of it. When the hard point, we knew New York were going to come into this as the heavily favored team. Florida Mutineers have not been playing particularly well when it comes down to, well, any hard point, realistically. But their S&D has been the difference. And that's what they'll be relying on here. Get back into this, same old story, try and hit the Neslo against New York. A very difficult prospect, simply because Florida, they are kind of lagging towards the bottom a little bit of our power rankings and our CDL standings at the moment, Tuck.
But one of the reasons that they haven't been very much down towards the bottom is their search and destroy, which is what's going to be coming up next. The man in the top right corner of those cams in Havoc, very much leading the way in terms of those initial engagements. But somebody I want to shine a little bit more of a light on is Vehicle, actually. He's leading the league in bomb plants right now, 37, and alongside that a 0.94 KD. That's quite impressive, considering some of the other bomb planters who really do that dirty work for their team are nowhere near that kind of KD, outside of somebody like Simp, who is, well, just a bit of a freak of nature. That's, you know, we expect that from him. But he's the guy that's taken a little bit more pressure off his teammates to then be able to do a little bit more. They've got another leading stat line in search and destroy as well, and that is Brack leading with 75% win rate in his opening duels. And that's just allowing players like Vico to get into those positions. It's making it so easy for teams like Florida Mutineers to manipulate these search and destroy rounds when you've got somebody who's so reliant on planting those bombs, actually finding kills alongside of it, and then Brack who's able to find those opening kills and giving you those advantages straight from the kickoff.
No, I agree, and I think it is interesting. Maybe we undervalue sometimes the bomb planter. We know it's a more difficult decision, and realistically, a lot of the community and even, you know, the stats we put out, it's all about KD. We don't talk about how impactful it can be to get an early bomb down, or how difficult it can be and how that will affect your stats at the end of the day. If you have to make a move into a position where the enemy team is know you're going to eventually, because they are literally guarding that place, you are more likely to get picked. You are more likely to get caught after the bomb plant. You are less likely to get a trade. It all kind of factors in. So getting that many bombs down and, you know, still winning those S&D rounds and getting away with it, it is one of those intangibles that we may not talk about as much as we should.
There's a few things we can delve into. Intangibles, tangibles, all over the shop, Bricey. As we head into map number 2, this is very much favored towards the side of Florida. 4-0 with a 68 round win percentage, including 78% on those offenses. And that is largely down to what we've just been talking about, those bomb plants coming on through. It happens a lot here for the side of Florida. Retaking has been an issue for New York as well, so expect that to be a game played by the side of Florida. Plenty of bomb plants, plenty of holding down as best as you can. But can New York prevent that? I think that has to be their job.
Well, let's see. This is where we find out. Is the difference big enough? Florida Mutineers, over and over again, it's been S&D. And it's straight into this bomb plant. We talked about it before. Vehicle, he goes for the fast plant. Already gone down. Still a 4v4.
Curious setup here from the side of Subliners. As that first blood goes that way, as does the second. HyDra slipping the net, but Major Maniac Vehicle answering back, but it's Major Maniac left. 1v2.
Let's try and pull this out here. Has a sniper. Probably wants to go for the peek in case he's there. He's going to jump down with a pistol, but it's not going to be enough. Priestahh will get it. KiSMET gets to the fuse, and the fast start from Florida falls to bits.
And that one is doable for the side of Major Maniac if the bomb's planted in the right place. So around the other side, he's never going to be able to find a peak. And okay, well, maybe if you're Florida, you haven't necessarily set up for that. But a really solid retake for the side in New York. I said it's something they have struggled with. Only 33% of the time able to get that back. Florida planting 72% of their attacking rounds as well. So that's going to have to continue to impress and continue to improve for the side of New York. They start with a 1-0 retake. Lovely stuff. KiSMET opened things up. HyDra from the back. And it was a naughty little setup over towards Radio Tower side. Skyz going for the pick off the rip, but it's going to be a 3-man hit over towards mid here for both teams.
Well, that's a big push from KiSMET here. Tries to get that first blood. Hasn't worked out for them. And now they're down a player on the attack. They also don't have control, but Priestahh brings it back to a 3 versus 3, and now will run for his life.
Fucking on down. Priestahh just trying to stay alive. Not a lot of info here for either team. It's Florida Mutineers, Wolf packing up together. Skyz looking for any information over towards the top side, but a bomb plant is on the offing, but Florida Mutineers very aggressive.
Skyz hasn't seen any bit. Vehicle comes around, but Brack will get him before then. And now Priestahh and HyDra in a little bit of a difficult position. They're trying to figure out how to get this one sorted. They know they're outnumbered. They know they've lost map position as well. And Major Maniac being very sneaky on the roof.
Oh, here we go. He's going to hear them HyDra.
The first. Easy.
Like an elephant pushes through. It's easy stuff for the side of Major Maniac. And I like the aggression downfield side. Sorry, Bryce. They just kind of set up down that side, and they can easily transition. They know if they start pushing towards them, well, okay, it's going to be hit over towards the field side, and they can easily push themselves back into the bomb side. They're in positions to retake important areas, like up top office, down low towards that bomb site. Nicely done from the Florida Mutineers.
I think for New York, one of the issues there was they kind of hesitated. They were a little bit unsure of where Mutineers had gone. And by the time they had lost their player watching over them up top, it was a little bit too late. They just didn't know where to go. They had no idea information. They had no idea of how to enact a game plan once they had lost all those power positions for them. But Havoc already going straight through here. This could be another fast plant for them.
Skyz has chosen not to be overzealous and try and go for the retake on his own, but look at number 2, Priestahh. He's the one that can maybe set something up. Well, he could have, but he's dead. Brack will find the kill on the flag. Now a 4v3.
Vehicle just playing this corner. Just trying to hold it down. He knows he's got some watch from field. Door's going to go open, and Vehicle calls it perfectly. KiSMET laying down doesn't do anything, but it is going to be HyDra who goes in against Havoc. Skyz up top, looking for one. He's still going to be a 1 versus 3 if he can do it, but gets gunned down before he can do any more damage. And the Mutineers get another round on the board.
Vehicle doing fantastically around the site there. The setup for Florida Mutineers, yes, it's so important that they find that initial kill. That flanking player and Priestahh is dealt with. All of a sudden, you only have to deal with the front, and it's Vehicle who finds all of the other 3 players on the side of Subliners. Picking up as many kills as... I think he picks up multiple kills as much as he does pick up just the single kill. And, well, there's your OpTic team warming up, of course, but that's game number 2. We're still in game number 1. Florida Mutineers now. Gotta be feeling good about the search and destroy. 2-1 to the good. But we can't stress it enough. They need this map, Brycey. They need to continue this one.
They do, and Vehicle gets 2 with a long bomb. That's a 6-1 start for him. That is ridiculous. The double A's went through. Clearly something they've practiced. And New York, well, this round is over for Ghana's Vehicle. It's a 6 streak. We talked about him planting bombs, but he's just laying them out now on this map. Priestahh last alive is a 1 versus 4, but he's almost got no hope. He guns the first, Vehicle gets the second. That's 7 for Vehicle now.
That may well be an ace for Vehicle. Does he pick up that final kill as well?
I think he got it.
The 2 with the mid, the 1 in mid, and there you go. Give him the ace as well. Shout out to Javi. 8-1 from him. Fantastic start. Here's the nade. Kaboom! Straight on the stairs. Oh, KiSMET and Co, you can't even get into the place you need to defend the bomb when it goes down. Lovely stuff from Mutineers. 3-1 to the good.
Clearly a practice set up from them. The break works out. Vehicle picks up the kills and probably didn't have the greatest of map 1s, but map 2, completely different story. Havoc actually 0 and 4 onto this one, but doesn't really need to get the kills if they're still winning. KiSMET, though, takes down Havoc instantly. Major Maniac does get one back already.
Something I kind of picked up on round number 2, it felt like Subliners were setting up for Havoc in a certain kind of way. Well, you can't set up for this. Or can you? Trophy system, will it work? Will it not? Let's find out. It worked.
It did, but they know he's here, and they're waiting for him. Skyz knows it as well. And Major might be able to be the player who finds him. You can see him going all the way around here. Skyz is going to get cut down, and he does. Nice. Vehicle gets another one. HyDra left alone in a 1 versus 3. Might actually have permission, but I think they're waiting for him. They are. Vehicle knows exactly where he's coming from. Shuts down HyDra before anything can occur. And the Mutineers, there's a reason they've been dominant on S&D. It's a reason why we knew this wasn't going to be all plain sailing for New York. 10-1.
A wonderful game out of Vehicle so far. And you do love to see it. You know, some people in the community questioning his place on this Mutineers lineup. Has he really performed to the level as a lot of people would have expected? But I don't think he has to be that guy putting up serious numbers for this Florida team. Right now, though, he's doing that job and doing it well. 9 spree for Vehicle. Got to stay on board with him, haven't we?
Well, he certainly did. Let's see how high he can fly. For this first push, and there's a player in the corner. He hasn't seen him. He's going to get cut down by HyDra, surely. It eventually does go down, not able to get it away from it. First blood to New York, and it's a big one.
Look at this high setup. Havoc is here. Well, Havoc's dead. Oh, is he going to get away? Surely he's going to get traded. HyDra and KiSMET are there. And that aggression that comes in from Havoc is all well and good, but if one of your players trying to watch your back is already dead, then that's a difficult position. Speaking of those, Brack now in a 1 versus 3.
Let's see. Is there magic in the tank here for Brack? Well, he's on 4. He needs to make it 7. Times against him. They all know he's going to go for the reach out. Oh, he's going to go for a big reach out. Flies out and falls down.
Not much you could do there. Vekl was the... I want to say the further advanced aggressor, actually, by the side of Mutineers, and I wouldn't say that's typically his role. It's obviously usually Havoc pushed up there, and maybe Vekl kind of play inside the bomb side, try to be that awkward little player to try and find a pick before they do get in there. Even if he gets traded, he's there to find those first bloods. Brack can't find it. Vekl can't either. HyDra opens things up, and all of a sudden, if you're Havoc, you're that guy that usually runs forward with cover, and well, you had none of it. 4-2 still to the forward Mutineers, still looking comfortable. Havoc yet to get on the board.
Well, let's see. Because when he usually plays this map, he's a thorn in the side. Priestahh. Is he going to see Major Maniac? I think he did. He's looking for it. KiSMET is already going for a very aggressive push. Looking to counter here. And they're flying in, but there's nobody up top. Checks the bomb site. Nobody there either. We'll eventually find somebody as they're clearing this out step by step.
And Florida are getting a lot of information here. There'll be a lot of sound cues coming on through. They'll have a good idea that some people are on their flank. But when this bursts into life, it is going to be fast and frantic, and whoever comes out on top should be the one to win the round, should have that number advantage.
The problem for Florida...
It's awkward positions.
They've burnt a lot of time here, and it's not really a good position for them to rotate to B, by the way, unless they punch through. They don't know who's wading over towards white. They don't know anyone in the back. So this is it. They're going forward. They're going forward. They want this map positioning, but no kills have gone down, and that time is almost over. Skyz finds the first one. Major Maniac goes for the trade. 3 versus 3. The Mutineers still have to get this bomb down as Vekl finds another 11 and 2. It's a 2 versus 3. They're going to have to go for the plant now.
And where are Subliners set up? HyDra in the bomb site. It's not something you want to see if you're a Florida fan. Vekl through the front door. HyDra already waiting. The time has just ticked on by. HyDra a second. Is it going to be a third? It doesn't need to be. Major Maniac finds one. The other nowhere near. Subliners. Because of that flank, as you said, it kind of give Florida information, but give them the information they probably didn't want. 2 players behind us, right, but where? Where do we actually have room on this map? And in the end, the gunfights just went on far too long. Mutineers, no room to breathe, no room to move. Another round over towards the Subliners.
That was the biggest issue. Without being able to get a pick in that position, they didn't want to rotate inside because they didn't know exactly where everybody was. They couldn't rotate back. Well, a lot of the times we've seen Florida Mutineers basically go out towards B when they hit a stalemate. At that point, they had lost their flank. They didn't want to go that direction. And realistically, the clock killed them. They had to make moves they didn't want to make because they were patient, but New York were just as patient, giving them no room.
Major Maniac looking for the opening pick here towards bar. That sightline we see oh so often. Could give himself 7 and 3. Could have been it if he aimed a little higher. HyDra flash ruined only. Major Maniac will back on down, but time is ticking. 30 seconds gone. Subliners yet to make any inroads over towards the A site.
Gotta be careful. KiSMET is gonna get caught there by Major. HyDra goes for a chat as well. It could have been 2. He's gonna do it again. Major Maniac just doesn't get that kill, but already in a great position. 2 versus 4. New York have not made a step forward.
Brack wins his gunfight as he so often does when it comes down to search and destroy. Trade comes in. HyDra down. Skyz will find Havoc, but it's a 1 versus 3 now for Skyz. Make that 0 versus 3. Florida Mutineers still in a comfortable spot here in the search and destroy. Subliners have threatened to come back here, but Mutineers 1 round away from tying the series up.
One's looking a little bit scary, but Vekl's on a 13 and 3, and I think Brack's playing well, Major Maniac's playing well. Havoc, not so much, but with the rest of the team taking all of your kills, there's not much you can do, Ton. There was a question coming in here about some of these map picks, because realistically, New York let this get through, and from what I can tell, I think New York are playing themselves. They're not playing Florida. They didn't take this map out of the rotation. They thought they could have a good time on it, but at the moment, it doesn't look like that's true.
I think they were maybe a little bit more worried about a player like Havoc, the one causing issue, but I don't think they would have thought they would have been Vekl. Vico finds his 14th kill of the map after HyDra does take down Brack. Havoc with the drop shot. His first kill is an important one. Now a 3 versus 2. Subliners need this round to stay in the map.
And look at all the dancing going around on the Mutineers side.
Look at Skyz.
Finds one with a pistol and gets away with it as well. They are looking for this trade as well, but they haven't found him. And it is very, very passive from New York. They are looking to just pick and move.
And Priestahh used that as a moment to find himself a little bit of a better position. Popped his dead silence, moved and stood still. But Subliners, are you ready for this push over towards B now as the Florida Mutineers have made their way over Skyz, you sneaky little beaver? Vico is waiting. There's another one for Vico. 5-3. Oh my god.
No! I cannot believe Vico got away alive there. Don't know how he did it. That was almost like a Neo, just bending the bullets around him. But Priestahh in a 1 versus 2. He knows he has to take these players out as well. Doesn't know where that second player is, and he will eventually get caught. The Florida Mutineers will walk away with that one. And that's what they were looking for, the bounce back. Their bread and butter and S&D.
And it's new hairline Javi who gets the job done for them. The Florida Mutineers coming out, and it's Vico, the star of the show here. What a game from him. And I said throughout it, we were saying that he has been one of the ones who have maybe had a little bit more scrutiny on them throughout this Florida Mutineers roster. And you can't say anything about that. 15-3.
We're talking about his bomb plants.
I know.
Didn't really need him that much. Just kill everybody instead.
Look, they started giving it to Havoc and Brack, and he started doing the business. You see, you don't need me on bomb plants, he says. What a performance. 10 non-traded kills this year and 9 spree on top of that as well. And kind of the way we thought map number 2 would go. It felt like a bit of an awkward pick for the side of Subliners. We didn't like it. And I said they kind of went to veto their own worst enemy rather than actually get rid of something that Florida are very good at. And clearly in this case, iLLeY is one of those things.
Yeah, it's kind of that veto strategy thing that we've spoken about before. Do you ban out their best maps? Do you ban out your worst maps? How do you figure out you should play it and try to figure out the other team? Obviously, we knew iLLeY was incredible for Florida Mutineers. New York did too, but said, hey, we'll still take them on. We think this is probably better for us on this one, and they banned out some of the other maps instead. So we'll see. We'll see if that plays out because we've got more S&D, more control, more hardpoint, all coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere. This is the Call of Duty League.
Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We have New York Subliners going up against the Florida Mutineers. And at the moment, it sits 1-1, a very much predicted scoreline for most people. New York handily took the hard point. Florida Mutineers shot right back with their S&D prowess.
And as we expected, the S&D, you're very right, but I don't think any of us were really expecting it to be Vehicle that took over the map. Did so well, of course. We highlighted the fact that he's been the bomb carrier for the majority of the time for the Florida Mutineers, and maybe the stats in Search and Destroy of still being relatively good. That would have helped his stats along quite nicely, but heading into in control, for all that Search and Destroy, aLLeY was looking good for the side of Florida Mutineers. This map in particular, Hotel Control, looks fantastic for the Subliners. 5-1 record for them. This should be pretty rough for Florida. I would say probably rougher than the Search and Destroy was for the side of New York. New York Subliners emphatic at this map, and it really has been the attacking rounds that have been doing the job for them. 85% of those offenses they are winning, and if you look at Florida, the lowest win rate on defense as well. So this tells a story, and we believe New York Subliners should walk away with this one pretty handily.
Well, the only thing to find out is if the stats do ring true here, and well, that's a big start already. Priestahh opening up, KiSMET gets the second kill as well. HyDra the third, and only Brack trying to stem the tide, but already New York making a move onto B.
Lovely opening break. Florida Mutineers, no answer to it so far. It's always that B hit that does come in quite early for some of these teams who tend to do a little bit better, and HyDra setting up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, everybody dead. Subliners now in a perfect position. B already gone. Florida Mutineers yet to really get on the board. Only one of Subliners have died so far.
Oh, that's great counting there, Ton, but
thanks, mate.
The story is at the moment, Florida Mutineers, nothing on this map so far. The first tick of A is going down as well. Can they send this tide, or is it just look to the next round already? KiSMET laying down, having going for a chow. He gets in there eventually. HyDra gets the trade for him as well. Mutineers, though, looking to regain control of this one, but HyDra's still going. Surely not. Even trying to pre-spray every single angle. He's on his own, but it doesn't matter. Skyz flies in. He goes down as well. New York will have to take a breath now and re-attack this from the right angle.
New York have to take a breath. Florida Mutineers get to. Now take a moment to get themselves set up. Trades going on in the mid-map, but look at this wrap immediately coming in from Subliners, spawning over towards the glass side, and that will force them to have a nice easy rotation on the flank. KiSMET is going to be the one that's setting up the play here for the side of Subliners. HyDra does get taken down in the mid-map, but KiSMET towards the back should be a massive issue for the Mutineers.
He's going to get through first, though, and he finds a player. He's going to win the gunfight. He does. But he needs his teammates to win some gunfights in the rest of the map, Ton. This is now crucial. KiSMET knows he's in a good position, and that's why the Mutineers have pushed in the kitchen. But here comes the squeeze. They're going to hit this from every angle if they can, but they need to win the gunfights. KiSMET cannot do anything here without support.
Gunfight in the middle of the map is being won by the Subliners. Spawns for Mutineers, though, way out because of KiSMET's positioning. Now the move is going to start to be made. The rest of the Subliners now need to keep on moving. KiSMET, though, he's going to do it himself. That's 2 for him. 1 player left towards the kitchen. New York Subliners are sniffing him out, and it's about 2 ticks about to come in. Florida Mutineers all from the front now.
Again, Skyz is the first, and he's just going up and down and looking for the angles everywhere. Havoc going to try and deflect when he pushes, but he gets the first, looks for the second, and he's gunned down. KiSMET has made a huge play. The patience to hold at the back, waiting for his teammates. And eventually says, you know what, I'll do it myself. Into the point with a 2-piece. Breaks open the defense. And the Florida Mutineers were looking to try and regain after that B hit. Just couldn't find anything for the rest of the round.
And the KiSMET play, yeah, okay, we can highlight the first 2 kills that he finds when he eventually finds his way into the A site. But what he does is manipulate the spawns there. He pushes into Jewel, Florida Mutineers are then spawning all the way towards Spa. Whereas because of the push that originally come in, still Subliners are spawning relatively close. Nicely done from the side of Subliners to kind of pick their way through the Mutineers. And KiSMET was the catalyst for that. Now was the push going to come in from the side of Mutineers. Looking over towards B, Skyz ready and waiting.
He was tempted to get out of there then, but he saw the trophy behind him and went, all right, I can wait a second more. I don't have to go anywhere quite yet. And they're looking for as well HyDra with a huge first pick into bedroom. You already see Mutineers really want to push this. They know they have a little bit of bedroom control as Major Maniac finds the second one, but Priestahh will eventually gun him down. Oh my goodness. Priestahh cuts down this attack. 2 from Major Maniac, but the better 2 were from Priestahh in the end. Major Maniac gets a 3rd. And New York are feeling the pressure here of the Florida Mutineers. Let's find out how they are coping with it in the comms.
We're dead. He's on the cube. He's on the cube. On the cube dead. Nice. Mike, long. Oh my god. Mike was here. Yo, couch. They didn't cap this. They didn't cap this. Couch. I think couch. Watch out. Nice job. Cheap thing. Yeah, they're gonna be a fast. Take your time. Yo, connector. He Colt's looking at me. He went to the point. Pushing up. No, I'll go to. I'll be still alive. I'm coming to help you. No, I couldn't, bro. My bad. For me. 2 on A. I'm going B. You're blocking? Yeah, they're spawning kitchen. Go, Phil. I'm Phil. I got you. I'm going deep left. Are you feeling or not? Yeah, we're feeling. Yes, yo, he's cat room, bro. Cat room, I hit him with an aid. Blocking. Miss that time dead. I'm one shot. Nice shit. One more time. I'm with you. Connector. I'm one shot. I'm weak. Storage. Got me. Storage, one shot.
The comms are flowing on New York's side, but not as well as HyDra and KiSMET are. Huge score lines from them, 14-6 from HyDra, 11-4 from KiSMET. But will be Mutineers who eventually get A under control. 1 minute 25 left on the clock and 15 lives. Can they make this happen?
Subliners just trying to close the gap as well here themselves. Tighten the net, so to speak. KiSMET finds that kill onto Major Maniac. How many highlight plays have we seen from KiSMET in and around Jewel? Mutineers now pinned back just a little bit. HyDra getting aggressive as well. And for the Subliners, you kind of got to rely on Havoc here. He's found a little bit of a route out. And they find this kill over towards Skyz. And that will open up bedroom for Florida Mutineers. That's the way you want to be pushing.
They're trying to make a move forward as well. Havoc is looking for the players in every single corner. Problem is always going to be here for Florida's. Now they have to double back, and they're not really putting pressure on New York. If anything, they're just having a little bit of a treasure hunt. Where are these players? And eventually he's going to find him. Havoc pops a deadie at just the wrong time. And it's not so much pushing towards B, it's just trying to get anywhere near B at the moment, and Skyz gets another. Vehicle eventually finds Priestahh. He might dive out for this one, and he has. It's the chance.
Big chance. KiSMET now is the only one here. He could have found that kill. It would have been huge for Vehicle, but the rest of the Subliners now pushing through mid-map. For Mutineers, if you're going to have a chance, this is it.
What was an opportunity has swiftly disappeared. Vehicle last alive, and he's still trying to find that 5 versus Priestahh. It's a big kill there for Vehicle, but down he goes again. And 5 seconds left. HyDra on a 5 spree. HyDra on a 6 spree. His stats already are ridiculous.
Big round from HyDra. And honestly, he's kind of just like, I don't know how I've survived so long. It was a push through from Kitchen on the original attack over towards B. For the side of Florida Mutineers, where it all really started. He was spawning them, forcing them over towards that glass side where the Subliners were already set up. So not only is he helping his team by manipulating that spawn, he's killing everyone who's trying to retake that kitchen side. Any approach over towards that site, HyDra invited it. Laughs around the camp from the New York Subliners. They gotta be feeling good. 2-0 to the good here. HyDra is 20-6.
Well, 6 deaths in 2 rounds of control. That is actually something to write home about at the moment. They go for a very fast A push. The only player going to be here is Havoc. Can he stay alive long enough? They know he's here as well as HyDra comes flying out and wins the gunfight. 7 streak for HyDra. Even I think he was disgusted by that shoot. And now, I think already the Mutineers have given it up. HyDra's over there. It turns out they're afraid of water ton.
Yeah, we got a good example of that map number 1 as well. Yep, HyDra shoot gun very well. That is my analysis on this one so far. 21-6. We're seeing a couple of streaks go on Control Hotel, aren't we? HyDra's, well, 10 away from breaking the Simp record. I wouldn't put it past him.
Wow, that is a tall chance, but we'll find out. HyDra now sitting pretty, looking for this first kill. He's going to get it as well. That's an A streak for him now. Flies out and is going to go towards the back. The rest of the Mutineers are falling like dominoes as New York want to end this right here and right now. There are 2 players left in bedroom. And that's their chance, that's their opportunity. Those players have to stay alive and make the difference. HyDra versus Havoc finds the first. Thank you very much. That's a 9 streak now. He might not even get close to Simp's record because the game is going to end.
I think that might well be the case. Vehicle behind. He's already found 1, but is this progress just progressing that little bit too fast? HyDra eventually does go down. Good retake from the side of Mutineers, and honestly that is made by Vehicle, finding the kill, dipping and staying alive, because then all the Subliners like, oh god, there's somebody in bedroom, turn around, the rest of Mutineers straight through Spa, onto the point, clear them out. But at a disadvantage now, 23 to 19 is the life difference, but they have a little bit of location over towards the bedroom side. They can just try and stay alive as long as they can, which wasn't very long.
It certainly wasn't. Røkkr going to try and come through HyDra, dropping it. It's not going to hit anything though, and originally with Priestahh getting a second kill, that tick is almost done, and so is its control. It is a clinic. It is over. It is done, and the Mutineers again on the respawn. Just nowhere to be found. HyDra has gone berserk on that. And the Mutineers, it doesn't even look like the same league.
They speedrun that, Pricey, if I'm honest with you. I felt like we've been playing Hotel Control for about 5 minutes. It may not have even been that. HyDra takes over. And honestly, like, it's just the way they manipulate the spawns to their advantage every single time. And Florida Mutineers are constantly stuck in between a rock and a hard place. You're not spawning anywhere you want. And when you are spawning anywhere you want, there is somebody from Subliners there. Most of the time, it's HyDra, who drops 24 on your forehead. A really big game from him at 3-0 on Hotel Control. Very, very dominant from the side of our Stage 1 champions. The Subliners looking hot heading into map number 4.
Yeah, and hot is the only way to put it, because that was one-sided. Florida had some highlights, but realistically, it was the New York show through and through. And if you're asking yourself what it looks like to be one of the best teams on the game, going up a team that has struggled infamously in respawns this season, well, it's pretty much as we expected.
And I said it was mostly the HyDra show, but the whole of the New York team doing their job. When you've got someone like Priestahh and Skyz who can just lock things down so well, you can then allow players like KiSMET, allow players like HyDra to spread their wings, let them off the leash, and they can cause that kind of damage. 3-0, and it doesn't flatter them. Hotel is where we will stay for hard point. And I think a lot of people kind of had this down as a 3-1. It's looking that way so far. Florida Mutineers really going to have to step up here in map number 4. But if Florida are to get a hard point, Hotel might be it. But it's still a tall order. It's still a tall order.
Yeah, statistically, there is a chance. Florida have played Hotel Hardpoint 6 times. They've only won it 2. On the other side of it, New York have played it 7 times. They've won it 4. They've only lost 3. It isn't their strongest hardpoint. It isn't their weakest either. Fortress is actually New York's weakest, but it could be the second best thing. There is a potential, a possibility for Florida here. The dream can remain alive. Can they get it back to S&D?
I think for the Mutineers here, preemptively just diving into this one, rotational side of things for New York is always so strong. I mean, across each and every single one of the 5 hardpoint maps, we have a rotational percentage. They're ranked 3 on Fortress, ranked 3 on Hotel, ranked 1 on Embassy, ranked 5 on Mikado, ranked 3 on HyDra. They are constantly there first. It's because of guys like KiSMET, guys like HyDra, who will find those routes, and Priestahh and Skyz are the ones there to back it up when they do win that rotation. It's why they are so strong at that mode. Their break percentages aren't necessarily sensational on any of the maps, but because they don't need to. Majority of the time, they're there first, they're picking up so much time. So for the side of Florida Mutineers, how is your breaking going to be? Are you going to be able to out-rotate New York? You really it's going to come down to some of the S&Gs making some smart plays, but Florida Mutineers right now look kind of despondent. That was really a beating in map number 3. They need to bounce back here in map number 4.
Yeah, I think the problem I'm having here is I'm trying to look at the positives for Florida Mutineers. Statistically, yeah, this matchup isn't as far away as it could be, but I don't know. For me, it's one of those ones where New York just look like a better team, Tom.
They really do. I mean, there are not many teams who can go up against New York and look like the better team. It's very rare that we have seen that since the start of this CDL season on Modern Warfare 2 and Florida Mutineers. I think, unfortunately for them, it's not going to be them that break this duct of New York Subliners constantly winning. The control, it was never going to be the case. The search and destroy for Subliners it felt like kind of like I want to say that they want some practice on some of these maps. That's kind of what the veto process told us in a certain kind of way. No disrespect to Mutineers, but it's a good time to try out some good search and destroy. You're going up against one of the best if you are the Subliners in terms of search and destroy. Florida have very much been there, but everything else has looked poor. It's looked below average, to say the least. And Subliners running away with this one. Bryce, map number 4. Here we go.
Yeah, this is going to be it. And I suppose the obvious thing to say here is bear in mind, New York are the team to beat at the moment. The champions from Major 1, they have continued looking forward into Major number 2. Potential titans of the CDL at the moment. Florida Mutineers really are trying to overcome a mountain. But anything can happen on the CDL, and we'll see if it happens on Hotel. HyDra is the man we'll watch because he had such a good game under control.
And yeah, for the side of Florida, yes, it is very much about those rotations. Just try to counteract what New York obviously do so well. I mean, you don't need to actually be alive, though, for this to happen. It's a clean wipe for the side of Subliners. Major Mutineers. The next on the chopping block doesn't quite get taken down. It's a good start for Subliners. 20 points already over towards P1. That's quite significant.
Well, this is where it gets a little bit dicey. That P1, obviously, can get you some points. Realistically, most of them look, oh my god. I don't understand sometimes how they manage to transfer like that from player to player, but HyDra looking for 2 players. They are going to go and try and challenge him here, and eventually Vika will manage to get him. 2 work together.
And if you are somebody tuning in who is a huge Scump fan, if you're looking for a new breed of SMG player who can maybe not do things quite as well as the King could at his peak, or not yet at least anyway, HyDra is one of those ones who can light up any game, and so far so good. Rotation is here for the side of Florida Mutineers. They've been successful when they have found this rotation, but there's a HyDra inside your rotation. There's 2. The jump up will cancel the 3rd. Major Maniac does well to find 2 himself, but Priestahh with 2 of his own. Back and forth between these 2 Subliners are in.
Eventually, HyDra comes and helps him out here as well, and yeah, that was a huge break from New York. They put the pressure on Florida all the way through. And I think Priestahh may push out. I'll say that he's popped Teddy to lay down. No, he hasn't. He is eventually going to push out as well. HyDra's already hitting this rotation. He's going to be sitting in kitchen waiting for the Major Maniac as he gets another kill. 7 and 3 for HyDra. And there is not an easy way to stop him.
Priestahh there on the other side as well will clean out the glass side. Information will come as soon as he's starting to be shot in the back, where the push is going to start coming from for the Florida Mutineers. It's down this side. On a spin will be Skyz. And this is not a bad setup here for the Mutineers. If you move quick, you're at 2 versus 4. But will they know now there's a Subliner starting now to converge through the middle of the map? Big fight about to happen.
This is where the squeeze has to come in. Vika maybe first through the door, and already trades are flying for it, and Vika wasn't really done an awful lot. Just stayed alive, and been a problem as HyDra picked up the weak player. HyDra will pick up the second player, because of course he will. Why not? HyDra just keeps slaying them as right to the door. Brack dives in, guns against him. HyDra gets another kill here. Hasn't died in kitchen on a 5-string. Eventually runs out and goes down. Skyz has his vehicle, and it's peekaboo, and Skyz wins the snake off.
Oh, Major Maniac will go in and find that final trade. It's about 18 points that the Florida Mutineers sorely need. Rotation again, New York again, the first ones here. The Mutineers cannot keep up with them at the moment because they're having to fight for so much scrap initially, because they're so far behind. The rotations are getting more difficult. The score will get worse. 11 and 5 from HyDra. Skyz 5 and 4. It's just a clinic so far from the Subliners. Rotation is there. Vika is behind though.
Behind and will cause a problem. And dive out for it. Knows where Skyz is. Goes for the shot as well, but Skyz wins that gunfight. But it may be just enough. The rest of the Mutineers have swarmed in off the back of Vehicle finding that original kill. HyDra is still
yeah. I mean, problem. 14 and 6 from him. Mutineers now. This is going to be a rotational win. 30 seconds to go. You might want to chalk it up early just to get some points on the board at this stage. When they have found rotations, though, on this map specifically, their last matchup, they won half of them. 5 out of the 10 times we had hills come up, they won that rotation. They held all 5 times for a majority score. They need to start doing that pretty quickly. Only man here from the side of Subliners is KiSMET. He's being dealt with. A rotation finally from the Florida Mutineers is going to go their way. You need some good time here.
This is it. This is everything for them. The pressure is mounting. They cannot afford to fall further behind. New York have slowed this down now, probably looking for a perfect break, but already losing a vehicle, finding 2 from the corner. Will eventually be traded away, but it will slow down all of New York for it. Major Maniac has to try and come out of the point here. The kills aren't really going his way as HyDra doesn't care. HyDra just comes through. They've instantly wrested that away from them. And now Vehicle has to back up in the kitchen.
As said, when we came into this game, Subliners, in terms of those break percentages that we talk about so often, haven't necessarily shone on that. 7th, only 20% of the time they find the breaks. It feels like 100% of the time they find the breaks. And 100% of the time it's HyDra, the first one through the door, but this time around they're not going to hold it. Vehicle will find 2, Skyz will fall. It's an easy break for the side of the Florida Mutineers for 10 seconds. But that's their problem right now because of where the scoreline is. They need to break for those 10 seconds. They've got a rotation again. They have to force New York to try and do something. As the Subliners will clean up, they want to make that push through kitchen. That's very apparent. The whole time that they've now fought over. Our Mutineers ready and waiting for this.
HyDra in a bad position. Major Maniac will pick up an easy kill there in the end. Vehicle will get a second one and a third.
Where's the spawns?
We'll wipe them out. It's a split. It's a split. They've got 2 kitchen. They've got 2 going to come through the bedroom now. And Vehicle's going to look for Skyz as well. Is he going to be picked up for it as well? No, Vehicle continuing to put the pressure on. He's now on a 5 streak. Florida Mutineers are putting the hurdle to New York just a little bit. More time here is exactly what they need as Vehicle's on 6.
And that's all of a sudden a streak in the back pocket, a potential route back into this game. Last couple of hills have been so much better from the side of Mutineers, but you need to start winning your gunnies. 15 seconds to go. This is nearly a full 60 for the side of Florida Mutineers, and this is a kind of full 60 that gets you back into a game. Keep an eye on Havoc as well, as that rotation is going to start coming in. The spawn out for Subliners over towards Restaurant might give them an indication that Havoc is here.
Well, not that big of an indication. I love Havoc coming in and making a 2-piece done, and they've managed to get that away. And could this be the comeback? Could this be the chance they need? Florida Mutineers are fighting back from a massive deficit. Eventually will lose P1, but still fight a Major Maniac's here. He's looking for HyDra. Nades flying in both directions. He eventually does go down. It may not be the P1 that decides it. So I think Mutineers not only need to just get enough points off of this one, but make sure they lock in those P2 rotations.
I mean, in all fairness to them, it was 100 points at one stage. They brought that back down to around 50. Skyz is going to be the one on this rotation, though. He's already set up inside of lobby. Florida Mutineers are being forced to spawn out. Eventually, New York are able to get some sort of hold on these spawns towards back duel, towards the lobby, towards Spa. That's where you want to be locking things down. Priestahh, the first line of defense, is going to find Vehicle. Is he going to find Havoc? Of course he is. Priestahh really turning up here for the squad. Needs to lock this side of the map down.
Trying to stay alive, trying to play his life as much as possible, but his time might be numbered. I say that he finds the first kill. He's going to fly off!
Oh my!
That's a huge challenge. He continues. Eventually taken down by Havoc, but it took all 4 players for them. Priestahh really trying to make sure the Mutineers can't mount any sort of a comeback. And now the push has to come in. The Mutineers, it's lethal range for Subliners, and all the kill feed is yellow.
The rest of Subliners having to do absolutely nothing. Priestahh nearly found all 4 pushing over towards Jewel. And that really has put a pin in this second hill. Oh, here we go again. Skyz, Priestahh locking it down. The ARs are crispy. As is that scoreline for your Subliners fan. It's going to be about 2:40 before we head over towards P3. The slaying continues. The point scoring continues for the side of Subliners. They're showing their pedigree now as Florida Mutineers starting to spawn out just that little bit as well. Attacking towards kitchen. The Subliners are here. They want to end it with a bang.
Well, this is it for the Mutineers. Holding kitchen or go home with a loss. At the moment they have control and the spawns. Skyz looking for the first one. Major Maniac holds him down. It's a good start.
If you're Florida, you can't make many mistakes here. The setup starting to come in from Subliners. Florida Mutineers, the one caveat you have is that you have Brett coming in around behind them. If you're New York Subliners, you need to start moving now.
Oh, not a single kill. Major finds one single trade. And that'll basically be it. The Mutineers have to run and fly, but even then, I don't think they have the time. It's going to be the New York Subliners who clean up. Another clinical respawn from them. And a 3-1 it ends. The Florida Mutineers' troubles on respawns continue. And this team has got to be so exasperated. For every bit they are great at S&D, they don't match up to the majority of the rest of the league when it comes to hardpoint and control.
Well, the say Search and Destroy wins championships. It doesn't really win you many series, if I'm all honestly. Florida Mutineers, you need to find something, because the subliners, look, okay, let's give them the credits as subliners here. That was a monumental performance, specifically on Hotel. Map number 1 got a little bit scary here and there. We haven't seen much from them on HyDra. Maybe there's a good reason for that. Their second rotation hills was so good. But on this map specifically, Priestahh locking down where he needs to. HyDra's first one through the door, and quite often that guy that's doing those rotational fights for you. You kind of speak about those, what do you want to say, the rootman gets paid kind of stat line that we go with. HyDra does that, and alongside that finds this slaying as well. It makes it so difficult for teams to try and find these breaks, to try and find these rotations, because there's a HyDra there 99% of the time. And that is a dominant scoreline on Hotel. Control 3-0, 250 to 160, and map number 4. We kind of thought this was the way that it would go. Florida Mutineers, great on Search and Destroy, not that great on anything else.
Yeah, you are right. I mean, realistically, silver lining is going to be New York, the #1 team in the CDL right now, against Florida, who are down about 8th and struggling to find consistency in their game modes. But we are going to throw it over to our desk to break down everything we've just seen. Puckett, over to you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and excellent work as always to our casters. Shout out to the Flank Watch Party. Also, Scump Live with a huge watch party and a crazy subathon. Go join up on that in between the break. But let's break this game down, because beforehand, aLLeY, you called it might be a 3-0. Florida holds strong in Search and Destroy, but Ant, you said Florida has to win Control Game 3 if they're going to win this series. This was not a 2-3-5 victory. How do they fix that moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. You look at these hard points. It's like Florida, one, their rotations are pretty awful, but they're going to get up against a better team, right? So the odds are stacked against them. I look at this Florida team. I just don't see a playmaker in hard point. Like, nobody there is making plays on the rotations, getting the big kills that they need to. It's going to be a struggle for them throughout this entire season. That second rotation, HyDra, was just horrendous. But speaking a little bit more about the control Puckett, I was saying they had to win it coming into this series, but there was no way. Like, you're going up against New York on Hotel. It's the best Hotel control team we have in the game. HyDra and KiSMET just had their way with them. Florida were just down and out when it came to the series.
aLLeY, what makes Subliners so dangerous when it comes to this map in particular? What did they show you in this series?
It was honestly just the slaying power, to be honest. I mean, New York actually isn't even like one of the better control teams. They're just overall a better respawn team. And the issue with Florida is they didn't get the LSCL control, which they desperately needed, because Havit and Brack actually are very comfortable on that map. As we saw on map number 2, they are forced to play that HyDra in that first map of the series. And you're going against the #1 rotational team in New York versus the 10th breaking team in the Florida Mutineers. This series just wasn't laid out for them, and unfortunately went the way everybody expected.
Bad matchup for the Mutineers. Great matchup for the Subliners, who are still on top. They have the #1 seed right now if we ended things going into Boston, and I don't see anyone in their near future that's going to cause them problems. Let's take a look at our scuff play of the game, because everyone from the Subliners were cooking today, and they were doing it from the water. Look at these HyDra battles. Gunny after gunny, underwater, didn't matter. Skyz, I think he had 6 different pistol kills on camera tonight. The man is just getting the job done. And Nameless, you were saying it's not just HyDra. Skyz, a big player when it came to these hard points on rotations in his own right.
Yeah, I think the respawns are relatively easy for New York throughout this series. You could have picked a couple plays from any of these guys. But what I saw in that game 1 out of Skyz, I was really impressed by. Some of the big rotations out of him, that P2, to really get the lead in that game. He made a huge play, popping 3 in the back with the scars. So just giving Skyz some love, man. I think he might be the X.
We had Skyz on the show last time. Today, I want to bring in he's not a new face, but he's new to this show. He joins us for another interview. It's Priestahh joining Headquarters Live. Priestahh, how are we feeling, man? The numbers look phenomenal for the Subliners right now.
Oh, we're feeling good, man. We're just flowing really good as a team, and we're just excited to keep playing.
Congratulations on another huge win. Honestly, you guys are looking completely unstoppable. I wanted to ask you, the HyDra, I remember we were talking about it on the desk. We were like, we think this is just a map pool test, but the map number 2, LSCL, obviously Florida's best S&D. Was that one also a test, or is that a map you guys just felt really comfortable on in scrims and wanted to pull out into the series?
Yeah, Asilo is a map we're trying to get a lot of reps on, just because we haven't really played it much. We played it in our last match, and we're playing again today. So we're just trying to get reps on it, just because we haven't played it much, and just get more comfortable on it, so we can widen our map pool a little bit.
So P-Dog, you know, a lot of people, I feel like they've been really critical of you over the years. You know, we've seen some tweets and stuff of people giving you your love now on how many championships you've won, how good you've been over the last few years. With this roster, though, now it seems like you've elevated, like you're back to frying like you were when you first came into the scene. What's the biggest difference for you on an individual level? Because you've really been lighting it up.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me is just realizing when I need to play selfish and not trying to do too much, not trying to help everyone at the same time, just kind of doing my own thing, doing my 25% of the team, and just focusing on just winning my gunfights and just doing what I need to do.
You're doing it well, son, and it's showing in the numbers. I have to ask you right now, you're the #1 seed if we're going into Boston tomorrow. Is there anyone that you feel you might match up closer to? Because this was a great matchup for the Subliners going up against the Mutineers.
Yeah, I believe we play Atlanta FaZe next, and we played them a while ago, and they're looking really good in scrims, and I know they've been grinding, so excited to play against them, but I think they're going to be a tough match for sure.
All right, cheers, man. Looking forward to that showdown. KiSMET, work on your wiggle, bro. You got to get loose with the wrist. That's the Subliners, another big dub. That's my man Priestahh, and we're going to see him later this weekend against Atlanta FaZe, his old team. We got to go to a quick commercial break, but before we do, reminder, tickets are on sale right now. Come show your beautiful faces live in Boston, February 2nd to the 5th. It's at the brand new MGM Music Hall at Fenway.
I can't wait. And honestly, I think we're going to get sold out soon. So y'all better go check it out, man. Go to CallOfDutyLeague.com and see if you can get yourself a ticket. It is going to be a blast.
When we come back, it's match number 2 of the day and our first look at the new OpTic as they take on a struggling Seattle Surge. Does Surge get back on track, or is it OpTic walking away with a W? We find out after this.
The Crim 60s at least able to get one. 1 versus 1. Scump, Cellium. Scump goes in, tagged up, backed up. It's Cellium with the cover, and Scump's gonna have to back away for now.
The Maddox advantage.
Scump goes through, and Scump snaps with the one-on-one, and OpTic with the reverse sweep.
The Call of Duty League sends out amazing newsletters before each major tournament, curated with premium content for CDL fans. Scan the QR code on the screen to sign up today. You'll not only get the latest CDL updates straight to your inbox, you'll also be entered to win a free 2023 team pack.
It's a special moment. How you doing?
Oh, I'm on top of the world right now. I'm telling y'all, we have worked so hard day in and day out.
Your champions, give it up for them, OpTic Gaming.
5 times you have tried, and you now are finally holding it in your hands. What's this feel like?
It's a little bit heavier than I thought, to be honest with you.
But he's gonna get close enough in Chicago.
Just every single day, always improving, always learning, going over VODs, going over setups.
Scump for the win.
Oh, that player's got a shield.
Oh, he wins it! He wins it! Scump gets the dub!
Oh my gosh, he's going crazy!
Oh my gosh!
We do it all, and I hope that it showed for you guys.
He's so hyped.
It's come across aBeZy is able to get both. Did he see it?
Scump gets it done again!
Plenty of time to work with. So something happened here. Over towards that top right side of the screen once again. Second hard point now. Scump. Oh, hello! It's Scump to fight 2. Can he break it open on his own? The king lives on! And it's all fall for Scumpy!
You still haven't killed the king. He's gonna be here for the flank. 3 seconds, and that's gonna be it.
Well, kill. Take care of him. Can he get there? No, he can't!
Oh my God!
I mean, what a round!
Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. If you have been asking, when does OpTic play? Well, the answer is right now. And for the first time in a decade, they'll be without the king. Scump surprising us all with his announcement on Monday. He's retiring, stepping down. We all saw the video on Tuesday. The community, the tears came flowing. But there's a lot to still be excited about if you're an OpTic fan. But this is a huge moment in Call of Duty history, and I mean, other than that 1 year OpTic LA existed, it's really been this man's team.
100%. You know, we talked about a lot in the pre-show, Scump and his impact to Call of Duty. You see the resume right there. Well, guess what? You no longer have that on the OpTic roster. He's doing his watch party. He's going to be watching his guys, supporting them. But this is a new team, a lot of unknowns. We're all curious to see how OpTic comes out here, but I think they're going to be decent, man. I think this team, they have a lot of pace on it. It's the passing of the torch over towards Shotzzy, Dashy. It's a new squad, and I'm excited.
$1.18 million in prize money. He's got that in subs right now over on his channel. Check out Scump if you want to show some bonus love throughout the day as we celebrate the retirement of the king. But looking back, if you missed the pre-show today, we loved it. We had so many awesome clips. Our amazing editing team finding these, going through the history books, putting all this together. And iLLeY, I feel like there's just countless pictures, countless moments of this guy celebrating 30 victories in his career.
And it's stuff that you can all go back and look at. And I think that's something so incredible at today's day and age is that you can go and relive it again. I am somebody who is newer to esports scene. I did not join in until about 2019. And even sitting here, I get chills hearing you guys talking about it, hearing the community talking about it, and watching these videos and watching these clips and seeing these stats. It makes me feel like I lived through it with you. So it's been a sad day, but also a good one.
Scump on the roster on Sunday, retires on Monday. Who fills the void? Well, the guy that you just put on the bench. Dashy coming back into the lineup.
It's so weird.
And I gotta ask, who has the most pressure? Is it Huke? We got 2 Dashies. I'm here for it. Howie,
let's
who
go.
do you think we need to keep eyes on in this matchup today against the squad that finished second at Raleigh and Seattle Surge?
It has to be Dashy, right? I mean, even in the farewell video, it was I'm stepping down so that you can step up, and that is a lot of pressure
Yeah,
to put on somebody, putting them in this position, because should you not perform, it's put Seth back in line, put Scump back, bring him out of retirement, you know? So there's a lot of pressure across the board, but I think Dashy's going to be the one that really has to feel it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's how they kind of put it. Really, it's Huke replacing Scump on this team. Dashy is a monster, though. I expect him to come in, to pop off, to do well with that AR. We've seen him in 8s. Like, the man's been going off. I think it's just a little bit weird, though, with how the circumstances of him not being on the roster.
Yeah, I was
him
going to say,
fitting back in.
what's the theory now? Did we see this coming all along if you're OpTic, or was this just happenstance and now you're forced to play with a guy that you almost made an enemy just a week ago?
Yeah, I mean, I think for OpTic, I mean, they'll probably come out and have a video explaining exactly how everything went down. But, you know, Scump, he's getting ready to retire anyways. He was running an AR. He knows how good Dashy is, what he brings to a team. So OpTic's smart. They have a good management over there. Deciding to bring Dashy back into the team makes the most sense.
And of course, we know OpTic, they have been able to invest heavily in their young guns. And I think the new face of the team, he may be going by the name of Shotzzy, one of the most talented gamers that we have seen cross multiple titles.
He is, man.
He's on Call of Duty, and this guy plays so unique. I think that's why he's garnering such a massive fan base.
Yeah, he's got elusive movement, second to none. He's the best movement in Call of Duty. He's a playmaker. He goes out there, he gets it done, and he's just exciting to watch. Like, he has one of the most fantastic screens that we have in Call of Duty, similar to like Scump early on, right? So it only makes sense that he's the new SMG demon, or, you know, the new king of this OpTic roster. I'm looking at Shotzzy to step it up, though, for this team as well. You know, it's big shoes to fill when you're looking at Scump and what he was able to do within his career. Also, to be somewhat of a leader for these guys, especially in Search and Destroy. I want to see him making those plays like we saw in that last match versus Boston. That Mercado, he's getting pushed up. He's getting those first bloods. That's what we need to see out of them. They have to be good at Search and Destroy, especially in a series like this.
It's going to be a great series, and I'm told this series is ready right now. Keep in mind, Seattle Surge 1-5 when they're playing online. They got to right the ship right now as we send it to the casters, Miles and Chance.
Thank you very much, Puckett. And wow, a first for many of us. First time in 10 years, you called it earlier, mate. A new era of Call of Duty begins today. An exciting one at that. And wow, man, I'm excited to see how this team goes. Chance, we've been talking about it to no end for so long now. And they're going up against a very, very tough opponent. Seattle Surge on the downward trend, but that doesn't make them any less dangerous. Let's find out how this one goes. Many, many people across the internet waiting to see how this one explodes. I cannot wait.
Hey, it's truly too many different threads to even like pull on, just for like the emotional heartstrings of just the like strangeness of not being able to cast over Scump when OpTic is playing on the map. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic. Obviously, more interesting dynamics. You got the Zeo trio back together where they won a world championship last time. They were all in the same thing. You get Dashy off the team, back on the team, good vibes, bad vibes. I have no idea, but if I understand anything about competition, winning solves all problems. And at least when Scump left, he did leave this team on a very positive note. They got their initial win against the Boston Breach. That's how they start off this split. So they're in a strong spot, at least initially. And on the flip side for Seattle, 0-2 right now. The team that got second place at Major 1 right now is staring down the barrel of a potential losers bracket start at Major 2. So that one team on a decent note, one team kind of down in the dumps, and this is the series that's going to change either narrative.
Find out how it goes. For those who are just joining us, welcome. What a day it has been. What a weekend it's been for Call of Duty news, and now we get to find out how this new roster looks. Armchair analysts will be going wild, no doubt about it, but here we go. The debut of the brand new OpTic Texas roster.
And we get them on out Bagger Fortress as well for the hard point. Seattle are absolute demons on this map, and it's because good side, bad side, it does not matter where Seattle shine on this map. It is their breaks. They are the best team in the game at breaking hills by a wide margin. So even if they start in a bad potential spawn trap situation, you know they're going to get out.
So far, Seattle holding on a hard point. Good work there out of iLLeY. Kills coming his way now. We're going to see a short break and a bit of a flip over. No one off from Seattle Surge able to get to the top left-hand side. P2, that's the aim of the game for now. And iLLeY looking for 5th in a row. Not going to get it. Mack's going to be there. A little too hot on the hands. And Huke now getting into the mix, into the kill feed. Nice work. Gets himself a few more. Dead he popped. OpTic doing a lovely job keeping map control for now.
And we get to test that theory early on, right? The breaks for Seattle Surge because OpTic fully clear and set up and getting the initial kills as well before P2 actually starts. And nice little two-piece right there from Huke. That is a 4-spree for him. And for Seattle, the players that have success are Sib and Pred. So if your SMGs can't keep up, you're going to have a bad time. But Huke so far absolutely delivering. Nice little 5-spree. OpTic with some strong time.
Time back in the hands. Looking for the contest now. Seattle Surge making their way forward. Good big kills there once again from iLLeY, the man in the feed right now for OpTic. Holding it down. 2 players there on the point, soaking time. iLLeY pushing forward. 4-spree for him now. We're talking about players who need to step it up, and he's the man getting it done. Can he take care of Mack as well? It's huge.
Come on.
Kills keep going. Oh, nearly, baby. Gets the tags into Pred. Not enough, though. But either way, hard point hands still in OpTic's control. Now you're going over towards Nu and Shotzzy. Can he find how many kills out of this? This would be sensational for OpTic Texas. Oh-ho!
I mean, more than sensational. This is as good as it gets, and Shotzzy fries with number 3 as well. You talk about Seattle being good on the breaks, but how good is OpTic right now on these rotations? A clinical effort over towards Nu, but maybe actually a couple scattered spawns coming through, so the work is on Shotzzy. He just delivers.
6 in a row. Disgusting work. OpTic Texas hold down the hard point. Pace has been set early on here on Fortress. Can Seattle Surge fight their way back into this one? Again, a very difficult hard point to get inside and break. You got to watch out for those spawn flips towards the halfway point, and that's what we're looking for now. Seattle Surge, 3 players through Arch, and Shotzzy. It's a perfect read. It's a perfect shot out of Anthony Cuevas Castro. Gets another couple of kills. It's 8 in a row now.
He's going to be the thorn in their side. He has locked himself in a prison because this will be his new home for the next 20 seconds. He is looking to pierce the setup of Seattle, who want to get set up over towards Nu, but a hiding spot like this, if Shotzzy times it perfectly and gets that initial kill for the break, OpTic are going to be in an even sweeter position.
A dangerous man to be locked away like that, but for now, look, everyone on Seattle Surge, they know Shotzzy's out somewhere. They don't quite know where yet. His teammates finding kills in the feed. Right now, Seattle Surge are in a great spot. They still have to contend with this play. And this will be it in a moment. Sib's in the feed. Eyes up. Oh, good wow. There. Seattle Surge, stay alive. This should be a sweet chunk of time, and time they sorely need.
Yeah, that is a big heads-up moment right there for Seattle. Right down massively in the score line. If Shotzzy was able to break that, the game, maybe it already has spiraled, but certainly would have gotten way more out of control. But Surge with an opportunity. You got a player like Sib heating up as well. He's going to be on a 5, so you're looking for the bounce back. And that feed, for the first time in a long time, Seattle has at least attempted to dominate. And all of a sudden, Dashy picks up 2. The trades are in, and just like that, OpTic break. Maybe only for the final 20 seconds, but that is 20 seconds they'll be happy to collect.
And it was the assault rifle of accuracy, keeping his boys in it for a moment. For now, silence, pinned down, Pred. Big work on the 2-piece there, not able to get any more out of it. Over towards the blacksmith we now go. The anvil will be hot, and these players are striking. OpTic Texas still leading the kill feed, leading the time. A lot of work now still to be done for Seattle Surge. Hard points up, it's in their hands, trophies are down, and here comes the hit. Huke right through the front door. Cracks open the first set of kills. Pressure now on, and it's good looks out of Seattle. Kill feeds all theirs.
Hey, look at that, by the way. The aggressive setup, they put so much pressure on the P2 left-hand side of the map that OpTic are now spawning out, and this is where Seattle could try to set up a spawn trap, but look who's behind enemy lines. It's Shotzzy causing problems, making these players looking different directions, and trying to get you to make sure you can make it out. And funnily enough, Shotzzy actually just spawns out as well. So a lot of work being done by OpTic to make sure you don't end up stuck in this trap. And hey, if you can get the time on P5, even better.
Sweet 2B set from Shotzzy Dash as well. I mean, I want to give a lot more love there to Sib. 15 and 10. He has been slaying his heart out since the map begun. Back and forth we go in the kills department here on the hard point. It is nearly finished, though. We're looking towards a new one. The bottom side of the map. This is the second set of hard points, as you can see from the scoreline, approximately halfway. Great work out of OpTic Texas. Map control once again theirs. Huke's flying solo here, though. No one to help him out. Pred's going to punish him for that. And now, hard point, Seattle Surge.
And just keep in mind for the situation we have on the map, again, the left side spawns is where you want. That is where OpTic kept control of P2 early on. But it is Shotzzy that put them in this situation. Like, we credit the guy for the movement all the time, but he was the one that stayed alive in the archways when he got gifted his spawn and kept his team on that side of the map. So it's the high IQ plays on top of the movement as well. But at the same time, it's like an 80 or 90 point lead that Seattle Surge has just been chipping away at. And so far, they've strung together a very strong P1.
Looking strong indeed. P1, not an easy hard point to find a lot of time on. Still, this is what you have to see for Surge is that top left-hand side. That's where they're going. That's where Shotzzy is. Trophies are here. How many can he get? The first had. Sweet work. Can Shotzzy stay alive? This is a very important moment right now for OpTic Texas, for Surge. This is to keep the game in hand. It's a 1v1. It's a big one. And iLLeY, to save the day, keeps map control in the hands of OpTic Texas. That is huge.
And if you have the map control, you better make sure that you get good use out of it, because it might just get shipped away. A couple of those players actually spawn towards the left side, and it's only one player, Huke, that spawns out. And I say spawns out. He might just spawn in on the pinch, but for the moment, OpTic, you do have to swarm the hill. You don't have a red dot on the mini-map, so you're going to feel that pain, and you feel the pain of the flank as well. You don't have the hill control, but Seattle have fought tooth and nail just to keep this B2 mixy.
B2 mixy indeed. The scoreline's still close, but you've got OpTic in the lead. A perfect time now, for the first time, to go for a listen-in with OpTic Texas.
You might hit close, you might hit close. We gotta hold him. Yo, get the holding. Open on me. Yo, we gotta back up, we gotta back up. No, he got me open. He's just holding open. He's just holding open. He's in the close right corner.
Yo, watch out, maps. Watch out. Yo, two corners right, two going up front.
One shot on the gate, one shot on the gate. Save.
Go top single.
He ran top close, he ran top close. Or top circle, top circle.
Are you? Yeah, I'm about to jump on the truck.
We need to go gate here, guys. Go gate, come gate.
I don't see him in the back. I don't see him in the back. He's top stunned, top stunned.
He's close right, the gate's blind box.
Top right, me.
I'm gonna go front,
I need it.
We can go front, yeah, we can go front. One guy's behind me, P1.
When we are.
He's still P1?
I don't see him P1.
Top five, guys. Top five in time. Top five in time. I'm front of the L.
I don't see time.
Nice, good shit.
Sit on it.
Sit on.
Top plat, one shot, save.
Yeah, close hill.
Save was one shot plat.
He went back to the point. The gate's out.
One guy spawned out.
Back railing, watch in front right now.
I'm in front quick.
In it.
I have a trophy.
Where's top five?
No, holding from front. He's holding from the front. He's still there.
Just trap. We can pull 6.
Okay. Play the trap.
Here, try playing smart right here, guys.
Yeah.
Get a row here.
Yeah.
We're guys top five dead. But yeah, one.
Good comms, Johnson. A great call there. The final words we have from Dashy. Hold them in here. We get a full 60 on the next.
They better, because, I mean, Surge has completely turned the tides. They have been on a massive tear. I mean, OpTic had like 120 to 20 point lead, and since then, the run Surge have gone on has been utterly ridiculous. You try to trap these players in, but I'm already seeing number one on the minimap, Simp. He's at least gotten towards bottom Max. He's going to be working with Mack on the right side, but Shots is there. Doesn't matter. Gets gunned. No trap set up in Seattle, where they're out and about now.
Mack melts him flying in the point. iLLeY trying to hold it down. Gets 2 out of it. Wow. Pred, though, immediately gets 2 of his own. And right into the feed. The Thunder from down under locks down the outside. Now the time taking a Surge.
Oh, that is such a dagger moment, because now Surge have to do the easy thing. They just got to hold on. If everybody's flooding through the right side, Pred could be there to chop them all down. But big gunfight win by iLLeY. At least now you're able to pierce through the back, but you got accuracy on the ground with the Vaznev. Getting kills like that. Surge now about 10 seconds away from winning this game. And frankly, they have the clearance, they have the goods, and they have just strung together one of the best comebacks we have seen on this map. As long as they can get that 250 final tick, and it's not quite yet, but it should be there eventually.
1 more second remains, and we truly do enter a new era of Call of Duty. Of accuracies flying around with submachine guns, it's raiding cats and dogs, pandemonium in the streets, and now Seattle Surge take the first in the series.
aBeZy, that is legit like a 230 point to 15 run or something. That is absolutely bonkers of the comeback Seattle just made. And it's kind of crazy, because I think the hill where Seattle started putting things together was on the second set of rotations, the P1. They got a near full 60 on that like first hard point hill. That's usually difficult to stay alive. It's not contest heavy necessarily, but it's just an uncontested hill. OpTic wanted those spawns for P2 so badly that they traded away that time, and then Seattle instantly on the break towards P2 just broke it down. I mean, Mack was picking up a big 2-piece as well. And ever since that moment, Seattle truly never looked back. And I mean, we called out a few players for a reason. Sib has like a 1.49 KD or something insane on this map. He delivers once again, leads the lobby in slang, leads the lobby in damage, and that is just Sib doing Sib things. And obviously Pred and Mack not too far behind.
Yeah, crazy. We gave a little tip to Sib earlier on, but he finished incredibly strong. Strong start from OpTic as well when it comes to the hard point here. We saw a very, very electrifying opener, but not enough quite in the tank chance once Seattle Surge got things going. And I would imagine that's to be expected. Again, OpTic Texas brand new roster. They haven't had that much practice, of course, with Dashy and Huke in the squad now. So yeah, it's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but whatever we're looking at, great work from Surge. An important comeback for them after what has been a very dry couple of series.
And honestly, you know, you could talk about so many different moments for Seattle because you had Pred picking up 3 pieces, but how about the awareness to find Shotzzy when he put himself in that cage? And like, that could have been the moment of the game where OpTic could have just extended their lead further, but that's where Seattle at least stopped the bleeding and sort of stabilized just a little bit. And yeah, I mean, just shows the whole different ways around. There's the Pred 3 priest we were looking for early on. I mean, it sort of just is an overwhelming force. I mean, Seattle now 4-1 on this map. Funnily enough, I mentioned the best comeback that we've seen on this one. It's either this map from Seattle or when Atlanta FaZe beat Seattle and made more than a 100-point comeback as well. So the name of the games on aBeZy Fortress Hardpoint is definitely runs. And Seattle goes on a crazy one there to start their series off right.
And see how the rest of the series goes. Embassy Search and Destroy coming up next. aBeZy control for map number 3 and a Hotel Fortress to close out the series should we have to get past the hump map. Seattle Surge looking to get this done as fast as they possibly can. And exciting again, just many questions. How the hell does this new OpTic roster go in Search and Destroy? Expecting this team on paper to look very, very dangerous indeed. Control, again, a very difficult game mode when it comes to coordination. We'll see how these guys fare. Again, relatively low amount of practice as a 4 for now. Of course, Scum, we thank you for everything, big man. We hope you're enjoying that retirement already. I'm sure the watch party is popping. But for now, eyes on the youngsters, eyes on the new boys. Let's see how they do.
And, you know, a low amount of experience in this game in like a high, like, you know, pressure environment, for sure. Not a lot of scrims, but just chemistry that the players on OpTic should be almost endless. Like the number of S&D tournaments these guys used to run for years back in the day, on top of the fact that, again, the Zeo trio won a world championship together. So, you know, as far as like roster swaps go, they're never fun. It's never easy, especially not when you lose a player like Scump. But as far as natural chem goes, OpTic should have that in spades. So it'll be a fun dynamic watching these guys in Search and Destroy, because so far this year, pretty much the only theme for OpTic and Search and Destroy has been iLLeY with the sniper on maps like Embassy specifically, where that is almost like the entirety of the game plan for OpTic. That's where they have their most success. I think iLLeY, when he's sniping, OpTic is winning about 53% of the rounds in Search. When he's not sniping, they're only winning about 38%. So they rely on iLLeY to snipe, and don't get me wrong, he delivers. I'm thinking for Seattle, my game plan is to just either counter snipe or play around iLLeY, and if you can manage that, you should have a better time. But I say better time for a team that's on a 5 S&D loss streak, so we'll see what Seattle can do.
See if they can change it. Sib is going to be on the counter snipe for now. He's going to be running the big boomstick. As OpTic have taken an aggressive open here, Pred should be able to get a read here. Will he see Shotzzy just beneath him? The barrel of his gun will obscure the view. If that door cracks, and here it comes. At diddly doodly, back and forth we go. A very awkward engagement. The bomb's already been planted, and Huke's got a first blood.
That is a perfect first blood to get as well. If you can get the bomb down and survive, you've already done your job. If you get a kill on top of it, you might have just won your team the round. And you get the snipe off, but iLLeY's not forced to peek just yet, because, I mean, Huke's got bomb, Dashy's got the flank. OpTic right now have everything on lock. An absolute stranglehold, and a snipe off one by iLLeY as well. The cherry on top to end that round. And I mean, that is a clinical way to kick off your embassy. No reliance needed on the sniper. Everybody doing their job.
Yeah, huge work. Everyone played their part there brilliantly. An aggressive plant. Perfect control on the map. Everybody got their kills. Nice start there from OpTic Texas. The rebound. Now we're going to see what Seattle Surge can do on offense for them. Stunned somewhat by that lightning fast opener chance. And again, Snipes certainly played their role. Not as devastatingly aggressive as they have been. So this time, iLLeY will keep an eye on him with that sniper rifle as well. Civ, I would imagine, looking for the same thing there. He's number 1 on the minimap, and here comes the fight.
Ooh, might be a little danced out of that. Window's open, and ooh, I thought it was going to get closed, and there you go. No fear of the sniper, and maybe no fear of death as everybody falling one by one. You get both first bloods, you get the bomb down to the worst spot possible, and you already know a guarantee Mack is going to be that bomb carrier. So I think they know exactly what's up, and unfortunately no angle there. So you lose Shotzzy, but you still have the man advantage.
It might be the worst place possible for that bomb to go down as well. And Shotzzy and Huke, they were set up to watch over it now. Pred has managed to catch one of those problems out. Deady popped. iLLeY has the backline covered, but you're not going to be able to spot this one. Red's made a bit of noise, but not too much. There's the read from Dashy up top. Good work with attack. All down at accuracy 1v3.
Yeah, again, that natural chemistry. I think Huke was the one that heard Pred cross initially, gives out the call outs. Dashy can watch the push. And Dashy can gun you to bed for the final kill as well. Once again, I mean, back-to-back rounds that are absolutely clinical on the side of OpTic. Everybody doing their jobs. The comms are perfect. The shots are clean. And that time it might not have been a snipe-off battle between iLLeY and Sib, but Huke was there to absolutely shred him. Because, of course, Sib's scope going to be looking a little bit too high, looking for iLLeY. Huke attacks him from down low, and 2 quick and easy ones there for OpTic Texas.
And again, we're seeing the power of the snipe, how dangerous that weapon can be. And iLLeY, the man on the bottom right-hand side of the screen, effective on that second round to no end. Another look here, once again, the SPX in hand for both sides. A lot more noise being made. And this time, oh dear, another for iLLeY. He has been on form with the rifle this season so far. Seattle Surge, that first blood evaporates.
Yeah, I think he breathes the pressure as well, because there might have been a quick chow coming through from down low. But I think right now, especially after he loses Huke, you gotta have someone start to make plays. Shotzzy just gonna get himself traded out, but at least leaves you in a 2v2. Dashy and iLLeY going against Accuracy and Mack.
The Maccuracy duo. They've got a bit of a pinch there. Good job to stop the spree of Dashy. End it immediately. And now, though, oh dear. Can you take care of iLLeY? That's a nice shot. Here comes the pressure. Accuracy's trying to make the moves. Oh my word. Wait a minute. Deady now done. They've got no idea exactly where iLLeY's going to be coming from. He's going to hit all of this. And the fight is on now. 30 seconds remaining on the round. Seattle, surely it's theirs.
Well, he at least can get the bomb for free and maybe pick up a weapon. And when I say free, he actually had to pay a pound of flesh to get there. And he already knows Mack can be up top, but the repositioning, the double chow in perfection there, at least in the 2 versus 1. Out of Seattle Surge, nice bounce back round. And I think that was the old, you can fool me once, shame on you, but don't fool me twice. No quick plants coming through. A lot of grenades landed on that pathway to shut down Huke to get that first blood. So not a difficult adjustment to make, but Seattle deliver. And I will see if they make the adjustments on their attacking rounds as well. Maybe just not fly out of a window that iLLeY just put a sniper bullet through.
Is that the old saying from Tennessee, Chance? You fool me once, shame on you. Fool me, can't get fooled again. Classic, absolute.
Not
classic.
from, well, not Tennessee, from Texas.
Hey, I'm quoting it verbatim over here, mate. Here we go, another round. Max on a 3. Huke, wow, baby. It's a nice opener from Surge. iLLeY and Huke taking care of it. Sib and Pred putting in the work. Can Dashy catch any consolation kills here? Try to level up. There's nothing. Pred, once again, a blistering round out of Seattle Surge. Disgusting work. Shotzzy's going to play this very quietly. He's running a trophy. It might not matter. Whoa! Damn! Sugar! I nearly said it. Can we get that final kill, Cam?
Was that Sib that got it, or was the guy behind? If that was Sib, that was ridiculous.
Whoa! Damn! What a round.
Oh, man.
That's disgusting.
Hey, Sib the Snake getting it done right there. Also, again, as far as adjustments coming in from Seattle, first round, they played it a little bit slow. Took a long time to make a play. iLLeY picked them apart with the snipe. OpTic was comfortable this time. Just light speed, just flying at players and putting the pressure on. And, I mean, breaking OpTic down in that round. So tied up 2-2. I think OpTic now might be forced to respond. And they got a trophy out, so you can be more aggressive on the cross. 2 players made it out towards the bomb. And Accuracy is the lone man as all of his teammates are flanking.
I mean, look, Huke could throw one shoulder and take care of him. There it is. Great work. First blood once again. Huke has been the man for that. Pred right back at it. Good teamwork, Seattle Surge. A wonderfully balanced round so far.
Oh, gosh, Pred a little bit too quick for his own good. And, hey, the coordination was there on the double chow, but that only turns Dashy into the double kill man. And that might just seal the deal. As you can see, Sib, yep, in a triangle, in a pinch. And nice little bounce back round. Quick adjustments by both teams. Huke out there making plays on an island, and Dashy responsible for the flank. Absolutely delivers. I think Shotzzy flanking towards the end as Huke died off bomb. But hey, either way, everybody right now contributing. I'm liking what I'm seeing, honestly, out of both teams.
Yeah, honestly. Again, coming into this one, what, a 4 search and destroy losing spree for Seattle Surge? I think it was. Chance. Important bounce back here, and a tough team to do it against in the mode. You're already seeing that existing chemistry, Shotzzy, Huke, and iLLeY. OpTic with a 1-round lead so far. It's 1st to 6 here in Search and Destroy.
Dashy playing aggressive towards the middle of the map. Pred playing aggressive down low, though, again wins that first blood against Huke. And you've already got the control He's enforced back. iLLeY does hit that snipe, by the way. We switched off at a tough time, but he's trying to keep things balanced. The two bailout players right now, Shotzzy working himself on the flank, but keep in mind accuracies up top in the clutch spot situation.
Oh, the stick. iLLeY makes it a 2v2. 25 seconds. You have to set yourself up for the defuse. Now they're on top of it. Anyone there to check it? Here for Seattle Surge. iLLeY's got eyes on. Over at iLLeY now. Does land the shot on accuracy. That could be it. Mack, he gets one. Can't get the second kill. iLLeY's there to save it. What a beautiful bit of work from iLLeY. The kills are all there. Plenty of time to spare on the defuse as well. That was a 2v3 situation for OpTic Texas.
I do, and an interesting view as well. I mean, iLLeY plays it perfectly. Knows one player's down low. That's why he has the Vaznev out and is just shoulder peeking, because he's waiting for the Chow to come through those lower doorways. But at a certain point, whoever it was, I guess Shotzzy that hops the bomb, just makes the call. Look over me. You got to protect. iLLeY then pulls out the sniper to check the windows, because you know accuracy is going to show up. Nobody's there. He'll chow out the left side. iLLeY drops him. Knows where the first guy is going to be coming from. And I mean, that is an absurd clutch right there for iLLeY and Shotzzy. And again, iLLeY straight up the bailout with the sniper rifle for OpTic Texas.
4 in a row right now.
Oh! Okay, that is an unfortunate trophy.
What an opener. Fred's going to make this round so much more comfortable right now for Seattle Surge. Can iLLeY disrupt that? And the peak on this, the timing might not be there. Mack might be the man to get it done. And he's got the bomb recovered. There's Mack once again. So good work. This is it, surely. A perfect round from Seattle Surge. A magnificent nade from Pred Sib. Is that snipe to take care of Dashy? Good shots out of Bruce, but surely a 4v1, it should be impossible.
I think iLLeY needed to shoot his own trophy there and just shame it for doing absolutely nothing for his teammates, because you watch two players explode and die to a grenade as that trophy's just sitting a couple inches like by his side. Maybe unfortunately placed or maybe perfectly placed nades on the front end enough so the trophies don't actually hit, but
here it is.
Either way, that is the breakdown of the strat. So close yet so far.
Incredible. What a throw. Little bit of COD magic, baby. Pred's got it. Seattle Surge, an important round to get themselves back into this. Only one separating them right now. Can they find the equalizer here, Seattle Surge?
Well, no aggression over towards the B side. You see OpTic have actually stacked that. 3 players were able to pounce if that B plane was ever able to come through. Instead, you have Shotzzy effectively by his lonesome, maybe dealing with quite a few of these Seattle players. And tough angles for everybody.
Yeah, an ankle was definitely spotted there. Oh, Shotzzy. It's an exchange of gunfire. He's going for it. Has the hit point advantage there over Mack. Doesn't let him get the regen. Pressures him immediately. Good work. Huke's finding kills now as well. Here comes the aggression again from Shotzzy. Toe-to-toe with accuracy wins the big fight. Now Pred in the 1v2. It's a fast round. It's not over yet. Pred wins a huge fight. A 1v1. Huke's coming around the corner. Didn't get spotted. He didn't. Huke wins it. The spree comes to a close. Map point, OpTic Texas.
That was so close to being dead silence magic coming out of Pred. He popped it, made the play. Every one of his teammates falls, but he collects every single trade on the map. Nice little snake for the third one. And I think just unfortunate. Pred, I'm pretty sure, didn't spot Huke when he flew across the Xbox. I think his teammates had to call it out for him. But if Pred sees that first, Pred might win that and get the ace and sort of even up the odds, but again, a game of inches is Call of Duty, and OpTic now have a much bigger lead, 5-3. Get that trophy out further. Thank you. And now go for the bomb plant.
It worked that time. Here comes the snipes from iLLeY. Can he get any more this round? It has been a sensational search and destroy from him. Pred, though, on the site. There's the kills up close and personal with a Vaznev. Finds one. Mack with a nade. Shotzzy, though, keeping the play alive. Here goes Shotzzy. Another massive kill. It's a 2v1. All down to Shotzzy.
He is flying, too. Accuracy, though. I don't know if you read it. I don't know if you get the timing or if you get the gunny. 25 seconds left. He knows he's got to fly out and check this bomb, and you got to check it because Civ is on it. It's going to be close. It's Shotzzy quick enough. You can see the diamond, but you didn't defuse. Civ locks it down.
No,
and keeps it there.
He defused it.
Yeah, we're fine. We got it. Unfortunate reload. Unfortunate
We're still alive. It's Seattle Surge. They bought themselves another round. That would have been something else, man. Out of shots. I think did he see him through the wall? He caught him.
Yeah,
the diamond.
if they're defusing the bomb, you see the diamond through the wall, but then Shotzzy had to like double cancel the reload basically, so it screwed up the timing. But he would have got that, being able to see through walls, if not for that.
Crazy. Nades up once again. Sniper's there as well. Can OpTic Texas steal the round fast? That's the goal right now. You will see the bomb get planted now from Seattle Surge. Huke timing. Sweet as ever. No one covering it. A big blunder from Surge.
At least you get the trade. You get iLLeY off the map. You're feeling a lot more comfortable no matter what. So 3 versus 3. Boomstick down, and Sid maybe now has the opportunity to sort of take his time, play for picks, and if you're playing for picks, that's a good way to start. 14 kills, by the way, for Pred. Talk about the main reason Seattle had success.
Oh my. Huke, though, forward he drives the spear right now. The nuke making his way into the back lines here of Seattle Surge. They might be able to get the bomb down. Pred's got to get that done quickly. Accuracy none the wiser. Smoked it. Huke may have done it now. It's a 2v1.
And Huke is absolutely locked into this 2 versus 1 as well. And Pred, he's going to get spotted. Dash is going to see him through the truck. And that information is enough. OpTic Texas get it done on aBeZy. And everybody turning into a playmaker for OpTic in that game. iLLeY with the snipes, you already know. Him and Shotzzy clutching the 2v3s. Shotzzy running rampages when he's by himself. And I mean, Huke in that final round, Huke in the first round, absolutely making plays. And I think Dashy able to collect a couple 2 pieces as well in a few different rounds. OpTic get the bounce back they needed in the S&D. And I would say the S&D woes continue from Seattle, but I think ultimately they played the map very well. I mean, you see how they were playing around iLLeY with the snipe, where they're having like Mack dance on like the AC units or the server units up top and like baiting out snipe shots so Simp can try to connect. So I think the game plan and the idea was there for Seattle. They just got beat.
They got beat. A couple of mistakes here or there for them, not watching that Mack plant in the final moments. So we'll add that to the stat pile. But a lovely bounce back there from OpTic Texas after what was a struggle on Fortress Hardpoint, which they were up 132 to 48 when that comeback started. LSC low control, that'll be the next map we will deal with now, coming up after this quick commercial break. So far, a spicy series indeed. Chance, tons of fun being had here on the Call of Duty League, and I can't wait to see what else happens. First and foremost, so ladies and gents, it is time for a commercial break. When we come back, LSC low control.
Bance to stay alive. Joe does get the kill. Be careful with this. They go for another start. Raiden is going to get the kill there. Scum picks up 2. They're coming around the back. Scumpy with a 3. And he shuts down Splice in one foul move.
He's trying to get
Cerberus is out.
He's trying to. He hasn't managed to.
Wow, wow, wow. It just shows how well, if you communicate and pinch together. Look at this scoreline. You know, more than anything, I think Splice.
Stays alive in the hills, keeps going.
That's not even funny.
How is he doing it? He's cheating.
He has to be cheating. It's 26-9 out of Scum. A minute and a half on the hill. And this is why people call him the best player on the planet. What a performance so far.
Doesn't make any sense right now what Scum is doing in this game.
They're gonna go, just rotate, guys, just rotate, give it up, give it up. Alright. Good job. Nice, if you can get that time, that's huge. Shit, boy! Pretty good,
Scum and OpTic Gaming, Hastro. It is mathematically impossible for Envy to move on. OpTic Gaming will be advancing to our winners bracket semi-final. And now the question is, how many kills did Scum put up this game? He's got 33 seconds to rack up a few more, and he's not looking away from the screen, yelling at his opponents, getting his team pumped up. What a game from him so far. Just a matter of time till it's all over. Envy doing their best improving on an 8-kill spree at the end, but it's just too little, too late.
Oh my God! It's Scumpy's just adding more to the. He's just adding more on the total. It's gonna be dirty. It's gonna be. It's got to be at least a 40 bomb. 45 and 22. Scumpy went off that game, and he's so hyped. And there you go. The OpTic fans are loving it.
Is he just trying to back him up, make it on the Blazing Spring 6.
The curse has been broken. The dynasty has been cemented. They are the greatest roster in Call of Duty history. OpTic Gaming are officially the Call of Duty World League champions.
I'm not crying. I'm not crying, you're crying. Let's get back into the series. We've got ourselves a CDL control just around the corner here. Chance OpTic Texas. What about back there in the search and destroy?
And this is the part of the series now where it's the biggest question mark for me. I think like the hard points, there's clear-cut good maps for both teams. aBeZy very much in favor of Seattle. They get the job done there. You get the hard point on Hotel. That is very much an OpTic Texas favored map. Admittedly, new roster, so we never really know. But even for the S&D, Seattle now on a 6-map loss streak. So I think that's a bit of the expectation. Control, absolutely not a clue. And obviously for this squad of 4, it'll be our first look on it. I mean, right now the record technically for OpTic Texas is 0-2 on iLLeY, but that is also your say it ain't so map. So is it really? And then on the flip side, 0-1 or 1-0, excuse me, for Seattle, but they've only played it once. So definitely an AR heavy map. Definitely a lot of long lines of sight, and definitely a map of like those moments where you can really jump on that B zone and try to get those stacks in. So that's what you're looking for. Keep an eye out for any of those 3 or 4 man wipes by an attacking team. That's where the business really gets started on iLLeY.
We are expecting stack heavy gameplay out of both teams coming up on this control. 2 zones, 30 lives to throw at it in each of these rounds. Dashy so far, not a bad look at the 0.83. Things to turn around in the respawns. Of course, that first time around, Fortress was a tough one for OpTic Texas. Search and destroy right back at it though. In the control, let's see how he fares. We can add to those stat lines so far. Interesting series ahead of us, Chance. I know a lot of the armchair critics, there's tons of watch parties taking place, and I'm sure everyone's got an opinion on how this roster will go down. Let's find out for ourselves here on Control.
And Dashy will be an interesting player to watch on this map as well, because sort of like thematically, like iLLeY would almost be the Simp counter, especially saw that on aBeZy Fortress and playing a little bit faster. The 2 slowest players in the league in terms of like distance traveled over time, it is Dashy and accuracy. Right at the bottom of the speed chart and at the top, you know, Pred's gonna beat to your bot, just straight up opens things up with a 3-piece. That is a very comfortable way to start off your defensive round.
Sweet work on the defense for Seattle Surge. Now Huke is running amok on the inside of the back lines. If he can catch these players out, cause a little bit of damage, he might be able to get onto that B zone a little bit more comfortably. That's where OpTic are right now. Starting to capture the zone very slowly but surely. Huke's spree continues. Good work now. Able to get right back on the point, stop the clock, and keep this going.
Yeah, not a perfect stack though. It's only Dashy by himself, but it wins a one-on-one gunfight between him and Sib, and now Shotzzy, the reinforcements are there. OpTic are going to be trickling in this flood to try to get to this B zone, but I think at this point they're just looking for that second tick before they get too far ahead of themselves. A lot of nades coming through, a lot of damage being done, a lot of attacks slowing this push down, and Duke's doing what he can. They got the second tick. They're keeping the pressure on, and eventually Seattle are able to clear house, get an extra couple of kills, and make sure there's nothing too electric coming through, but already decent stuff coming out of OpTic.
And they're non-stop on the B. You're having to keep Seattle Surge on the edge of their seats this entire time. We have not let up the gas whatsoever. Almost halfway through to finishing the last segment. A big win for iLLeY. A big one for iLLeY. No more to be had there as the boys are going to back on
gone up. Now some space to play towards A for OpTic Texas. Good work out of them. Surge, though, still holding down his field side, still locking down the defense. Over to A, now we go.
Yeah, you see very concerned about the field side as well, playing things a little bit slow on that end, and now Mack forced to just fly into a pinch, and not easy to defend this, but reinforcements are here. Talk about a big gunfight win by Huke in that moment. That could have been a defensive round Seattle could have collected. But now, right now, OpTic desperate to try to add the extra time to the clock. They need this A zone.
Go for that second segment as well. Great timing from accuracy there on the contest. Here comes the fight. Who's going to peek the corner? Nice nade. They know exactly there. The second segment is gone now. So both of these zones, they are on thin ice. 34 seconds remaining on this one. Huke is going to keep the capture alive. Great work here on offense. OpTic Texas still making it work out. The round is not over just yet. And oh my goodness, you've cut the middle of the map wide open. You might be able to go towards B as well. And here we go. An additional minute on the clock.
And Huke's making big plays as well. Incredibly patient on the point. Now he gets to fly a little bit more and making tough gunfight wins as well. Pred simply can't find them. Hates that there's no red dots, and Huke is now beaming from range with the Vaznev. The front man for the team. iLLeY's picking up extras, and now you stop the clock again on this point, and the third tick's already halfway through.
Huke's been the man on LSC so far. The ticks are almost done. The segments, the stack is there. It is over. The first round complete. OpTic Texas take their time and their chances capture both zones.
And Huke has been in elite form. I mean, his stats after the Boston series were absolutely bonkers for the first time playing with OpTic. And even in this round alone, making plays, like the incredible patience that he has when he's standing on the A zone, even when it's contested, doesn't overcommit, has the faith in his teammates to execute on the gunfights. And as soon as he gets the freedom to start making moves on the map, starts gunning people down. And I mean, he had to have had a life where he was live for a minute straight in that moment to go on the 4 spree. I mean, Huke absolutely putting on in that first round.
Disgusting work from him. Seattle Surge now on offense. Let's see how they go. A and B zone, just over a minute to work with, and plenty of lives, but they're starting to get bled out slowly but surely by the guns of OpTic Texas. Here we go. Pred does not let the kill get away from him. Looking for presence here in mid-map. His teammates backing him up as well. Take control of this middle building. You've got the pick of A or B. Looks like Pred's trying to cut the reinforcements out once again, going toe-to-toe with Huke.
Yeah, everybody on OpTic Go sees him. He's been spotted on every single one of these crosses. A player saw him up top. Shotzzy saw him going in both directions, but at the same time, he has drawn a lot of pressure on the top/field side of the map. I mean, it's really only iLLeY even attempting to defend this A zone, but I mean, to his credit, iLLeY is getting kills. So Pred is finally repositioned to get back in the mix, and it has been a very slow effort right now for Seattle as OpTic, they've been holding it down.
Big tags. Lamar gets him second. Can he go up against Dashy now? Low HP. Here comes the nade. Forcing these players out of position. Still keeping it going here on the A zone is Seattle Surge. Big stack now. 2 players looking for the third on the way in. That's going to be a massive amount of progress. Less than 30 seconds remaining on the round. Got to hold this down. Lamar can't win it against Shotzzy. That's a big win. The contest is there. It's almost complete. Mack's got to go big, and he does. Stays alive for a moment. Can he win any more fights? That would be huge for Surge.
I mean, good luck with that one. No, he just gets jumped on, and now I think for Seattle, it's a bit scattered, right? You got a couple players down by A, a couple players maybe leaning towards B, and if you're forced to flood on the B zone with 20 seconds left and you don't even have time to get trophies out, this is looking like OpTic in a very strong spot, potentially to go up 2 rounds to none. You still have to win the gunfights, and iLLeY instantly delivers. Shotzzy out here gunning players as well, and now just 15 left on the clock. You need heroics coming out of players on Seattle, but hey, Sib's trying to deliver.
Here's your hero. He's in the zone. He's capturing it now. Second segment, first segment gone. Big work. Now you got 1 down either side. You're still trailing OpTic. Of course, you have to capture both these zones if you want defense around 5. We'll see how it goes. Crossfire there from OpTic takes care of Sib. An open zone for now over towards A, but it's Huke, the man of the moment. Finally brought down Shotzzy. Here comes the late reinforcements. Accuracy wins it. You're keeping the capture going. 8.4 seconds on the clock, though. You have to stay alive. It's done. The clock is ticking once again. Anyone able to get on B? Yes, they are. We're spinning plates right now for Surge. It's soon to be done. Can they capture A?
They should be able to get the swarm. Yeah, OpTic is going to end up chalking that one up, but keep in mind what OpTic does have is a massive life advantage, 15-8. Seattle, you bought yourself the extra time. You need to slow the pace down. I mean, play it a little bit closer to a round of S&D, because again, you need a clean wipe accuracy there with a nice start. but there's not a lot of map control that Seattle have at all.
No, but again, in control, you get 3 kills. You're able to stack 2 to 3 players there on the point. You were going to capture that bad boy incredibly quickly. 35 seconds remaining here on the round. There's remaining 6 lives for Seattle Surge. They are bleeding out. It's down to 5.
They're just getting picked apart and chopped along the way, right? I mean, you had Shotzzy posted up in a nice little corner for the protection. You get your TAC 56s, nice and aggressive, and iLLeY is a player that has options. Seattle trying to work around to the flank, but Shotzzy's been posted up in this corner for such a long time. Dashy's responsible for the flank, and your final 3 lives of Seattle looking to do the impossible. But again, how are you going to get past a man like this? Shotzzy should be able to just collect these easy kills and solidify the round. OpTic 2-0 right now on LSCLO.
Seattle Surge just unable to break that last hold they had there. Great work again just to capture one of those zones. They now fully trail by 2 segments in the race towards defense round 5 if we have to get there. But for now, good looks out of OpTic Texas. You win an offensive round, you win a defensive round. We have seen it a lot of times though in control. Reverse sweeps do happen. Once you get that win in yourselves, once the momentum kicks in, it is very, very possible for a team to just run away with a map. Seattle Surge, the comeback starts now.
And obviously we know the comebacks are possible because I think what we saw in the initial like aBeZy Fortress hardpoint was a guy like iLLeY absolutely balling out while he's doing the exact same thing here. But Seattle, if they can turn it around once, they could try again, but that is not the start that they wanted to have. That is instead OpTic just punching him in the face. I mean, OpTic won the round of attack when Pred opened things up with a 3-piece. Now you've adjusted your break, and OpTic in a much better spot now.
Hyper aggressive in the first few rounds. They were so all over Seattle Surge. They smothered them into obliteration, and now they're doing it again. It's a force brief for Dashy. Get that trophy out of my face. He's capping A alone.
And I mean, look, you got pressure all over the map as well because it might be a very slow A capture, but Huke in prime position to be annoying, get an extra couple sneaky kills. iLLeY's going to be calling out these players off spawn, and I mean, Seattle, they are being funneled into theoretically easy gunfights. Dashy knows where he has to look, wins the first, and at least the trades come through for the next. Huke still the man alive behind enemy lines, and honestly, the B zone is open. This is the more difficult one to get, and this is where OpTic now have the pressure.
2-man stack again. It's Shotzzy nearly getting the cap done. Huke's looking to slow down the reinforcements and slowing down. He will. Can he get the kill? That'd have been huge. Big win for Mack. 3 kills now for Surge. It's 3 down for OpTic. Last man alive on the point. Backed on up. This is a great opportunity for Surge. Push the front line forward. Take care of Huke and see if he can win out that next 50 seconds.
This honestly could have been a moment where things just spiraled out of control and would have been dire for Seattle, but now they put themselves in a good spot. And look at how the map is just turned on its head. Now you get Pred behind enemy lines doing what he loves to do best. And OpTic right now has 3 arrows just to deal with him, and he has bought his team so much time. Where now accuracy can be worried about the right side of the map. Mack can just play kill collection. And now you're stuck in your spawn. 22 seconds left to go. You gotta fly towards A.
Incredible stuff. Pred buys you 20 seconds. Mack essentially buys you 20 more. And accuracy's looking to get the next 15 seconds here if you can win this fight. Pred in the prime position now to pounce. There's Dashy. Smokes him. Next man up shouldn't be a problem. Great work, Seattle Surge. A couple of stellar individual plays. And the team has certainly sprung to life. It's 2-1 here in control.
And that is, in effect, a pretty big shutdown round as well. Only a tick comes through on both zones, so 2 combined. Not a lot of success. And again, if you're just paying attention to the minimap, I mean, especially when Huke is behind enemy lines, his teammates get the free run over towards that B zone. That's a minimap that looks like, oh, OpTic are going to win this round, and literally just perfect gunfights. I think it was Sib that was able to pick up a big 2-piece as well. But everyone on Seattle executes. They get the map control, and I mean, a few players for Seattle, you know, the stats don't always look the best when you're playing from behind like Pred, but as soon as you get him in position, that's where Surge start to dominate and ended up taking over that round.
Again, I'm talking about momentum. Let's see if it keeps going. Shotzzy just out of the line of sight there, perfectly obscured there by the balcony. Sib's got no idea he's so close. What a spot to be in. Take note, Mosh Pit and future ranked players. Top side of LSCLO now all safe and sound. Sib looking to catch these players out. Again, tension. As we slowly start the caption, Shotzzy. That is so annoying. Wow, you know, what a pain in the ass.
You do not need to see him to kill him. Shotzzy knows all. I mean, he's showing off that he can see through walls on the embassy, S&D as well, so might as well do it on the control. But looking for some sort of map control right now is Seattle. You touch the point for a second, you just get picked apart. The B zone has been partially left open, but OpTic in position to be able to look at either zone that they need. A nice little spread on the map, and dear God, what a gunfight win by Mack.
There's a flying double lariat right there. Just put Shotzzy on his back. Broke him in half. Still the time ticking. You got 25 seconds. You got to get going. Seattle accuracy is way out.
Oh no.
Way out. He is far and away. 2-piece for him. His boys are on B. Slowly getting this one done. 2-man stack. Accuracy is living for it here. We're talking about the slowest player in terms of space traveled in the league.
God.
He's done a ton here from the top of this hill. The king of the mountain right now. Accuracy. Does anyone have what it takes to rip those pixels? He just keeps farming them, holding it down. This is the top of Mount Accuracy, and he is its king.
He has just dragged these players so far away. I think Shotzzy eventually got bored and just doubled back, because if you're OpTic, you have to go to this A zone. Like, accuracy is causing problems, yes, but you got to make sure you keep the pressure up. And accuracy legit playing with MW2 spawn traps from back in the day, to the point where now he's rocking the Vastnet. Finally, he dies, and finally OpTic able to make it out to defend the A zone. I'm very surprised Seattle weren't able to convert that a little bit quicker, but they still have the pressure on.
He ran out of ammo. That was his great downfall, man. Somebody feed him. Incredible stuff. That spot has let his boys get into this one. iLLeY now trying to catch out somebody from the top side there of the map. There it is. Mack's going to be the first to go down. Press straight back into this one. iLLeY again eats him alive. Good work out of iLLeY. Huke there the third. Defensively, they hold. An accuracy pin trap brought down. 4 dead Seattle.
Yeah, and iLLeY looking to collect some of his flowers right now, because in terms of slang, he has been just on a different level coming into this split. And you got Pred trading out kills on Huke, but still that map control goes. Dashy's the man behind enemy lines. A nice swarm on the bottom of the map. I mean, OpTic for the moment have all their bases covered, including iLLeY up top. Flanks on lock. And Huke can see this coming from a mile away.
Oh, but he can't finish it. And they might get the job done. It doesn't. Accuracy somehow.
Okay.
10 seconds remaining. iLLeY once again from atop the tower. He is the man to deal with right now. 8.8 seconds. You've got 1 player now 2 on the point, slowly capturing it. Seattle Surge, this is it to stay alive in the map. You've got to go absolutely wild. Here comes a hit from OpTic. Trades in the kill feed. Accuracy versus Huke now on the close left. Huke wins a big one. Can't get the both though. Dashy! Oh my God! Lamar stays alive. The contest. The 1v1. The kills are done. And it should be over. 5 seconds now. Fly, Pred, fly. Anyone able to get in there? No, he went the wrong way. What are we seeing? Pred's in. Shotzzy gets it. Madness. Absolute madness on aBeZy control.
And madness in a way that who knows who the hell was gonna win that round at any given moment. Seattle have you in a spawn trap. OpTic breakout. OpTic have this set up around the zone. Seattle find a way. I mean, we're watching accuracy. Not only spawn trap lock it down, but getting drop shots with the Vaznev as well. But not good enough towards the end. OpTic hold on in a nail biter of an aBeZy control right there, at least for that final round. But again, iLLeY is the guy in my mind that has stepped his game up tenfold, especially when it comes to the slang. 24 and 14 right there. He has been pure class, start of this split, leading in a Major II. So iLLeY's man that has risen to the occasion, obviously playing out of the Toronto Ultra facilities, I do believe. So credit to a few different teams involved, but 2-1 lead right now for OpTic, playing incredibly well, even with the brand new roster.
Big old family here in the CDL. Everybody helps out everybody. Unless it's in game, in which case we're absolutely going to rip you. But there we go. Highlights across the board here, friends. What a spree from Huke. We saw some nice kill pieces there from Pred. But from Huke, man, I mean, talk about very, very strong positional play. Same from Shotzzy here when it comes to defending this B zone. This is a horror house. Like, it's pure evil. There's so many boxes, so many positions you can hide behind. And those players abusing and using those to the greatest of effect. Good stuff there from OpTic Texas, clutching up in an incredibly tense round.
And even just to talk about the round that OpTic lost, I think if Huke actually wins one of those awkward gunfights against Mack where you're like snaking off by like a grill that's on that back patio, I think OpTic end up just getting the 3-0 there. But even where they fall, they bounce back. Just an awkward situation of like, you're sending in reinforcements to kill accuracy up the hill, and he's just like picking you apart. Honestly, kind of miraculous that OpTic held on to that one at all, because again, it's just one of those times you look at the minimap and you're just convinced that one team is going to have the edge, but you never know what's going to happen in Call of Duty. And I think Seattle are not prepared for what happened to them there. as OpTic clutch up on the defense, deliver themselves the extra round. And I mean, more good news for OpTic Texas. As far as the hard points go, 4-0 record on Hotel Hardpoint. That's where we're going next. That has been their bread and butter. So I think if you're an OpTic fan, you are very happy about the way the series has developed, at least after that how Bagger finished.
Crazy. I had this at 3-2 in the old pick'ems. How are the pick'ems looking, chat? Hope you're all doing great so far in today's matches. Very interested to see how this one goes down. But yeah, another hard point now to go. And again, for OpTic, a good thing indeed. Let's see what happens. I'm still kind of peeved. In my mind, we should still be in a CDL control right now. That was an absolute banger. I wanted to see that final round. But hey, you don't always get what you want, do you, chat? But now we're almost ready to get into the hard point charts. High-level thoughts again. OpTic seems to be looking very strong indeed. Seattle Surge, is this the comeback? Can they get it done?
They can get it done, but again, it will be very difficult for them. I think Hotel, for both of these teams, they find most of their success on P2 and P3. I think OpTic are one of the very best teams in the game on this map, on just rotations in general when it comes to Hotel. But I mean, what has become almost like a theme for these guys is they always like to win the rotation towards P2, and they're so efficient at just getting a player out into kitchen. I mean, even last time we saw him play against Boston, I think Scump like maybe 2 times around, literally sitting in a corner in kitchen with 30 seconds left on the old hill just to try to set his team up for the rotation. But it's a similar sort of vibe for Seattle, where it's P2 and P3 where they had their most success. But I just think OpTic thus far, I mean, again, 4-0 record. They're a little bit stronger on the holds. They're quite a bit better on the rotations. You see second compared to 5th. And obviously, if you have Seattle, who are second overall in the actual holds that they get, very important to beat them to the punch. But again, P2 and P3, those will be the money makers for both of these teams. That in my mind will be the likely difference maker of if either team just makes the mistake. Like, if you can just make sure that whoever gets P2 doesn't chain it, then you can have like a shootout on the rest of the hard points. But both of these teams capable, OpTic especially, at connecting those 2 hills. And again, if you go on like a 100-point run, you could bounce back on a backer, but on Hotel, it could be devastating.
Good luck, have fun to both our teams as now we get into hardpoint map number 4 here of this series. Towards the middle of the map we go. Shotzzy first man in. Once the smoke clears, let that Vaznev sing, baby. There we go. First verse complete. Second verse still in progress.
Wait for the chorus of the next 2 hills as well, but this is not an easy one to collect any sort of time on for either team for the moment. And you already see players like iLLeY just going towards the bottom of the map, meeting up with Sib just for like these rotational gunfights. So there's important stuff happening everywhere, but Sib takes him down on that one. And you talk about the rotational game right now, Seattle with the advantage, but with 15 seconds left on the actual hill, 1, this could be decent time for OpTic to get, and 2, plenty of time to work yourself towards new. And unfortunately for OpTic, Sib is just picking them apart on the back end.
He's just on the outside of the hotel, ripping heads. iLLeY's going to try to catch him out. Pred's got the coverage there. Great teamwork. Seattle Search back over to Pred now. 1v1 against Huke. Cleans him up. That large lobby, that large, archwayed area is now entirely Seattle Surges. You've got a bit of a hit now from Shotzzy. Sib on the read, makes it a 5 spree. Anyone else wants to step up and have a go right now? The hand is hot indeed. Dashy got his back. iLLeY smoked as well. Nice bit of help there from Mack. Can't give it all to Sib, but he's on a 6. Here comes number 7. Smokes him as well. 8-1 from Sib.
I mean, look, we saw what Simp could do on the embassy when he's getting shot in the back and wins gunfight with snipers. Now you put him in a situation where he just has to L trigger and look forward. The easiest thing in the world. That is why they are so strong on holds. And again, we talked about sort of the theme, getting a player into the kitchen. Fortunately for Pred, he is trapped. But if he can get 1, that's good. If he can get more, that's even better. But he does get traded out quickly, and Sib's going to fall as well. So no funny business there. OpTic locked down the rotation. Nothing too crazy. But again, that is the theme for these rotations. Someone like that trying to make the hero play. But OpTic take care of business. While they got full 60 effectively on P2, they're looking to do the same over towards new.
Good clearance there. OpTic Texas pushing these players back now. Pred right back in the kitchen. He's going to fly. Once again with the hops. Can he get the second kill on iLLeY? Does.
Oh
massive work, man. He fries them 9-3. The break is sweet. Seattle Surge. There's 35 seconds to be had here. And here's another strong looking hold.
I mean, he's just different. He makes it look so easy. There's no like cracking the door, throwing a stun, taking your time. He kicks that bad boy in and just pops pieces before you have a chance to like react. Like, Pred is just too fast of a player. And again, I mean, that's it right there. That's like the name of the game. P2 and P3. Pred's the guy that just made the play. Simp is the one that set them up long term. And those two right now with Mack back behind them, I mean, this is just an astronomical lead you have on Hotel where, I mean, maybe I'll eat my words, but I said it before, this is not a fun map to have to make the comeback on.
That's all right. It's currently brewing, Chance. We'll see if that stew comes to play. Both teams still battling for control here. Sib's on a 6 spree, 14 and 2. I mean, what is this stat line? There's kill number 7 in a row. Sib's still in control. He's got another kill. Shotzzy finally puts him down, but man alive. 10 and 4 for Pred, 16 and 3 from Sib. Seattle Surge, they are here on vacay, and they're enjoying themselves in Hotel.
I mean, you know, one of the rare times we actually Sib fall in this map. iLLeY taking him down, but so far Sib is just making himself a highlight reel. And even when he falls, somebody like Mack is there to pick up the pieces and keep you stuck in the absolute blender. Accuracy belly down, able to fry, and OpTic, they can find nothing on the map. I mean, nothing.
Not a kill for what feels like an eternity. Can Shotzzy finally pop this open? Mack's got him. Accuracy. When was the last time someone on OpTic got a kill? Where? I don't know. It was an hour ago. Here comes Shotzzy. There it is. Gets at least one, but Mack's on a spree. Straight into the point. Dashy joins him because once you pop, you just can't stop. Into the point again. This could be a break. We're on for a fight now. The Seattle Surge have got a little bit of climbing to get back into this, but man, OpTic, what a dry spell. Surge have completely drowned them out.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is a spawn from accuracy or if he has been slow working this flank. I guess he does get dealt with it. Okay, OpTic able to clean house. I was going to say, Seattle are actually set up perfectly for a pinch in that moment. Instead, they get the clean forward down. You hunt down Pred, and you keep that top side of the map under control. So Shotzzy right now effectively the lone man getting set up towards New, but I mean, he can play corners and be annoying all day. Shotzzy gets to roam. His teammates are just trying to get set up around this New point, and honestly, I mean, OpTic making the perfect play to try to make sure you keep this hard point on lock.
We'll see if OpTic can mount the comeback. In the meantime, let's go for a quick listening now on the other side of the board with the captain of the cruise missile, Seattle Surge.
He's back one wall. Hold on, guys. I can pitch run. I can at least do in the back one wall. iLLeY's taking the open. Dashy, kill him.
iLLeY's in the back, one shot. Time, one shot on the left corner, one behind me, kitchen.
Let's see right.
He's in the back, yo. He's in the hot corner of time.
I'm flanking back.
One shot square, long wall. Kyler, right side. Nice. Time, backside, dead. Nice. Front bed. Absolutely. In the corner. One more top down.
Left corner, one shot. That's it.
Nice.
Get that 20. That's good time.
Get that shit. That's big 20.
I'm trying P1.
One
just went long.
Okay. I spawned bed.
One kitchen on me.
Balcony. Dead. Nice.
Start kitchen.
I spawned pond.
Okay, I'm holding the right. Go two.
They're spawning kitchen. I'm in pond. Yeah,
spawning kitchen.
I'm behind the
I'm playing the kitchen spawner. What's behind me? Kitchen dead.
They're all kitchen.
Red weak Dashy last. He's out.
Nice. I'll wrap the turret.
One shot con. Two. One at D. He's gonna be big arch. Everyone's gonna go big arch.
Strong comms, a little bit of desperation from either side there as OpTic not willing to let a single second go. Into the next set of hard points, we have it, Chance. Seattle still with the lead.
Hey, I mean, 50 seconds left on P1, but you already have Pred, you know, eyeing the spawns over towards P2. But for the moment, with the gunfight win by Shotzzy against Pred, OpTic at least on the right side of the map. And that is where the game started to spiral when Seattle just completely took over. And it's the same route for Sib. I mean, he is going deep on the bottom side of this map. So you see the game plan. And I think for OpTic, if you're losing the right side, you're just looking to collect that hill time. Down by about 85 seconds for the moment. Set up to potentially get these final 20, but Seattle are not making this easy, especially as even accuracy flanks are coming through. I mean, OpTic are just like getting put in a trap when they're trying to make this break.
An accuracy flank, I believe, is one of the many signs of the apocalypse. So strap in, ladies and gents. It's happening. 24 and 9 out of Sib, though. He's been the man of the map. It's not over yet. Another lobby's up. Oh, it's a trade, 2 apiece now as both teams still vying for control. Hardpoint, though, in the hands of Seattle Surge. 1 second at a time. They're going to get this one done. Can OpTic get the break here, or will we see that game 5? iLLeY now making his way forward. The kills are there. Lamar back into the feed as accuracy has been a stunner here on Hotel. And massive shots out of Pred. Not able to finish at a range with the Vaznev into the hardpoint. We still go, and oh, baby, it's nearly over now for Surge.
OpTic had the good spawn for a moment. They get picked apart, they break through, but then they just get wiped off the map, and now you're back to spawning on the left side and forced to funnel in towards the hill. And this is just such a devastating spot to be in. You want to fly it old, you want to rotate, you want to do 20 different things, and you are just getting slaughtered along the way. The nade might take a player down, but even for the scrap time, Seattle are going to be, what, 2 seconds away from winning the game? They're just going to need 1 single break on any of the next 6 hills, and Seattle are going to force the game 5.
Dashy can't watch 2 places at the same time, and he gets caught, unfortunately. Mack's there. Hard points up. Kitchen's here. Can Shotzzy hold the line? Wind up punch now from Seattle Surge. Simp has been so good at this one. Pred has been even better at the breaks, now flying forward. Timing good from Shotzzy. Kills are there. Holding down the point. OpTic is still in this.
Good luck with that. I mean, look who's coming through on the flank again. The apocalypse is nigh. Accuracy is in the back trying to get set up. But if his teammates don't win the gunfights on the front, it's not like you really open up the door for that pressure and you buy the time to hunt these players down. So, look, a long way to go for the comeback to actually happen. But so far, it is a good start.
Ooh, a good crossfire. Is the contest. This is big. OpTic on the outside of the kitchen. So wait, the kills are there. That should be it. It should be done. It's over. It's game 5. Here we go. Seattle Surge, don't let it get away from them. A brilliant lead garnered from the mid-game play, and there we go, a late closeout. OpTic Texas, a little bit of work needs to be done there on Hotel Hardpoint, but for now, we see their search and destroy one more time. Can Seattle complete the series here?
I tell you though, the stats I want to see for this map are like the KDs of all the players on P2, and we're look at Sibs because on P2 he took over, and then on P3 how well Pred just did, because those 2 players on those 2 key hills in like those crucial moments completely lock things down and set your team up, right? Sib initially, I mean, 32 and 12, absolutely tippable. Leads the lobby in slang as well because he beat out Pred by 3, tippable even further. But the dude goes on like an 8 spree on the first P2 hill. And now even the fact that OpTic won the rotation over towards Kitchen, well, now it's Pred's turn to shine, and he just kicks open the door, breaks through the hill basically by himself. And I mean, those 2 players just taking turns in the big moments to make the big plays. And I mean, that is why you're responsible for, I mean, 2 pretty dominant hard point wins. The first Hotel Hardpoint loss for OpTic on the year, and I think that is very much a map where they truly felt the pain of not having Scump.
Hey, last time we saw him play what on Hotel, it was Control against Boston. Scump was firing there, and hey, it was a little different thus firing a Hardpoint. But now we have a quick commercial break before we get to this next matchup. Game 5, OpTic Texas versus Seattle Surge. Let's find out who brought the ice today after this.
I'm here with OpTic Gaming, back-to-back gold medalists. King Scumpy, I got a couple questions for you. Some individual, some team. Let's start with the team stuff. Karma, Crim6, get bronze a year ago. Formal wasn't here. How good does it feel to bring these guys a gold medal?
Well, I told Karma and Crim, you know, I had to carry him a little bit because I beat them last year, so I was a little bit mean to them. But no, everybody played so well. I'm so proud of the team. Everyone just did their role, and I'm so happy to win with them again.
It's amazing stuff. And then individually, man, where do we start? A year ago, you take gold. Season 1 MVP, Season 2 MVP, countless victories in between. Is this the best Call of Duty of your life?
Oh, yeah, this is the best team that I've ever had the pleasure of playing for sure.
Where is your cap? Is there a cap for this team? Are you just going to win forever?
That's the plan, hopefully.
All right, you hear it here. That is the plan from OpTic Gaming. They have looked so strong. Back-to-back
Unbelievable first blood. Now the 3 remaining members of OpTic have to now contend with the full might of FaZe. With Shotzzy! What was that angle? The bomb doesn't get planted! Scumpy flies in! Shotzzy on the outside! aBeZy the last one up! And it's Dashy! In front of a sold-out crowd, on their home ground. The writing was on the green wall from the start. It feels a little bit like destiny.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Seattle Surge, OpTic Texas, Game 5. What else did you expect, COD fans? It had to go down to the wire. The debut of the brand new OpTic Texas roster, and Seattle Surge on the downtrend. Tough scenes for them in Search and Destroy. Can they turn it around here in a magical Game 5 moment to win a very strong and I think very upsetting series for many? My pick'ems, though, would be singing, baby. Let's get it. Let's find out, Chance, what happens now in this Game 5.
It will be interesting because I think narratively, obviously, the hot takes are going to be utterly ridiculous for both of these teams. But I'd say more thematically, this is an incredibly important map for Seattle. Like, I think if you're OpTic on the team, I know the fans will go crazy no matter what direction this one goes. But if you lose your first game as a brand new roster, you'll be like, hey, we had a lot of success against a team that just got second. We have to make improvements. Like, that's all fine. If Seattle go from placing second at the major to the point where if they lose this, they would lose 7 S&Ds in a row, completely falling off. They would be 0-3 so far throughout stage 2 and almost certainly staring down the barrel of a loser's bracket start at the major. So this is an incredibly important moment for Seattle to get the win, to get some success in Search and Destroy at all. So these guys definitely need to turn up.
Well, OpTic fans do love a new direction, but for us, the direction we're heading is Boston, baby. Major 2, the tournament is just around the corner. It's what we're all playing for right now. Scan that QR code for more information. February 2nd to the 5th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway, baby. We're going to be bringing the Call of Duty League to Boston. We're going to have a ton of fun. Hope to see you there, pals. In the meantime, though, Game 5. Let's get this one done. Let's get it rolling. Let's find out who wins these points.
And I think Simp is absolutely the player to watch, right? Because again, snipers, no smokes, you know they're going to be present. iLLeY specifically has probably been the second most impactful sniper of this year. Loves to do it on every map. aBeZy, no exception. Starting off with the opening salvo, a couple shots get rung through, but no kills collected just yet. Seattle, though, they're being a little bit aggressive over towards P1.
Yeah, aggression is the name of the game thus far on Fortress. Peek at your own your own concern there, mate. Fred, no, something's up. Just a minute to play with. Shotzzy still holding this angle. Here comes Pred. So sneaky. So quiet.
I mean, that's right on the line. You have to be able to see him, right? You have to be able to see him.
Maybe he can't. This is bizarre.
I don't think he can. There we go.
Finally, Shotzzy's first blood now. You're going to see the go button hit. OpTic in towards the A bomb site they go. Should be able to plant this bad boy real quick. Mack's up, Mack's down. Good work out. Dashy gets himself on the board as well. 4v2. 4v1. All on a Simp.
Yeah, that was a super awkward time to start to exercise in the middle of the map. So Dashy will take the freebie, and Sib will absolutely be by himself. No way you're going to clutch this one before. Don't even need to sell this story. Sib just looking for any errant kills you might be able to collect if OpTic overcommit. But I don't know, sort of just an interesting first blood duel, right? With Shotzzy literally aiming exactly at the player, and eventually Pred crawls a little bit too far, but patient play for the first round. Obviously, if you don't have any trophies, you don't have any dead silence, it's not easy to make a play. But OpTic take their time and they get the job done.
Oof. One down. 5 to go for OpTic Texas. We swap sides now. Let's see how things fare on the other side of the board for Seattle Surge. They'll be their turn to attack now here on Fortress.
Obviously working with a bit more options than OpTic had, at least in the round one. You see trophies out and about, so you try to make moves, but again, iLLeY loves to snipe on Fortress. Specifically, they win 53% of the rounds when he's sniping, and the shot doesn't connect just yet, but only 38 when he doesn't, and the snipe ends up being the bait, and Huke there for the protection service. iLLeY right now, Mr. President, and he's got all the help he needs.
Shotzzy tags. Oh, man. Oh, Mack. Nerves are still. Locks it down. Not to be found, though. OpTic Texas, another good round.
Again, 53% round win percentage on this map when iLLeY's sniping, in the 30s when he isn't. And even if he's not hitting the snipes, you see it's just like a bait. You're forced to play around it in some capacity. And when you try to fly out and chow the sniper, Huke again covering over his teammate, and make sure you get the second kill as well. But obviously, the first bloods are a huge deal as well. OpTic so far, 2 for 2.
Waiting to see those snipes hit here on Fortress. Not as impactful as aBeZy, of course, but we do love snipes here in the Call of Duty League. It's very fun. Bomb now in the hands of iLLeY, making his way over towards the A-bomb site again. You're going to see the typical setup now from the other side, Seattle Surge. That perfect line right down the middle of the map. Who's going to get first blood? Whoa, it was nearly Dashy. Well played, Pred.
Yeah, look at this line, by the way, that Seattle has, right? I don't think Fred's ever going to flank through P1. Dashy's got this on lock. It is all about, once you have some sort of information about players crossing to A, 3 players on Seattle ready to pounce, and number 1 and number 3, Simp and Mack are staring at this door, but Shotzzy somehow can at least get one before he falls. Make this a 3v3.
iSensitivity able to turn around very, very quickly, nearly gets out with his life. That would have been the ideal scenario there, but with the bomb planted here in this 3v3, a lot of damage exchanged. Dashy, the flank still remains safe now, toe-to-toe with Mack. Walks right into Huke, eats him alive. Pred, can he get it? He can. Turns it into a 1v2. Dead silence still popping. He's got time to work with this. Can he find the kill zone? 1v1 against Huke. Here comes the battle. And Huke wins it. 2 huge kills on the round. OpTic Texas, another in the bag.
And that is a perfectly executed round as well. You do get a little bit lucky that Shotzzy somehow, with his reaction time, is able to get at least a kill, because again, 2 players were ready for the trades, but the big thing after that is Dashy over towards P1. He spotted Pred jumping into those tops map windows, and if you can keep Pred under control, if you can stay on top of the intel game and don't let any sort of funny business happen with the dead silence plays, you're good to go. So Dashy might not have won the gunfight, but at least got the information to set his teammates up. So again, well orchestrated from OpTic, and maybe a well orchestrated B hit. They're trying to make the play. Accuracy and Mack, they get the first 2 bloods, and look at this over towards P1, but the trades come through, a 2 versus 2, and the map is partially flipped on its head.
It's very unfortunate. It was a trophy kill. 2v2 though. Huke's on that force breeze still, man, trying to keep this going. He's right in behind. Oh, shots are there. We're going towards the B-bomb site, and you might be able to double back and go towards A, because OpTic, are they going to fly forward onto this one? Are they going to have guns up at the ready? We are going to see that bomb get planted. Accuracy, you've got a very important job ahead of you. That stun's going to land. Slow down Shotzzy at the very least. Mack. Bomb squad keeps him alive. Here comes Shotzzy, though. He somehow catches an ankle out. 2v1. Big wins if you can get him. No, it's over. It's going to be 4-0. The 2v2 is done. Zio, bring the ice.
That is kind of an unreal clutch as well, because those are sort of strange situations, and I watched a stun land in Shotzzy's face, so accuracy had to have called out like he's at that big archway door, and then somehow whoever planted the bomb, I don't know if it was a foot sticking out or if they just caught on the cross, but if you knew where Shotzzy was, that is the player you don't want to feed the kill to, but it doesn't matter. Shotzzy gets it done, and I mean, that is a pretty tough round because Seattle tried to make a play. They were trying to be creative, doing something a little bit different, and they got the first 2 kills of the round, and I know a trophy helped them out a little bit, but a technical 2v4 clutch right there from OpTic. That is a dagger in your side.
Ooh. 4-0 here on Fortress in the game 5. Seattle Surge, they've come to play, but they have not quite brought the goods. Far from over. That's what the Huke fans want as well. 5-0 for him, yet to drop a life. A true stalemate here across Fortress, Chance. We are waiting for an opening kill.
And keep in mind, Pred has already made it up top map, so you have to be worried about this man constantly. Dead Silence not in yet, though, so it's a bit of a belly crawl for the moment, but it's Dashy I think the player might look for. Or maybe forced to just get these trades, but you give away position and you get traded yourself. Mack, though, finds an extra to make this a 2 versus 2. That bomb not planted yet, and Huke, he goes flying. That's his first death, and iLLeY 0-1 with the snipe, gets the bomb down for free. What can he do?
If he can do this 1v2, this would be something. He's armed up. Vaznev and a sniper rifle to play with. Nothing to throw. No dead silence. The trophy's still a ways away. Here we go. 30 seconds on this one. We have played around the bomb site. Mack is on it. Might be able to jump on this straight away. Here comes the peek. There's the tags. He has to leave it. Mack doubles back onto the bomb. He's still going for the defuse. This could be massive. iLLeY, is he going to read it? Wait a minute. The damage is dealt. The round is done. Oh, my word. I tell you what, Chance, if he pulled the snipe, that might have been a different round.
I'm not going to be the one to say it, but I was thinking the exact same thing. But I trust iLLeY infinitely more in these situations than I trust either one of us. But it looked like a prime opportunity to try to shoot that little pixel. But I mean, hey, a good attempt nonetheless. Certainly does a good deal of damage. But I think Accuracy was soaking up a pretty good chunk of that. But Seattle finally able to get on the board. They clutch up in the 2 versus 1 and now they got to look for their first attacking round win, and Shotzzy's got the angle. He's got the first tags, and he's got the stun, and he gets the kill just like that. A perfectly executed first blood.
Sid looking to get back into it. A lot of gunfire rattling out towards those archways. If you can get an angle on it. Oh, if he holds this, there's a Shotzzy. Buys a little bit of time just to shoot him down there, keep him off that ledge, doesn't let him get into the top side. Seattle still holding this setup. And there is a sneaky conga line of crouch walking players making their way through cannons right now.
It's just so stressful as well because OpTic aren't making any mistakes, man. They're keeping everything on lock. They got the intel to at least find out where the trophies are, but number 8, iLLeY, he's made it to the back. He's got some freebies right in front of him, and Mack might trade it, but he's got OpTic Texas swarming and hunting him down. OpTic and Search and Destroy, at least on this map, absolutely picking Seattle apart.
And Seattle, they have not found it. They've not found the special source on aBeZy Fortress. OpTic is one more round away from walking away with a Game 5 victory here. What a brilliant start for this new roster here in the CDL. Seattle Surge maybe on the downward trend, Chance, but it has to be said they're still a dangerous roster. Anything can happen, but it's one more for OpTic and we're done.
It has to be said indeed. And already the first blood and the second in the follow-through. At least you get the trades, but all you did right there for Seattle was dodge a highlight reel. Huke's got the dead silence, flying out to make a play. You know, accuracy's in the back, and okay. I was going to say, accuracy is isolated, but he wins the gunfight against Dashy. And just like that, aggression on aggression, Seattle might have just made the play.
Seattle might have made the play. Have they? Yep, they've got idea of where the bomb is down. They've got all angles covered. You can't hear Huke, though. Well, now you can. Daddy's finished. Bangs the door. Accuracy knows where he is. Sib's going to hold the side as well. You've definitely got Huke pinned in here. He's got a lot of time, though. He could make a bit of a wrap, but we'll see what happens. 45 on the clock.
Well, that bomb is down on spawn. Sib is staring right over it, and both of these players have TAC 56s, and they're going to be on head glitches. So if Huke wins this round, I'll do something crazy, but that is the perfect start. Now, accuracy still knows where this bomb is. but Huke is locked in.
We'll hold you to it, Chance. Stuns him. Semtex out. Bomb recovered. Damage dealt. Oh,
yo.
Oh my god. It's not over yet. Seattle Surge. The Iceman himself. Unwavering nerve.
Oh my god.
But the nuke cannot be underestimated in any situation whatsoever. Accuracy keeps it going for Seattle.
I mean, it's just one of those unpredictable gunfights. As soon as I see Huke hit a snake, I'm like, I don't know. Like, a headshot multiplier come through as well. Vaznev TAC 56 almost doesn't matter, but accuracy gets the job done. I mean, he had to pick up 3 in that round just to deliver, because keep in mind, they nearly got put on the highlight reel. And maybe we get to see if Pred can be as quick as Shotzzy.
Dashy's got that door covered. iLLeY's completely safe for now. Timing has got to be everything. Love the door pop.
Okay.
Love this. If iLLeY backs up anymore, he's in trouble. Oh, no! He doesn't die. Pred manages to deal so much damage, he loses a Semtex as well. You've got players onto the bomb site now. And Seattle Surge ever so close. Shotzzy springs alive.
yeah.
It's a massive kill. He's still ticking. He's still slithering. Finally taken care of. 1v3. Accuracy. Can you get it done on your lonesome to stay alive in the series? And the answer is most likely no. Here come OpTic. Here come the Hungry Sharks. And that is the Game 5 victory. OpTic Texas. An absolute bloodbath in Search and Destroy. A clinic in the opening hardpoint and a devastating run of the control. It's a dawn of a new era here in the CDL, and it is off to a good start.
And you have to be happy with that if you're an OpTic fan, no matter what. I'm sure you were clenched after the comeback that happened on Fortress Map 1, but for a brand new team, I'm sure there's a lot to be learned in hardpoint without question. But I mean, the S&D right there, that looked nearly flawless. I mean, everybody's out here making plays. We talk so much about iLLeY with the snipe. He was the least impactful player on the map by a mile, where everybody else on OpTic literally just taking turns, making the big plays, putting yourselves in just incredibly annoying positions on the map. And I mean, OpTic there looking fantastic. Solid stuff on the aCLO control as well. I mean, iLLeY's been ramping things up in the slaying category. And I mean, that again, Seattle, they were top 2 at your Major 1. They got 2nd place. And since then, they have certainly felt their fall from grace. Now 7 S&D losses in a row. And obviously, that's going to be incredibly costly. Another Game 5 loss there for Seattle. I think 1-4 in the Game 5s as well. And for those guys, an 0-3 start, it's not guaranteed, because maybe tiebreakers, but almost certainly going to end up in the losers bracket come to the new Major. So Seattle in a very tough spot. And OpTic, as far as the record goes, perfect.
Mwah! What a start. Great stuff from them indeed for Seattle. Back to the drawing board once again. Now, though, to a big old drawing board for us. It's the wonderful folks on the desk. Share with us. Impart your insight, pals. What a series it was.
Thanks, Miles and Chance. Great series here. If you're an OpTic fan, it goes the 5 games you wanted to see. For Seattle Surge, a heartbreaking finish. And you can tell how frustrated the players were. Mack rage quits. You see Sib, camera down. Accuracy, camera down. This team was looking so clean in hard points, but their searches were abysmal in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's super frustrating as a player, like when you're losing Search and Destroys like that, particularly when you're losing that Game 5 Fortress, a map that you've played so many times now that you can't seem to win. I wish I could sit here and just be like, they're doing X wrong, but it's multiple things throughout that. We saw Dashy get through on just way too easy on a flank early on in that game. We're seeing Pred get blooded. Before, he was at least getting bloods on Fortress. This time, he was getting picked apart because there's so much VOD out there. The players know what you're going to be trying to do. I'd like to see them like swarm that bomb site when they're on defense early on, like try to make plays happen together as a unit. A lot of things to be worked on over there. I mean, that first Search and Destroy, there were some good opportunities, I'll be honest. Okay. Round 6, it just blew up, but that last one, man, it's painful to watch on the side of Seattle.
aLLeY, during the hard points, you were making some airplane noises. I don't know if those were meows. Something was going on, though. And you went to our editing team, and you're like, get me that clip. What did you see? What do you want the fans to relive?
Well, so I wanted to relive that map 1. Of course, Seattle couldn't close out the series, but it was the game-winning moment for them. They were down so much. I mean, this was an over 100-point comeback, and it was this Fountain Hill. They did not have rotation. OpTic were the players here early, and it was actually Huke that was going to be the opening kill that was at top maps, waiting for the first player to push in through gate side, and it was Sib with the TAC 56 in hand that just guns him out of it. This is almost a full 60 for the Seattle Surge and puts them in line to win this map 1. But unfortunately for Seattle Surge, I'm just looking at that Game 5 Fortress and I'm like, why are we here again? Why are we in this situation again? I feel like me, myself, and the fans of Seattle Surge and the community want to know why we keep going into map 5 Game 5 Fortresses.
Well, maybe we're going to pick some bands. Maybe, as Chance said,
like,
7 losses in a row. It's more than just that map,
it
right?
Matter.
Looking at the big picture, though, OpTic coming in here with just, what, 3 days notice? Scump retires on Monday. So you have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You get blown out in the hard points, but you clutch up in games 2 and 5. Is this a new dangerous squad to look out for in Search and Destroy specifically, Ann?
Yeah, you know, I was excited about this OpTic team, even with their last iteration of the roster in Search and Destroy. What we seen in that last match, they look great. And bringing Dashy back into the team, like Dashy is an unreal Search and Destroy player. And this is a great round, you know. In this one, we see Seattle, they get the first 2 kills, Pred gets through Orange, and then they get bombed down in a great situation. But iLLeY and Shotzzy, like, they just make the plays here. iLLeY goes, Shotzzy hopped the bomb, he hops it, he trusts him. The anticipation's there. They find the guy, wrap around through hedges. They know the other one's got an SMG, probably going to be an Orange or flanking around, and they wait for him to come through and challenge. So just big rounds. I think that's the round that sort of blew them up in that game, where OpTic's like, okay, we're running away with this one.
Yeah, I do want to give a shout out on the Seattle side to Pred and Sib. If you looked at their game 4, 60 kills, 48 of those go untraded. The skill is there. They can run it back on land, but as the caster said, it's looking like they may have a lower bracket start. For a team that could start in the upper bracket, and a man who could be on the main stage bright and early in Boston, we got Bruce back in action. Dashy, welcome to the show. I was so worried when you got brought out of the lineup. We went over your numbers and we said, how does this happen? You're back on and the team looks like they're frying, specifically in Search. What was this week like for you, and what did today's win mean to you specifically?
Yeah, it's definitely been a crazy week in my life for sure, but it's good to be back. I love competing, so just grinding with the team every day. We're just trying to get better, and I'm glad we could pull with the W this series.
Were you worried about Seattle at all coming in? Did you have a specific player you were looking to shut down? What was the team's talk coming into this matchup?
We didn't really have a specific person to shut down, but we just played our game, just trusted it. I mean, we only have like a couple of days of reps, so not much, just kind of playing to our own like flow and rhythm, so glad it paid off.
Yeah, and congratulations with only having a couple of reps and getting arguably a pretty big win. Even though Seattle is really bad this stage, they still play second at the major. And when it comes to you guys in Hardpoint, obviously it wasn't the gameplay you probably would have hoped for. But again, is that just the team chemistry that's going to be gelling on later on for you guys?
I'll take some blame for that. I mean, my HP is a little rusty right now, but I'm glad that my teammates are disgusting and absolutely carried me in the map 3 so we could Neslo. So shout out to my teammates.
Brandon, man, it's been a crazy couple of weeks, man. You know, you're off the team, now you're back on the team, Seth retired. What was it like when you got that call, bro, and they're like, we want you back on the team? Like, how did it feel, and what are you going to bring to the squad now that you weren't bringing before?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely crazy when I heard the news for the first time that Seth was retiring. It's kind of, I don't know, you have so many emotions. Obviously, like, I feel for Seth because, I mean, I played with him for, what, 4 years?
Yeah.
But I'm obviously also excited to compete again because it's, I don't know, it's like a little bit of, it's like a bittersweet, but I'm just glad that I got the opportunity again, and I'm just hoping to make the most of it.
Dashy, amazing stuff. It's so great to have you back on the show. For any of your fans that have been supporting you along the way, what do you want to say to them and the rest of the Green Wall?
Love you guys. Appreciate the support. And we're grinding every day. We're trying to get better for you guys. So hopefully you pull through.
All right, man. Well, go hop on Scump's watch party. I want to see you there sitting next to him on the couch. Over 75K watch it during this match. That is Dashy. Welcome back to the CDL, bro.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
All right, that is Dashy. He is done for the night, but we have another match to go. We want to remind you, you can be supporting these teams and their players. Get your gear right now. Shop.callofdutyleague.com. And it's not just the gear you can wear out and about. You can also get it in-game. aLLeY, what are you rocking? Which skin these days?
I'm rocking the Toronto Ultra, actually, because Toronto Ultra gave me a code, and also look at that jersey. I love the maple.
Dude, I'm rocking the same exact skin. You know, the skin's fire, dude. That purple stands out.
The in-game camo is available to everybody right now. If you grab it, some of the money goes back in the team's pockets. You'll love to see it. we're looking at it. You guys are all rocking the Ultra. Chat, let me know, what are you dropping in with in Warzone 2 tonight after the matches? It's going to be a fantastic day, and the watch parties continue around the world. The Flank's been live since the beginning, and we have a brand new king on Twitch today. Scump nearing 6,000 sub train. Ridiculous numbers. 12K subs on your first day of streaming back. We love to see it, Scump. Thank you all for tuning in. When we come back, we have an epic showdown. It's going to be Toronto Ultra taking on the LA Thieves, and there's a brand new fourth filling in. We'll tell you about them on the other side of this break.
So he's got to get the kill. Kujon's got to find KiSMET. KiSMET's going to look, and he gets the kill. And OpTic Gaming wins it. OpTic Gaming, your X Games gold medal champion.
What a performance here from OpTic. They will take the first ever MLG X Games gold.
Wow, what a search moment. That was the best search game I've seen in such a long time. Team Caliber, an amazing play by them. They played tremendous. You guys have to give it up for Team Caliber too, who just played very well. And Neslo, what Neslo did there was nothing short of amazing to keep his team in the game.
What a performance by both of these squads. Team Caliber, the underdogs, making it all the way to the gold medal match, facing elimination. Neslo going huge time and time again. But in the end, KiSMET will seal the deal with the final kill. OpTic Gaming takes X Games gold.
And Nate Shot's first MLG championship. KiSMET, Scump, and Proof have already won one before, but Nate
wants to get into a better position to be able to pick up these streaks.
And there it is, 7 streak now, but still 25 off. Scump erupting with a massive game here. Wrapping the edge, he gets the points. There's the full streaks. Another one in the corner, and that's going to be 9. 22 and 13 with the smile.
Players remaining.
We're in the top 3.
1v1! 1v1! This guy's playing a COD Champs final. This is the most intense moment of his life. Scump for the win.
Oh, that player's got a shield.
Oh! He wins it! He wins it! Scump gets the dub! Oh my gosh, he's going crazy! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! He took down Aiden and Hush to win that.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
I love it.
Come in here! Come in here! Holy shit! Oh my god! Oh my god! For the 1v1!
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
And Dylan Allen has picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it. Long, here we go. Number 2. Oh my God! Drazah! It's all coming in. They haven't got the first thing, but yeah, Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the flank. Kenny! Really, y'all don't know this. Y'all in danger. I'm a threat. Gamble with your life, 'cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up. My foot is on your neck. Take my word for it. This a promise and a threat. I don't need your money. You can pay me in respect. 'Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, 'cause I'm next. I'm a threat. Oh yeah. Really, y'all don't know this. Y'all in danger. I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, 'cause you know that it's a bet.
Gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up. I'm blessed. I'm young, rich, and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Welcome back into the CDL as our online qualifiers for Boston Major II continue. We just saw OpTic winning a Game 5 against Seattle Surge. Seattle now 1-6. But we're going into another matchup with another team that needs a W. LA Thieves, though, have to get through the squad that's just behind the Subliners at number 2 overall, the Toronto Ultra. And that's where I want to start today. aLLeY, Toronto, they've been consistent. We've talked about the era ending with Scump. This is a new era with guys like Scrap starting to shine. Standy's been there for a minute as well, and I see a lot of hype in the chat every time this team plays. Why are they now on everybody's radar, and what makes them dangerous to everyone else in the league?
I mean, they're good across all game modes, and they have arguably the Rookie of the Year in Scrappy on their roster. And this is not only a Rookie of the Year contender, but like somebody who in every series is popping off. You can always expect the same things out of Scrappy. You put him alongside a player like Standy, they play incredibly similar. This team is looking unstoppable.
And when you see Toronto, what do you think? Do they have a best game mode? What would you describe them?
When I look at this team, I see 4 different guys who can take over a game at any moment. I think this is a dynamic team across all game modes. I wouldn't pick one where I'm like, they're just dominant there. I guess Control to me is their game mode where they're excelling at the most. I love this roster though. I think Standy and Scrappy are 2 huge, massive playmakers, and we can't even count on a guy like Kleenex. Like, he's the guy who's gonna go in first. He's okay with doing literally anything on the map to make it easier for the rest of his team. I love this roster.
What I love from Toronto was in their last match, they had to do a replay. And at the end, Insight said, if you're gonna force a replay, you better win it. It was Toronto who won it both times. So they play with fire when they need to. On the other side, we have the LA Thieves. At the start of the year, we were talking about this is a squad that's definitely in the top upper echelon of our teams in the league. Sure. They were able to win back-to-back majors, world champions coming in. You got a Rookie of the Year back in the day of Kenny, but today Kenny is gone and Capsidol is in. So what should we know about this Thieves lineup, and how would this change bringing in your sub affect you if you're the team manager?
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, it's hard to fill the void that is Kenny. I mean, we're talking about a guy who's been an MVP for a couple seasons. But, you know, with Capsidol, he's coming. He's a true SMG player. I think he's very good at Search and Destroy, a game mode that, you know, LA Thieves have been struggling at. We saw Capsidol last year in the first half of the season on the Boston Breach, and what he brought to that team was SMG slaying ability and Search and Destroy prowess. He goes out there, he gets bloods, he makes plays, and I'm excited to see that with the Thieves today.
Yeah, and Capsidol is exactly what Boston Breach needed, but maybe what LA Thieves needs in this series. Now, I'm not saying that they need to sub out Kenny for good, but I know that when sometimes there are subs that happen during the middle of the league in the season, I know Kenny's watching. Maybe he can watch his teammates and watch something from the sidelines of what he can add when he does get plugged back into the roster. I think the big microscope right now is going to be what LA Thieves can do with missing Kenny against a team like the Toronto Ultra that looks so unstoppable in every game mode.
We already got one Game 5 today. Are we going to get another one? Let us know in the chat right now. Put your channel points on the line because it's time to get this one started. Toronto versus LA Thieves. And we got our casters ready to go. Let's bring them in. It's Miles and Chance once again.
Once again, we are back to give you another brilliant series. Very, very interested to see how this one goes. Kenny, if you're watching at home, which I know you are, hope you're feeling better, mate. For Capsule, though, pressure's on, exciting stuff. I liked what Ali said, Chance, about this is a really interesting opportunity for a team to sort of look at themselves a little differently. Kenny can see this now. What, you know, are we missing? Where should I be filling maybe a hole that the squad's doing well in or not? Very, very interested to see what comes out of this. But for now, Capsule, good luck, mate. Have fun. It's good to see you back in the league.
I don't know how much you can really necessarily... Well, look, you want to learn something from this experience if you absolutely can. If maybe Capsule can show you a new look on the map, but I think it's more so you're just looking for a way to get a win. And if that is just giving a player a green light to play for kills, to try to fry as hard as possible and be selfish just for like the pop-off potential, something like that might be a necessity because, again, incredibly short notice against a difficult team. And for LA Thieves, they're 0-2 right now in this stage. So we talked about it for Seattle, you know, potentially like starting in the losers bracket come Major 2. LA Thieves are in the exact same spot, and when it rains, it pours. Missing Kenny is a massive issue because when they played against Toronto last time, especially on a map like this, it was like a 13-point game, like nail biters between these two teams. You're playing with a sub on short notice against a team like Toronto. That is just, it's incredibly difficult. No two ways about it.
Well, we deal with difficult in different ways here in the COD League. Let's see what these boys are made of. Nice open here from KiSMET, gets himself close enough to that point, stops the accumulation of the scoreline there. But it's Envoy and Drazah find them kills. Insight there takes care of another back and forth in the kills department. But the real battle taking place for P2 right now. That's the bottom side of the minimap.
Yeah, Mr. Craven's thinking about that idea of maybe on the slow approach. He's got Standy potentially coming to help him out down range. And Standy, unfortunately, actually gets really awkward timing. And now everybody sort of falls around him. So LA Thieves, sort of the best start possible. Get a little bit of time on the hill, trying to keep things contained. And right now, Toronto are sort of funneling themselves down the right side of the map. They want to take at least 2 directions to try to make this break. So Standy's working through mid.
He's the guy trying to get those opening kills. LA Thieves so far, nice opening, 18 seconds on the first hard point. Set up now for the second. Octane, big man upstairs, going to find those kills. Envoy cleans up mid. Now that is an open field. All 4 dead for Toronto Ultra. LA Thieves in full control.
This is great. As good as it gets. You got Capsule on a 3 spree as well. Gets the late flank through the middle of the map, or maybe doesn't even want to be late about it. Wants to be full speed ahead. Does get traded out, but the remaining players on Thieves keeping things contained. For the moment, Ultra, no open avenues of attack. Nowhere they can really find success, especially now with Octane up top. You think the trades are coming through, and they are. Envoy delivers with the extra. LA Thieves still holding strong.
They line up those Drazah, and he wins a big one. Standy unfortunately takes care of Scrap there with what could have been a concussion nade or maybe a frag that bounced off of him. But for now, that is going to hurt Toronto Ultra. This is a lot of time going the way of the LA Thieves. Cantina has been very kind to them indeed.
And plenty of time to set up on this rotation as well. So 3 players on LA Thieves, all making sure they're going the same direction, taking the same approach, and they're setting up for one good break. You get this. I mean, the lead is already crazy. It can only get worse.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. We've seen this happen on Mikado a few times. You start to chain these hills together, and it gets very, very tough to come back from. Here comes the early investment with the cruise missile all the way in. You better clean up those players in mid if you have to. There's a tiny little hole. Doesn't quite thread the needle. Getting through the top of the roof there. KiSMET's going to hold this line down. Still, Capsule makes it into the courtyard. So under the coverage of that streak. Sadly, though, the whole squad has been wiped out. Shoes on the other foot right now. Ultra.
Yeah, that was tough timing right there for Capsule. I mean, LA Thieves put themselves in a spot to block a few of the spawns and maybe buy themselves a little bit of time, but now they're falling just a little bit behind the game as Insight and KiSMET causing problems. Even on the rotation, Toronto looking to string these 2 hills together. The problem for Toronto is this is 3 players caught in just a massive pinch. Corners are going to get checked out and spotted, and all of a sudden, it's KiSMET last man standing, but quite a few players nearby for the trades.
There's a couple of tags in the KiSMET just to slow him down, and allows Octane to pick up the kill. 10-3 so far for the man with the tack. He is having a good time. Over to the barbershop now we go. Trophy's going to help out a lot. Love the pre-fire there. Perfect centering. Not able to hit those tags, though, but for now, he's going to hold those players back. Trophy system is working overtime. Here comes Scrap. Here comes Ultra. 1 down, 1 to go. And that's a good break there. Ultra, they're into the barbershop.
Capital able to do a little bit of damage. You think Drazah might fly for the trades, or maybe they actually chow out into him and LA Thieves win that battle. If you sort of like let the openings for either team to push one side, it becomes an absolute trade fest. But Drazah so far has been delivering. And 20 seconds is time worth fighting for. So you see more nades coming through on Envoy, but great centering, great reads, and great help by Drazah. Wonderfully strung together hill by LA Thieves. And again, Toronto nearly beat them on that rotation, but Thieves get the job done. And now a scattered mini-map as they're trying to set themselves up towards new. Caps behind enemy lines, and Octane sort of nearby as well. So the LA thinking about some chain potential.
Yeah, thinking about it. Not able to quite get it just yet. Here comes the hit. Stanley's got the back corner covered. Octane wins that fight. His teammates are there to back him up. Okay, so Insight's up next. That's going to be the nade in the top floor. Flushes him out over to Drazah.
Oh,
he gets
freebie.
blessed. Absolutely blessed from Insight there. Hardpoint still under the control of Toronto Ultra, but no one in it just yet. Now we've got the time ticking. This should be a big turnaround. Ultra looking to get back into this.
Yeah, who knew Insight could fly? And now look at the setup. Instead of pinches coming through, it's more so you have to flood from one side of the map. And Sandy's here, ready and waiting for it. Him and Scrap able to wipe everybody down. And CleanX gets the final one. So no break attempts there right there for LA Thieves. And speak about that rotation. Toronto, so quick to get in position. Scrap already up top.
Stanley's got the stairwell covered. Scrap's got upstairs. This should be all good. Here comes Envoy. Taken care of on the case. No problem whatsoever. Holding these players at bay. You've still got a few more members of the LA Thieves now to deal with. Here comes the hit from Octane. Can't quite get it done on the outside. Time still going the way of Ultra.
Yeah, Octane, though, actually does a massive amount. Not only does Octane do that damage, he actually gets a kill with the pistol as well. And this time, Envoy ready for players to potentially jump over his head. And just like that, LA Thieves actually get the break. And I think a lot of that is off the back of Octane, just getting those shots through the wall and then somehow finding a little bit extra. And an unfortunate team kill coming through. And this stairwell is always the dance of death for these players. As Thieves get the wipe, they hold strong and should be able to collect pretty much all of that final time.
Great work there out of the Thieves. It was a close game. It's starting to get a little bit squirrely. Let's have a listen in with one of the top teams in the league, Toronto Ultra.
He's weak. Close ladder, maybe. I don't see him. In ladder.
No jump heavy.
I don't see him in ladder. He's close right me. Dead. We're good. Nice.
Look at my mid.
Trying to get back alley, by the way. I'm trying to get P4.
He's behind me, pallet.
Hold time.
So we
Yo, 2 pallets in a scam, bro. Gate. Yo, one's going gate. He's laying down gate.
Get back alley.
Gate dead. Like, going back alley. Another one gate. Cubby got me. P4 truck and back alley. One guy holding, one guy P4 truck.
Wait, back alley now, Jimmy can stay down.
Stay down back alley.
From P4.
I'm re-pitching back alley.
Back alley.
P4 right now dead. I'm going back alley.
Back alley dead. One more. Nice.
I'm hitting your P4.
Ladders maybe? Yeah, P. Do you have my P?
I have P4.
Ladders now. Behind the LB.
I'm opening
Left side of LB. One more in ladder. Weak. I'm showing the LB. So weak.
Charlie dead. Like, pallets again.
One more in ladder. Two ladder.
Ladder dead.
Yeah, big one down. I one down. It could be Palace maybe.
Ladder. I'm one shot. I died.
I need help here. Yeah. Dead.
Nice. Keep finessing, Toby.
Yeah, I'm in here. You guys got time?
Yo, they're hitting both sides. I spawned out.
People. Showing you up. People.
P4 one shot. Absolute from P4. There's 2 shots.
And there we go. Tie game for a moment chance. Wonderful work there out of Ultra. The best comms, you know, you typically hear out of them. Very smooth. Nothing really gets by. Great work.
And you got to call him out, man. Main Slayer Capsule right now in this lobby. The first pro game he has had in quite a few months. And so far, absolutely, he has risen to the occasion. 20 kills to his name, and maybe Stanley chops him down there, but he is a massive factor in why Thieves are not only keeping the game close, they do have the lead, but for what might be the first time in a long time, Ultra so close to taking it, but no cigar. Thieves get the break. They don't have the bottom side spawns just yet, but plenty of time to fight for it.
Loads of time. Second set of hard points now upon us here at Mercado Las Almas into this crazy P2 setup we now go. Big workout of Octane there with the aBeZy still alive and kick in. Your boy's on a 4. He could catch a few more out here, but Toronto Ultra starting to take away the game just a little bit with that P1 control. A wild series of events now as we battle for P2 still. Lows going on in the kill feed back and forth. Even Stevens. We're setting ourselves up for the next one chance. It looks like Ultra's still in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I think Insight maybe the final man standing right now for his team. Number 2 on the minimap for Toronto, but the good close spawn comes through. 2 players for Ultra spawn out. CleanX spawns in. Octane makes it the power spot, but Insight, guess where he decides to crank things up? Goes on this 6 spree for the rotation to the money hill. So where Octane has a main AR trying to make plays, Insight does him one better. And now Thieves, for the first time pretty much this entire game, gonna be playing off the back foot.
They do what they can. Ultra starting to heat up. See what the LA Thieves are made of here. Again, their substitute Capsule, 23 and 21, putting in a huge amount of work. Scrap with a feed, though, all his. Insight on a 6 spree. Scrap on a 5. Whoa, it's done. Still holding the hard point down, 25 to go.
And you got interesting battles on the minimap as well, like over towards the flank. You got battles over towards New, and LA Thieves get the break for the scrap time. CleanX trying to battle out towards New, but you had a moment where LA Thieves win the battle for the final 20 seconds, and so far are set up, at least for the rotation. They got to win these next set of gunfights, though. A great corner. Octane might be able to pick up 2, or if he gets traded out, he's done the damage. But maybe not good enough, man. Envoy, the last man standing. Ultra barely hanging on, and they get it done towards the end. The overwhelming force. Ultra, a nail biter to break through this hill.
Brilliant trades, good teamwork, lovely map awareness. That is what got Toronto Ultra through that tough time, and now Standy is making times even harder for the LA Thieves. A second here on the push. Drazah cuts him down. On the approach now towards the hard point. His run is ended. CleanX the next man up. Octane, perfect tactical usage even in a hard point now. Over to Scrap, clean coverage. It is non-stop. Toronto Ultra, they are closer and closer to the win, but a perfect break from the LA Thieves.
Dude, this is a back and forth battle between these 2 squads getting after it, even though the Thieves had the sub. And Octane again, by the way, at the bottom side of the map, he's got to like pick up a 2-piece to try to help his team rotate. So we're going back to a very tight hill where the close spawns end up coming through for both teams. With LA Thieves, you get Cantina control, you're gonna have a great time. And with Capsule, talk about a great start.
Capsule helps make that play work. Oh my good golly, Miss Molly into the hard point. Toronto Ultra, here comes the trophies. Here comes Capsule, the wind up hit. Octane's looking to be the first man in, dives forward, finds 1. Good hold, Ultra. Baby. 3 down.
I mean, just into the firing squad inside the hill, and Drazah knows he has to pump the brakes and try to collect at least 1, so does his job. Now the tip of the spear, but this is all just to do damage. Thieves are trying to get close to start getting shots inside the actual hard point, but not easy. We're standing out the back alley, but Octane opens it up. The trades come through. Everybody's jumping. Everybody's flying, and this game is not done yet.
Not done yet. Oh my good God, what a break. Perfect timing. Capsule are now on the prowl, looking to find out for the next hard point. You want to set those players up, take care of them. Insight now going to invest for streaks. This is going to land. It's going to deal a decent amount of damage. Watching out for those roaming players. Drazah stays alive. Hard point. The new one is up. Mid-map presence now certainly being felt. Here comes the play. You've given up the last of the scrap time. You're looking to get everything you possibly can out of this courtyard. In we go now. 1 final hard point here on the map, and it's Toronto Ultra in control. Kills from Drazah. No more to be had. It's done. Throw in the towel. Ultra. What a bounce back.
Into the blender in those final moments. The solo chows in the end, but not a lot of time on the side of the LA Thieves, put in a difficult spot, but I would say that is a tippable performance out of LA. I know they held the L, but like, Toronto Ultra, make no mistake, one of the best in the game right now to do it. You got a sub coming in on short notice, and you keep the game close like that. So I'd say that's impressive stuff overall, and great plays the whole way through. Capsule did his job and then some. Led the lobby in slang. Not a bad look at all. I mean, Octane was putting in some serious work as well, but at the end of the day, I think probably the biggest moment for me, the 6 spree that Insight goes on. If LA Thieves end up getting those spawns at the bottom side for the second set of rotations for P2, LA Thieves win that game. That's where Insight pops off, and he got 6 in a row, only had 19 total. Talk about timing the massacre at the right moment.
Yeah, good stuff. Again, kudos to the LA Thieves getting it so close against a very, very tough team in the form of Toronto Ultra right now. In the long, game or the grand scheme of things, not a bad look for the LA Thieves. Starting to get themselves into the swing of things here in MW2. Toronto Ultra, though, firmly one of the teams at the top side of our board. The standings so far from them, they have stunned the league time and time again. And here, another big victory from Mercado Las Almas. Quick look now at the highlights.
Really just a ton of nail biters on Mercado again. The last time these guys played was a 13-point game, so I suppose we're getting closer and closer maybe to the first tie we'll see this year, but it really was just great stuff by both teams. Great rotations, the occasional breaks coming through, but I felt like it was just a really scrappy game of I mean, almost no real full 60s, even where they were good holds. Like the breaks eventually came through. Both teams creating those moments where they're like winning battles for scrap and winning rotation at the same time. So that's just one for the coach, is that if you want to go back and break down every single hill, every single hard point is going to be filled with goods.
Goods indeed. Well, 250-241, the final score of map number 1, Mercado Las Almas, is now finished. Great work there from Toronto Ultra. Not a fantastic start out of them. They couldn't quite keep up the pace set there by the LA Thieves. But don't put your shoes on just yet, friends. We are staying on Mercado. Search and destroy after this. Control map number 3. Now, my pick'ems have got this one going the way of Ultra. The league tweeted that one out earlier today, but I must admit, I do have the LA Thieves taking a map, and you laughed at me. You were like, what's going on there, brother? And I'm like, hey, I'm here for shenanigans. I'm here for it. I just can't wait to see which one it finally is. Of course, you can get involved in pick'ems as well. Pick'em.callofdutyleague.com. Get your picks in, points and prizes to be awarded. And again, if you've been a CDL fan for the last few years, you know it's a lot of fun. A little bit of extra spice here on the matches. But Chance, how are your picks going, mate?
I think perfect so far for the past 2 days, at least. I know for like Breaking Point does them as well, just to keep track of like everybody's. I think I had the lead. So stage 2 is treating me right. I picked Ultra to win this, and that was before I knew that there was going to be a substitute coming in the mix, and that obviously just bolsters my opinion even further. To talk about the maps that we're dealing with, though, if you want to add to reasons to pick Toronto, this is the first time we've seen LA Thieves on this map. It was almost their auto veto and search and destroy throughout the first like stage that we've had. They haven't banned it yet in stage 2. So they've been letting Mercado through. This just happens to be the first time we've seen them play it. So I don't know if it's something they've talked over, if there's just, they weren't a fan early on and want to see it more in the mix, or if it's just a situation of, hey, we're playing with a sub, we might as well. Ultra have only played this map once as well, so more or less fresh looks for both teams right now.
We had I Hold Shift and Proper in the green room earlier today, to getting ready for their match this weekend, or matches this weekend, and they told us, yeah, watch out for Capsule on Mercado Search and Destroy. Let him roam, let him have a good time. A fiend, a demon on the map. Fist bumps are out, albeit at long range sometimes. We are ready to rock and roll now into game number 2. Here we go.
And I would imagine Capsule is going to be the player that more or less has the green light to sort of do whatever he wants and let the remaining players sort of play around him, because him and Kenny do not have like a 1-for-1 of similar play styles. So I think Capsule should have quite a bit of freedom. So if he's the man to look out for Mercado for map 2, he was the man to look out for on map 1 as well. So always got to pay a good deal of attention. And I mean, even Capsule, from what we saw through the Vanguard season, menace in search and destroy. An S&D kid, an S&D star for sure.
I just keep going back to his highlight clip that Lando called so brilliantly in that Berlin, I think it was a control. Incredible start from him in his professional career. Looking at add a couple of moments now to the list. Here we go into the search. Capsule, the man of the moment. The old circle shoulder technique with throwing him. Spots out at least one, saw Kleenex.
Yeah, the classic wiggles we have here. You don't have to be too cracked. You just have to keep things nice and clean. But I was going to say, the middle of the map has basically been left open by Toronto, so they're happy to take these fights from the Cantina side of things, and Scrap will be the man that delivers. You get the first blood, plenty of time to work with, and Kleenex on or off the map. LA Thieves are forced to make the play. The flank, not even perfect. Everything is being watched. So much time, no need to plant, and all 3 players for LA Thieves right now completely isolated.
So isolated, but if they can find a kill, it changes things entirely. The bomb will be planted in a moment, potentially, or are Ultra going to now wait this out? You've got 30 seconds left on the game. It'd be ideal to get the bomb down. But you've managed to buy quite a bit of time, LA Thieves. Capsule gets in! Oh my god! The map's turned on its head. 2v2, time still ticking. Capsule trying to stay alive. All on his own. And the round is done. Once we got going there. Good work, Ultra.
And that almost is like just a standoff of LA Thieves are trying to get the timing perfect of, we want to catch the guy when he's planting the bomb, because that's why Toronto were just waiting. They had the man advantage. If some guy gets caught when he's on the bomb, well, then it's really only a 3 versus 3 because the man doesn't have the gun in his hands. And LA Thieves did get the timing perfect, but Toronto Ultra just able to execute after the fact. So trades on point, set up nice and clean, and hey, get the first blood, win the round. Scrap and Insight, shutting it down.
There you go. Snipes up now for Insight. Won't be seeing a whole lot there through the middle of the map. Drazah's first blood gets things going in a nice way. Okay, a couple more there. Everyone from the Thieves gets fed.
Capsule now looking for his kill on the round to make things absolutely perfect. Pressure is now on. We're going for it, and that is the round. Brilliant work, aLLeY Thieves.
Oh, aLLeY Thieves, respecting our time. No worries about the round. Don't want to dodge the sniper at all. Drazah just stuns him and flies straight in and gets the kill as quick as possible. So very speedy. Round number 2 where, I mean, I guess in a sense, you get the first blood, you win the round, but just a full-on collapse around that bomb site. Perfect execution. Everybody winning their ones. Nothing really to break down. Just a perfect round.
How many more perfect rounds have we got here in the tank for aLLeY Thieves?
4.
Is that? I'll hold you to that.
And then a couple average ones.
One down. 3 to go. Envoy managed to get himself up the stairs, safe and sound. CleanX, oh, stunned. Cross is covered. And it's Envoy. This nade. Oh, that's damage. That's gonna. Whoa, it doesn't. They have to back on up though. Quick reposition. He's fighting these guys alone. This is a 1v4. Envoy has got him sweating. He has held them back. They have no idea it's only him. Here comes the reinforcements. Octane's going to be there silently. Forward he goes, gets into the kill feed. Oh, Ultra, if you only knew it was but one man, you could have played the trades, and now you're in so much trouble. They've had to cut it. Turn tail, make the way back, or maybe not. Will they go towards the A-bomb site? It's a 2v2, and what a funny round it is.
I mean, Miles, you're the historian. You're smarter than me. All warfare is based on deception. I don't know whose quote that is, or if that's even correct, but Ultra thought they were fighting ghosts, like they were fighting 7 different envoys. So an interesting moment, to be sure. That just leaves us in a 2 versus 2. Stanley just got the intel, instantly calls it. If a dude crosses to the left, let's go plan on B as quick as possible. Or maybe see if you can clear him out. 20 seconds. They haven't hopped on this just yet. This will come down to the wire.
Drazah knows something's up. Here he comes. He's like, look, I just know they could still do it, and I'm going to check it, and I'm going to get it. That's massive. 10 seconds remaining. The bomb's going to get planted. Capsule now, the man of the moment. Oh, baby. This is a 1v1. The timing is good. It's a straight 1v1, but Scrap guns him. Oh, he said something. Top left-hand side of your screen. Got to be feeling great after that one. Bomb down. Immediately bobs up. Lets him have it with attack 56.
I mean, for me, there is nothing more painful to look at a player in a 1v whatever situation in Search and Destroy and see that they have a trophy. If Capsule has dead silence in that moment, he can rap, he can rotate, he can throw shoulders, he could try to make a play, but if he has a trophy, Scrap's gonna hear everything from a mile away. So Capsule just forced to fly in, go for the instant chow, and I could have sworn he had a trophy. Maybe he just switched to that silence. I think I had that correct, but either way, had a child straight away, and Scrap on the head, he comes down.
Lordy, we are in this one. Capsule in, dies. Trades it there, though. The final battle. Insight wins a huge fight. And now Octane has got to bring his SPX to this 1v2 situation. He has got the bomb, though, and there's loads of time to get this done.
I think he also has an itchy nose. He nearly went to scratch there for a second, but has to be patient. Not a moment you can take a hand off the controller and a clutch moment. And it'll be a very slow approach.
Halfway towards dead silence as well. And if he can catch our insight, I mean, that's one thing. He could theoretically just lie down, plant the bomb.
Well, I think that's the play call right now for Toronto. You have a man watching the middle of the map, and if Octane ever plants, Insight just instantly is going to kill him.
There you go.
Almost exactly like that. You don't even have to give up the plant. So a very strong setup there out of Toronto Ultra. Don't give anything away. Nice little clean round on defense as well. Insight 5-2. Enjoying himself, Mercado.
I mean, Insight, really, the gameplay there was just sort of sit behind that bush, wait to hear the opponent's footsteps, then pounce out and kill him when he's completely unsuspecting. God, what I would give for the ninja perk, I tell you, I'd shave the beard. I'm telling you. I mean, my wife would leave me, but that's ninja.
A worthy sacrifice. Worthy sacrifice.
I mean, I'm a man of the people. Let's get it. 3-1, Toronto Ultra. Standy's yet to get the kill, remember? He's still been cooking in this series. Here we go, right in towards the bomb site. CleanX. It's a 1v3 for a Mo. Scrap's going to back him up. Let's see how it goes.
Well, Envoy this time isn't having to deal with the entire team, so he might flex himself on the flank just a little bit. Is Drazah and CleanX, a little standoff around the corner.
CleanX, thighs on him, man. Just popping that squat, not moving whatsoever. Just under a minute now to go. That's a win, man. That's a win. Straight out.
Oh, Envoy gets red too. Standy just guns him. I was going to say Envoy could have killed that round, but instead, now wide open for Ultra.
What we said. Here comes Capsule. Damn, son, Ultra. A Very clean round. Everybody hydrate and get back into the next.
It's just too easy towards the end. I think that 2v2 round where Scrap ends up, you know, clutching the 1v2, getting the kill over his teammate for the trades on bomb and winning against Capsule might just be the difference maker for the squad, because I think Ultra have not slowed down, not looked back at all. And I mean, Sandy might have been 0-4, but his team had a 3-1 lead, so he just wasn't needed to contribute. And the one gunfight he needed in that round was the gunfight that really could have opened the door for the Thieves, but Sandy shuts it. 4-1 lead. Toronto Ultra on cruise control.
Smooth sailing so far. Looking to take the 2-0 here in the series. Lovely top shot there. You can see where all these lethals and tacticals land. And the splash damage on a lot of them is enough to, you know, pass that information. But it's difficult to be precise. Nice openers from both sides. Trey's finished. Caps it all. Oh, smooth. In and out he goes, though. Still Trey's on trades. Perfect work. 2v2.
Yeah, bomb down, but not in a super difficult situation. It's really just the fact that it's the ARs you're dealing with. So TAC 56s the whole way around. Envoy might be the only one with the Vastnev in hand. But I'd say Ultra, always a new setup with these two players alive. They're ready for anything.
And Insight has got a tough job right now. He's got to watch that tunnel, make sure they don't get onto the bomb. He's also has to watch mid, so if they cross over, Scrap might have seen something there because Insight's looking. Here comes the plant. Safely obscured there. Here comes the hit. Tags are in. Scrap's able to make the play now as well. Dives into it. 1v1. Scrap, can he get it done again? The 6 spree is still alive, and he's just got himself a cruise.
It's dead silence pop by both of these players as well. So if you're going to move, you want to do it quickly. That's as far as you can go. And now Envoy trying to keep you trapped. The AR versus the SMG.
Oh, and he's stunned up as well, just sitting, waiting for it. Scrap holds it down. Oh, again, a 7 spree. And look how confident he is. Loving it right now. Pure smiles. Another big 1v1 situation. Gets the defuse. Map point, Toronto Ultra.
That's not even the face of a man that's confident in Scrap. That's a man of a face that's disappointed. Felt like it wasn't even a fight. Shaking his head, being like, I didn't even have to try for it. You just, like, you didn't even shoot back. Popped up in the window, and before you can lay down, a couple bullets meet the brain of Envoy. And, I mean, Scrap, if nothing else, wins his ones.
Yeah, if one thing to take away from this map, Scrap wins his ones. Tremendous composure, maybe a little disappointed. God, there is a super villain arc in there somewhere, isn't there? Scrap, debut in the league. He's having a great time. Nades are up over towards the A bomb site. We're going to go again. It's a 4v3 over here by the A side of the map. Envoy's going to come on over. A lot of noise being made. Octane's got the middle of the map. Come on, crew! First clean kills going from CleanX. 3v2. It is not working out for the LA Thieves.
Yeah, just better trades and then better ones on. Not even close. Too quick, too clean of a round. LA Thieves had a single perfect round available, and that was all she wrote. Toronto Ultra, every single clutch they needed, they got. Every single dominant round when they needed, eventually they got as well. 2-0 up in the series, 2-0 record on Mercado Las Almas, S&D as well for Ultra, and for Scrap, 2-0 in the 1v1s. Getting things done.
Yeah, great stuff. 2-0 against this weakened LA Thieves roster. Of course, Capsule doing what you can. Short notice, tough situation to be in. You got to give him the kudos there for the first hard point. But the search and destroy, 6-1, a little more refined out of Toronto Ultra, especially Scrap. 11-1. What a performance from the youngster.
I might as well pad those stats just a little bit.
Pad him, baby.
Freebie when you get them, because that is going to bump up the KD by a decent margin. I mean, 1.57 kills per round. Pretty much as good as it gets there in search and destroy. So maybe not quite a flawless game, but if you go on a 9 spree, nothing you can be mad at all. Toronto, nail biter map 1. After that, they are feeling absolutely great, and they will be feeling even better knowing they're going into hotel control, one of their favorites to play in the game.
Crazy stuff, though. Hotel control coming up now after the break, really. Well, we're going to take this quick commercial break to compose ourselves. You should go get yourself a drink, and I'm going to do what I can to see if I can get my pick'ems changed in the back end. On the other side of this one, game number 3, hotel control.
upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, we're back. It's map number 3 time here, and fight is once again watching all.
It took me so long to see it. I'm sorry. I forgot to look for it.
It shouldn't. From now on, it's bottom right-hand side of the screen. You're always going to see something good.
Genius.
He's a genius. Nothing but love. Toronto Ultra, they're up 2-0 here in the series as the LA Thieves are in dire straits right now. Kane's, of course, quite sick, and he's been tagged out. Capsule's coming in. He's doing the best he can, but Lord, let me tell you, Toronto Ultra, they are singing. This man especially. Jesus.
For what it's worth, Scrappy this year tied the S&D kill streak record with a 9 that he threw up. So obviously impressive work there. Also, I'm not going to snitch. I know who the genius is at the bottom right, but like just in case, like, you know who you are.
We love you, fuck.
I'm a big fan. Big fan.
Let's get it into the point. We fly. The kills are there. We're already on to B. It's a slow and steady cap, and that slow and steady is going to be nothing in a minute because it's about to become 3 players. Capsule the man up by bar, and I'm not sure if he's 21, but he's doing what he can to keep CleanX out of trouble. Here comes trouble, though. CleanX done. Nice work. Second segment cleaned up. Brilliant work on B, LA Thieves. GG.
I was laughing too hard. Didn't even see how they did it. I guess just bullied their way straight through because that is about as quick as you can really capture B. So LA Thieves already in a fantastic spot and nice little bounce back because obviously they ate it on the Mercado S&D, but fighting back into control. 3 players on the flank and it's CleanX that they'll be dealing with.
Here comes Envoy. His dead silence made a ton of noise. You saw them before. Stanley was like, yeah, he's on the other side here. Yeah, smoked, no problem. Not a whole lot you can do. As the LA Thieves now been put to task, trying to make their way towards A. Only 1 player left here. Drazah's got it. Okay. A's wide open. You're in a bit of an awkward pinch right now. Can Capsule clean out these players? This is a very, very tough spot to be in right now for the LA Thieves. That 1 player on the left flank done. Eyes forward. Here we go.
Well, it's tough at the start, but they've made it a lot easier, right? As soon as you clear out kitchen, you can get those close spawns. It is a very short walk towards this A point, and now you're just looking for the kills. They have pounced on the timing. They haven't actually set foot on it just yet because they know that Ultra are forced in. And now finally they can make the moves and actually start the snake battle in the dining hall.
I've had it with these snakes on this mother plane. Draz slithers, gets it. Insight's there. Scrap in the feed as well. 16 lives left for Toronto Ultra here on the defense. Oh man, Scrap wins his one. That's 3 in a row.
Yeah, nah, he is challenging that every day of the week. Scrap lives forward, and unfortunately for LA Thieves, that second tick doesn't actually go through. So you still have a good chunk of time to work with, and they're trying to set themselves up on the flank, but Envoy gets deleted. As right now in an effective 3v4, got to take your time. Octane finds an extra pick as well, and that Ultra player is going to spawn out. So now for Thieves, you got to go.
Gotta go. Run out of time. Still got a bit of a life count. Here comes the pinch. All angles covered though. Scrap looking to get his second. His teammates are there to pick up a few more. The comms have been called out furiously. Now the hunt for Envoy is on, but the rest of the team making their way through the outside. Scrap again, perfect map awareness. Knows they're going to come this way. Knows they're going to come on through. Less than 30 to play with now.
And he can hear him as well, so he's worried about both the doors, but he can handle 2 players even if they're not actually there. Cap eventually gets it, but how quick and clean and easy those trades are. 2 more players for Thieves nearby, and they got to win the big gunfights. Ultra, it looks like they're going to be set up to secure this 8 point. Bar some absurdity, but no, that door is going to be closed. Damn! Stanny, going to throw on a little highlight to end this round.
No way, not one more. Go on, Stanny. You ran out of time. Beautiful work out of Toronto Ultra. Nice recovery after losing B so quickly. That was a great opener from the LA Thieves. Paid off. Nice kills either way, but let me tell you, not easy to get in towards A either. Toronto Ultra, great work.
Yeah, there's been a few teams. I think New York was probably the first, at least that I remember seeing doing it incredibly effectively, of losing the B zone first and just defending A. So a few teams are very efficient at that. Ultra obviously puts in the work as well. Thieves did create a moment where they should have been able to capture the A zone or at least put themselves in a good spot. But, I mean, Ultra just bounced back instantly. And again, Stanley technically started slow on a 6-breed right now and obviously has the cruise.
Yeah, cruise not tremendously impactful on Hotel, but it can be in the right hands. Envoy 3
Oh,
spree.
hello.
Lordy, when did that happen? Drazah's getting the pressure on, and KiSMET is there. Teamwork's good. On towards A. Only one man up now. KiSMET flying forward, man. Octane big win up close range. Insight's trying to keep these players peppered back. 25 lives here from Toronto Ultra early on. They've got a decent amount of kills going their way, but that is the first segment at A done. Nice work already on the offensive round.
Yeah, I think Envoy might have been feeling a little bit of a pain, not having a lot of fun with the Vaznev, and absolutely get things done with the Attack 56, at least off the rip. But now the timing's going his way. He's switched back to the Vaznev and gets a 3-piece with either one, so he is having a field day. And maybe even stripping away some of these kills from Octane as Envoy, I mean, 5 spree in the meantime, having himself a hell of a round.
Damn. Scrap fighting forward. Capsule, you've got a kill in your hands. What do you do with it? Oh my god, KiSMET nearly turned that one into something special. Good work, Capsule. Keeping it going. 3 spree now, just taking care of these players. You've got a lot more pressure though towards B. Good work. It's a 4 spree out of Capsule. Top bedroom control, and that's where the magic happens.
Yeah, those are fantastic reads coming out of Cap as well for every single one of those gunfights. And now he gets to flex a little bit, maybe look for more, as Drazah is going to be responsible for 3. Snakes on point. I give him a 10 out of 10 and even stays alive and gets out of dodge for the moment. Ultra going to be forced to work this A zone, but keep in mind, they are down by 10 lives. The only way Ultra win this, they're going to have some perfectly timed coordination on both of these zones.
25 seconds left. Drazah, what do you got? Jesus, it's tough work, man. It's not easy to get them kills. It's pretty much impossible. A's done. 1 minute 24 on the clock now to go. 13 lives left for Ultra to get the 2 remaining segments on B.
Yeah, you truly do just have to like pre-fire air and pray that they like snake their way into it. So not fun gunfights to win and not fun to try to clear out and get bedroom control. But Ultra bought themselves a decent bit of time to do it. You at least get 1 trade, and Capsule maybe that next man in line. Now, massive gunfight wins by Envoy, and he gets the second as well. I was going to say, if he falls, then Capsule has to worry about every direction, but Envoy now that perfect support player in prime position to cause problems.
Turn have gone from support to main slayer to Big Daddy. Let's see how the LA Thieves sound. A quick listen in.
He never pushed cat. Guy could be right one on us.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I have all the right.
Top bed is open.
Hey, I'm looking for it.
I have top lights.
I'm in top
There's 2 here.
I have low lights.
He's in top bed and top lights.
Yeah, top lights.
Top lights. Top lights. One shot. Low bed as well.
Go in.
I'm holding cross.
Insight's there.
I'm
holding cross. Cap can pinch here. Cap can pinch here, guys.
Here you go. I'm
missing
here.
Toby and Jamie. Toby and Jamie. Nice, good shit.
Top bed. Low lights too.
I'm still cross though.
Top bed.
15-6.
Top bed. I'm one shot. Bed and low lights.
Hydra low lights. Hydra low lights.
I'm absolute.
Oh, no, low bed.
On a first name basis right now, and that is not going to get you any closer to anything here as Jamie Insight Craven is holding down the bedroom, locking it up. There's a little bit of work to be done here. 2-man stack, maybe 3. Gotta get going, LA Thieves.
Yeah, 5v13, and they might honestly be able to do this. A couple trades coming through, but you still get pressure on the point. No respawn remaining, but Octane wins the big one. But no, it should be good enough. The tick is in. They didn't get to the point. And what a collapse in the round. Everything was so sweet, so sick, so perfect. And just like that, Ultra, they get a couple kills. They know Cap is going to be coming through the flank, and just no one for LA Thieves able to get inside. I thought as soon as Scrap fell that might be the moment for these 2 players to pounce, but I think Octane probably just too weak after that gunfight, couldn't make a move, and the reinforcements were there. They were down 23-13, by the way, in lives with neither point captured, and they still got the win.
Ay, Dios mío. Match point, Toronto Ultra. Oh, God. KiSMET finds himself the first. A lot of pressure over towards A alleviated now as the LA Thieves, they're in. A couple of players now trying to get that job done. See if they can stack on up and just get rid of that now. Stanley's going to make a case for it, fighting forward. Always another big gunfight goes his way. 19-13 overall. Time to turn this ship around, LA Thieves.
I think Toronto Ultra, they might be comfortable with defending the A zone, but they don't want to do it if they don't have to. A very different opening break. No early B zone captures coming through for LA Thieves, and a standard round being developed so far. Guys like Scrap thinking about a flank, just looking for kills, gets dealt with, and now Thieves, a lot of kills going their way. 4 life lead for the moment, putting on some pressure, and Envoy already sort of toying with the idea to jump on this B zone.
That's big. Okay, he's on. A still, they've given up on it for now. They're going to commit to B, see if they can clean this up ASAP. Looking at the Toronto Ultra defense now. A couple of players make their way through mid, clean out the kitchen side as well. Everything's going to be sweet, but how much production can you get done in that period of time? Now, that's the question for the Thieves.
Oh, Drazah just wins there. That was Capsule actually wins a big one on the flank, so everything just gets shut down. The only way this B zone capture was going to get stopped, and Capsule will make sure it doesn't happen. So a beautiful thing. You get that B zone. You already have 2 ticks over towards A in 2 minutes to work with. It's as good as it gets.
As good as it gets from Scrap. Nice shots there on the back line. Sweet coverage. Octane can't win his either. Brilliant teamwork out of Ultra. They keep the flank safe. Now, eyes forward. Ultra, one segment, they've got to defend it, and it's going to take 1 kill at a time to creep their way forward and battle onto it, but it's so hard when the gunfights look like that.
Oh, well, heck, at least you get them off the head of these. Look like miserable gunfights to have to work your way into, but again, for LA Thieves, 1 more tick to go on the easier zone to capture, and you have a 7-life lead. So many good things right now. Of course, those Scrap in a corner. Always difficult to weed these players out.
We're trying. 14 lives now left on the defense. Thieves are getting closer and closer. It's a 2-2 split. You play your cards right, they should be able to collapse onto this final segment and clean it up. Here comes Octane. Up over the top, a lot of noise being made. Insight trying to snake his way out of this one, and they should skin him alive. They do. Onto the point we've now gotten. Stanley, can he save it? Can Stanley get it done? There's one. Hipfire gets the second player as well. Now 1v1, KiSMET wins it. That second kill from Standy, massive. A minute left.
Literally snaking air just to try to get that extra gunfight win. And again, life is all Toronto Ultra are looking for right now in this round, and they still have all they need, potentially. And honestly, the life count might not make a difference, as LA Thieves only enough time for maybe 2 more pushes.
Oh, if you're lucky.
Maybe.
Eyes on the clock. 35 seconds left. 10 lives remaining for Ultra on the defense. Can the LA Thieves win this war of attrition? Not yet. Desperately trying to make their way forward. That red corridor is not going to be a safe place. Octane manages to get in. The trades are there. The teamwork is on. 20 seconds.
I mean, honestly, just looking like they are straight up better. Toronto Ultra, even in bad spots, are just, I mean, clinical, finding ways and defending the A zone again. Insight again. I don't know how he does it. Only has 12 kills, and 6 of them were in a row, but now it's about to flood towards the end. It's LA Thieves on the point, but it's all the kills to Insight and Standy. Insight getting it done. The Dagger Dan again.
It is complete. The series is done, and it is a clean run from Toronto Ultra. 3-0 in control. 3-0 in the series. Oh my goodness. They're talking so much trash. That's not very Canadian. It's not very nice of them, eh? But they're letting them know the LA Thieves, a very difficult hand has been dealt. And their cards are down, they have been read, and they have been measured. They have been beaten senseless, 3-0.
Miles, you got to watch more hockey. Canadians will absolutely talk trash. They do not back down from that. So just throwing that out there. But I think the funniest thing for me this series is probably Insight. I mean, he finished 14-12, but he was 12-12, and he like went on a 6 spree at some point. And it was the same thing on Mercado, where he was like 16-16 overall, but he goes on a 6 spree to lock things down for his team on a rotation over towards P2. So Insight picks and chooses his moments to strike, but when he does, it can be devastating. And everybody else's team, just that consistent work they're putting through. Scrap, fantastic damage output. Standy, fantastic damage and slang output. And I mean, 2 different rounds right there for Ultra, where they're in an incredibly difficult position and they find a way to deliver. I mean, a 5 versus 13, they win on offense, down 10 lives. It just doesn't make a difference. Ultra find a way.
Ultra find a way. What a series. That close opening Mercado hardpoint, a thing of the past. 6-1, 3-0. Toronto Ultra sprung to life and did not give them whatsoever anything to go there. LA Thieves, we'll see them come back later. Of course, we wish Kenny all the best. Hope he gets better soon. Capsule, nice to see him dip in and out, but sadly, not a great series for him. For most of the fans that are home, though, this is all just a prelude going towards Major II. Boston, ladies and gents, we're going to be there February the 2nd to the 5th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway. Scan the QR code, or if you're on your phone, put your phone down and go onto a computer or load up another tab. Get in there, pals. We can't wait to see all of you in Boston. Major 1 in Raleigh was absolutely incredible, and it's going to be even wilder in Boston. Speaking of some wild folks, let's throw it down to the desk, guys. What do you think? The final match of the day is done.
Yeah, match of the day not going to 5, but I was impressed with Capsule's game number 1. I want to give the young man a shout out, filling in with Kenny getting sick last minute. But let's talk about this Ultra team, because this is another impressive 3-0, despite playing a team that was playing with a substitute. Now, Ant, what kind of shocked you in this control? Because we've seen a number of control wins from Toronto, and this is something that we saw last time they played LA.
Yeah, I mean, outside of New York, they're the best hotel control team, without a doubt. I mean, it's just wild how they're able to fend off A every single time. We saw them do it up against LA Thieves at the last major. It's incredible. These guys are so good. They have such great teamwork. We see the trading just left and right. Like, they're getting out of these crazy situations, down in lives on offense and defense, down in lives once again. And A, they only needed one tick the side of LA Thieves towards the end there. Like, Toronto is just on another level. Now, granted, they're going up against Thieves who have a substitute, but that is impressive because offenses seem to be free for every other team on this map.
And to your point, it's mostly a lot of teamwork. Like, when it came to defending A, it wasn't that any player was over pushing out, no player was over challenging. They all had it on lockdown and were in a position to trade each other should somebody lose that opening gunfight. Even though that was very rare for one of them to lose one of the opening gunfights, there was always a player there to pop a two-piece. We saw Insight do it multiple times. We saw Scrappy do it multiple times. And I think that what makes this team so good is nobody is ever doing too much. They're all making sure they're playing around each other and keeping their teamwork on par.
Looking at the total kills scored, it was a pretty even fight, but the final scoreboard, a 3-0, including 3 rounds to 0 in that game 3. But I think we need to take a moment and highlight one of the new stars in the league, right? We touched on him before the game kicked off. Scrappy's been a monster in his rookie season. He's a trash talker. He's not afraid of anyone. And tonight, he earns your Scuff play of the game with a record-setting kill streak of 9 in a row here on Mercado.
Yeah, and I mean, I knew it wasn't just going to be a play. It was going to be a montage. He picks up so many kills. He gets the streak. He also has a pretty crazy 1v2, yeah, and this is that round. He picks up the trade there onto Insight, and then Envoy actually spots him out there at the hedges. The stun comes in up top, and he just waits for Envoy to give him the challenge. It's like the guy's a step ahead of the game. He knows what the opponent's going to give him, and he gets the kills. You can see him getting hyped, you know, after these rounds. He brings so much energy to this squad.
aLLeY, we are just 2 weeks away from heading up to Boston. We're going to have our Scuff Team of the Major for Major 2. I'm picking Scrap. I've already named him. He's on my team. Who else are we filling this roster with? If you could pick 1 or 2 players, who would you go with?
You just took Scrappy from me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go a little crazy. I think I'm gonna pick Havoc.
Havoc?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna pick Havoc. I think he's really impressed me this season, and being on Florida, he's really solidified himself as an SMG. I think I'm gonna go Havoc.
And you got to fill the other 2 spots. We got Scrap, we got Havoc. Who else is going to the Scuff Major squad?
I'm going with HyDra. I mean, the guy's unbelievable. I still think he is the best SMG
we need an AR
in the
desperately.
World right now, so I think HyDra's a beast.
We'll let chat pick the 4th, because right now we got to jump into an interview with the trash talker himself, Scrap, with another 3. Oh, the vibes are up. The team is clicking. Was this match tougher than you expected, though? Because LA Thieves announced Kenny saying, I'm sick. They're going to be playing with a stand-in today.
Come on, fuck it. What is this? What do you think? You think I'm scared of the main team? Why would I be scared with a sub? Come on. What kind of question is that?
It was a weak one. I like your answer, though. Scrap, tell me about that S&D game, though. You set a kill spree record, 9 in a row. Were your teammates making the calls? Were these just you being in the right position? What led to that success?
I think it was basically just me being in the right position at the right time. I mean, geez, played S&D for 7 years. Hopefully I can get some kills on it. But yeah, I think it was just being in the right position. Teammates just setting me up for kills, and yeah, we go.
You know what, when it comes to the second split, I mean, you guys are looking unstoppable. There's really only so many questions I can ask, and if you can give us some insight, like what insight? Sorry. If you give us some insight of what are the holes for the Toronto Ultra right now, like what is you guys' main focus?
I think it's the same thing as I've been saying, just cleaning up everything. I think we have a really good hold on just all the game modes right now. It's just fixing up these little setups that we have. Maybe some people are getting through. So just really just learning the game day by day, because I feel like in this game you learn something new every day with spawns and just something is new. So it's just getting better every day in everything.
Yeah, you know, sort of to expand upon that, I want to pick your brain a little bit. How are you guys gonna set yourselves apart? Because when we look at, some of the top teams, and you think of like Atlanta, FaZe, OpTic now form this new roster, they look like they're getting pretty solid. How are you guys gonna set yourself apart, get to that next level, and actually take home a chip?
Yeah, I would say that we just need to just have our teamwork up to par, just everyone be on the same page, because that's really what divides these teams, these top teams from each other. It's just how good they work with each other. Everyone has a skill at these top teams. Everyone knows that they can gun each other. It's just how it is. It's just, can they work together at all times of the map? Because you might have one hold where it's good, but the next 6 can be bad. So it's just being with each other, be with each other's side at all times of the map.
Scrap, final question for you. A lot of people talking this week saying it's an end of an era, but what I'm excited about is this is the start of a new era, and you are one of the many stars that are rising here at the CDL. If you were going to give a shout out to anyone else that you've been playing with over the last few years before making it to this big stage, who should we be looking out for?
All right, well, I mean, Hicksy, he's one of them. I went with him all last year. He was a beast, and he still hasn't got a shot yet. You could say Mohawk. I teamed with Mohawk Elijah. He won 2 world championships and challengers, still haven't got a shot. Just, yeah, my old teammates from last year, like, that aren't in the league because they all were disgusting. And I know maybe people saw me last year, but I couldn't do all that without them, and I couldn't put more words and more, whatever it's called, for them because they are all beasts.
More praise.
A humble hero, bro. Congratulations on another W. This isn't your last interview. Front runner for Rookie of the Year right now. That's Scrap from Toronto.
Have a good one.
Take it easy.
Excellent stuff there, and we have a lot to recap from a phenomenal day. We got to start here with our first matchup. Toronto, not the only team walking away with a W. Toronto entered with the number 2 seed, but the number 1 seed was also in action when the New York Subliners took on the Florida Mutineers. We looked at all the stats. aLLeY, you called this one. It was going to be Subliners all the way through. Florida gave us a good game too, but other than that, Subliners look like they haven't missed a step.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, for Subliners, this is just expanding their map pool at this point. You know, coming hot off the Pro-Am, usually we maybe see those teams slow down. New York hasn't slowed down at all. It is Hail HyDra, 1.57 overall. One of the best SMGs in the game, if not the best SMG, according to Nameless. I have pred up contention for that. But the Florida Mutineers, to focus more on them, they need to start working out these respawn woes. They're talked about being maybe the 2-3-5 team, but that hotel map 3, that 3-0 has to hurt them moving forward.
Gotta win the controls. This map was so fun to watch, though, if you're a Mutineers fan. Havoc and Vehicle working incredible together. And Vehicle, one of the top S&D performances we saw at 15-2, but this is the game 3. This is where the Subliners send them home. Excuse me, game 4.
Yeah, I mean, HyDra's on another level. It just seems like the New York Subliners are getting better. Like the confidence, like winning that tournament against all odds after the start that they had, it was like a miracle. But, you know, these guys, they've expanded upon what they've done there, and their hardpoint looks ridiculous. The control, I mean, they're working together so well. P-Dog, my boy Priestahh was popping off, but there's another match that we got to talk about as well, folks.
And you'll see a familiar face back in the starting lineup, Dashy, moving in as Scump steps down. We were wondering, what is this team going to look like after just 3 days of practice? aLLeY, I want to get your thoughts. We saw 5 games from him today.
Listen, I know it's been chaotic with OpTic Texas, with Scump being in the roster and retiring, or Dashy being in and out, and who's going to be plugging in, Huke moving to the roster. The player that I feel like name hasn't been said enough is iLLeY right now, because there's so much chaos going on, but he has solidified himself as being disgusting with attack in hand. He's disgusting with the sniper and search and destroy. He has been so consistent in all of these series where his roster has been back and forth and not really been solidified. I am so excited to see what he does with the Boston Major.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're like playing around him in a lot of situations in search and destroy, which makes it easier for them. And then in that series in particular, they played against Seattle Surge. They struggled in hardpoint. Just some of the rotations got away from them. I'm not super concerned about it. I think the control, though, like you said, with iLLeY popping off with that AR, that's where they're going to find a lot of success now, especially with the new dynamic, because Bruce can go out there and slay, do whatever he needs to.
I just want to see more snipers from iLLeY. Another phenomenal performance when you give him the big boy toy. iLLeY, one of the front runners for Sniper of the Year, right there with Clayster. Speaking of Clay, you're going to see him in action tomorrow. A big shout out, though, to everyone who is joining us across the league in the watch parties. We had the Flank Live, and for the first time ever, Scump hosted his watch party. They peaked at over 75,000 viewers. The man was closing in on a 6K sub streak. This is just the beginning as he starts his new chapter. The watch parties continue, and you can be like Scump in the Flank. All you got to do, use the hashtag CDL Watch Party. Head on over to CallOfDutyLeague.com if you want some more info on how you can be a part of Major number 2. End of the day means we got to recap the standings, and we got a power 3 at 1, 2, 3. After that, a big mix-up from 4 all the way down to 9 as everyone is jockeying for position right before we get to Major 2.
Yeah, and I know we talked about the competition being so high this year, and anybody could win at any moment, but I think now we're starting to see maybe just a little bit of separation when it comes to that top 3 in the New York Subliners, in the Toronto Ultra, and the Atlanta FaZe. Now, we saw them come off a really hot matchup, and I cannot wait to see them later on this weekend.
Subliners officially over the 100 mark after their win today. Toronto just 1 win behind them, and we're going to see Atlanta FaZe trying to climb the ladder as well. More games continue tomorrow, and as always, we're live at 2:45 Eastern with the pre-show. We're live with the matches 3 p.m., and that opens up with the Boston versus Vegas battle we've been looking forward to. Methodz versus Clayster, maybe? We got the Thieves with Kenny or not going up against the Ravens. Ultra takes on OpTic Texas, and we close out the night with Atlanta FaZe and Simp trying to complete his serious run so far here in our Major II qualifiers. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes who worked on today's pre-show and the rest of tonight's broadcast, thank you all for tuning in. Enjoy the games. We kick off again tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern.
You feel me? I'm feeling charged up. I'm a battery on full percentage. I got the green light. Keeping my guard up. I will not step on no straight when they threaten my life. You cannot stop us. A force to be reckoned with. I don't recommend you try. I'm feeling charged up. Energized. I know my passion and purpose gon' take me higher. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. Keeping my guard up. You cannot stop us. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up.
It's a special moment. How you doing?
Oh, I'm on top of the world right now. I'm telling y'all, we have worked so hard day in and day out.
Your champions, give it up for them, OpTic Gaming.
5 times. 5 times you have tried, and you now are finally holding it in your hands. What's this feel like?
It's a little bit heavier than I thought, to be honest with you.
But he's gonna get close enough in Chicago.
Just every single day, always improving, always learning, going over VODs, going over setups.
Scump for the win. Oh, that player's out of shield. Oh! He wins it! He wins it! Scump gets the dub! Oh my gosh, he's going crazy! Oh my gosh!
We do it all, and I hope that it showed for you guys.
He's so hyped.
It's come across aBeZy is able to get both.
Did he see it? Scump gets it done again!
Plenty of time to work with. So make something happen here. Moving towards that top right-hand side of the screen once again. Second hard point now. Scump. Oh, hello! It's Scump to find 2. Can he break it open on his own? The king lives on! And it's all full for Scumpy!
You still haven't killed the king. He's gonna be here for the flank. 3 seconds, and that's gonna be it.
What kill? Take care of him,